You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
It's about the way in which things are measured, planned, used, etc., saying that it's referencing a non-rotating flat Earth. That's more pertinent than simply an assertion the Earth is a globe. Now, if they had all kinds of trajectories and mathematics and simulations based on globe mathematics, that'd be a much different scenario. And Jem is right. If they did have that, we wouldn't know because we haven't read the other 6 pages. Now, if Jem had actually let me finish my sentence, instead of being a paranoia hyperbolic, he might actually get somewhere with some conversations he has.
Do it. I asked you to post the other 6 pages, and all I've got is objections to why we should bother to look at the rest of it. And you guys are supposed to be truth seekers. You're supposed to.
Dude, did you even listen to what I just said?
What? Nothing about
just
posting.
Talk through it.
No, I listened, and you didn't post the document. It's useless,
dude. What I said has no relevance to whether you even have a document to look at. Does it?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, any reference you make to this document, which you just did, is irrelevant until we know what the document says. And we don't know what the document says. We know what the title of the document says and what one line from page 7 of the document says. That does not give us a full understanding of the document. Only children would try to pretend that it does.
Jem, you obviously didn't hear what I said at all.
You can have another go if you want. I think you just rambled on about how it wouldn't matter if we couldn't see the rest of the document. I disagree.
No, that's not what I said at all.
I think to get a full understanding of this document, you need the full document.
Jem, your assertion was that if it simply says the Earth is a globe elsewhere, or if it simply references the Earth as a globe, that is somehow as compelling as trajectory math, etc.
That was not my assertion at all in any way. I didn't make that assertion whatsoever. I used that
pretty much that.
I used that as an extreme example when Miggy was saying that we didn't need to see the rest of the document. And I said, well, what if it said the Earth's a globe on every page? I was being a bit flippant, I admit. But, what if it did? You need obvious.
Well, if it did, then my assertion stands.
Well, my point would be, I don't think it would say that, but I do think it's more likely to have a full explanation of what this thing is all about. And from that, we could all gain an understanding of why it says what it says. It could be that there's a flat, non-rotating Earth. I don't think the evidence, the document will reveal that. I think if we see it all, it will reveal something else. But at the moment,
I'll put it to you like this.
At the moment, you guys are happy in your ignorance.
Most globe arguers agree that in certain scenarios, even when it doesn't actually mention it, that to take it as if it is flat and non-rotating is much simpler, and effectively the tolerances are so small or the effects are so negligent that it really doesn't matter. And if you did calculate it this way, it would be the most practical, usable way to do it, because all those other things are so inconsequential, because most of the time when these arguments come up, it's where people are in charge of the thing.
That's what I said.
It's like you could correct it.
That was my argument, and that was my argument. Right, but yes. But I think you made it better than I did, I have to say. But yeah,
right. To which I would then add a caveat, which is, if the supposed curve and spin are so negligent that you could just disregard them as being valid into any practical effect, then what point is there of even saying they are curved?
You'd have to see exactly what practical effects you were modeling, right?
Coriolis.
If you just wanted to model how the shape of an aircraft moved in the air and how its flying surfaces, how adjustments to those changed how it moved, then I don't think you would need to take account of those things. But I'm no expert in this subject, I have to say, but I'm just guessing. I'm just imagining kind of like a model aeroplane hanging in a wind tunnel or something like that, I'm thinking you wouldn't need to account for those sorts.
Well, that's basically using our argument, Jem. Like, because we know that practically it's not even going to consider anything that the globe is actually proposing that we need to use. So if we're looking at it from in that respect, then we're saying, okay, we're starting off with this model that we don't need to kind of use anything that the globe is actually defining as what it is, Coriolis effect or anything, because we don't need to account for that. Then we're bang on.
Well,
it's exactly what
but it's a model, Mickey. It's a model.
But what I'm trying to explain to you is that even if it is a model, and we're trying to figure out what a plane's going to do by using this model, it's the most practical way to use the idea that you're going to support aircraft, within flight and all that. Like, that's why would you even consider it being on a globe where the altitude changes? The actual trajectory, and like there's a lot more involved with the complicated.
Well, those are your beliefs, Miggy. You're bringing in the idea that planes need to dip their noses and things like that. Well, they don't. That's why you wouldn't need to consider that.
How about the Coriolis effect?
You're bringing in that. Well, look, it's a model. Now, let me explain what a model is. Right? It's a simplified explanation of something. Often it's mathematical. A good easy example, everyday example of a model, right, is a subway map. You've probably seen them, right, in cities with subways, right? And they're all the lines are kind of at right angles, and they've got nice sort of right angle curves when they go, and it takes the line around a corner, or sometimes they're at diagonally 45 degrees, but they're all either 90, 180 or 45 degrees. Well, we know that the lines on a subway system don't actually run like that. There's little twists and turns in them, and they go up and down and stuff like that. But that model of the subway system allows passengers to figure out how to get from one destination to the next. They can figure out how long some of them predict the time of the next train and things like that. So it's a very useful model, but it's not an accurate depiction of the subway system. And this is the same sort of thing. You can have a useful model that makes predictions about certain aspects of something, in this case, the flight of a missile, but it doesn't necessarily have to account for everything, because you don't always want to model all of those things in one go, because you're adding in too many variables that you've got to account.
It's not like it wouldn't. The analogy would probably not fit with the example we're trying to talk about here within the context of the missile, because
we don't know because we've only got the one page.
No, what I'm saying is that in the overall, the overarching understanding that the Earth is what we're talking about, because that's what they exclaimed, even in the one little sentence or two that they said you're on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. That right there is telling you the whole Earth. Like, it's not just this one little piece in Arkansas. It's talking about everywhere on Earth. So that is the important bit. I think you're not looking at.
Well, to understand that, though, to actually know that what you've just said is true, what you would need is the rest of the document, so you could figure out exactly what this is all about, what things they are actually calculating for, why they're calculating for those, and why they're leaving others out. And I think you would need that. I
know why they're leaving them out, but
those sort of claims.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, because anywhere you go on Earth, you're using the same principle that they're actually talking about in that page that we've seen. So if everywhere on Earth this is applicable, then everywhere on Earth we're using the same.
Now you're speculating again.
No, it's not speculating. Why would they?
All right, well, in the rest of the document, Miggy, it says the Earth is definitely a sphere, and all flat Earthers should take note of this sentence. I think it says that in the rest of the document.
Well, that's good.
I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, go with it. Hopefully that makes you sleep better at night. But obviously,
hopefully the stuff that you're making up. Hopefully the stuff that you're making up about the rest of the document. Hopefully that makes you sleep.
I don't have to make up the rest of the document.
You literally just did, Miggy. That's my point. Yes, you did.
Because if they're using this,
you don't know if it refers to the whole Earth.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about what
you just said that. Those are the. What, you don't care about the words you just said.
Because if NASA is using something like this, where they're talking about a flat, non-rotating Earth for this missile, where are they using these missiles? Tell me that, Jeff.
Well,
are they using it only in this specific area? They didn't say that, right? It wasn't in the document and what we read.
We don't know that, Miggy, do we? Again, you're speculating on what's in the rest of the document. You don't know if it's in the rest of the document. Why are you speculating like that?
I don't have to, because I'm telling you, if they're using,
you do have to.
No, this jargon that they're using is specifically so that you can understand anywhere that they use this missile, it's going to have to be used with this model of a flat, non-rotating Earth.
You don't know that.
Yes, I do. Otherwise, why would you say it?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because it says so in the document.
It does not say that. It does not say anything about the whole Earth that you've just said. Doesn't say that. You added that. You added that in yourself.
Where is it applicable? Where is it applicable?
It says
I don't know. We haven't got the whole document.
The Earth.
Look, you can't give me this fragment of evidence and then laugh at me because I want the whole thing.
I am, because
you should want the whole thing. You should want the whole thing. You're supposed to be a truth seeker.
I am a truth seeker, Jim.
So why are you quite happy to just go with the one line that confirms your bias and try your best, all cuts, to avoid actually understanding what the document is about?
It's in the conclusion.
It's just hopelessly
they're talking about, brother.
What?
One time, and how many documents you think this?
I didn't say it's one time. I've never said that. That's another straw man you guys are laying on me. Why are you doing that? When did I? It's at the moment we can see one line, and that's all Miggy is going on.
And what is he telling you in that one line?
Listen, he's not interested in any of the other document. He doesn't want to understand. He doesn't let me finish. Please let me finish. He doesn't want to understand anything about what the document actually talks about. He's just happy because this line says flat, non-rotating Earth, and he just wants to go with that.
Yeah,
and he's pretending. He's pretending that he's a truth seeker, and he cares about truth.
I don't care if the document further on down
he's here to spread the truth.
Says that there's a rabbit humping the turtle in the bushes. I don't really care about that. What I'm talking about is what it says.
Why don't you?
It says right here on that document that it's using a flat, non-rotating Earth. Where are they using it?
And you think that that's an honest?
Yeah,
you think that that's an honest, truth-seeking approach to really discover, to really understand what this is about? That's the approach you're going with.
Because where are they going to use this model if not on Earth?
We don't know, Miggy. We haven't got the document. How many times have I got to? No, not perfect. I didn't say I don't know because it's incomprehensible. I said I don't know because we haven't got the rest of the document and we cannot form a full understanding of it. I want to, you don't. Because you're dishonest and you want to hide from it. You're scared of what it might say. I'm not.
The guys who wrote the document put it in there.
I'm not scared of it, and I wasn't scared when you said you were going to bring it up because I know about it. I'm not scared of it. You are.
Then you got to ask yourself one question: where is this being applied?
Yeah, the question I'll ask myself is why are grown men scared of documents? That's what I'm asking myself.
You're obfuscating.
Why is a grown man? Are you asking me the same? Are you asking me the same question again, Miggy? So I can give you the same answer again.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
We don't know. We don't know because we haven't got the whole document. I want it. You don't. I want to get a full understanding of it. You don't. You want to try and pretend.
I have the document.
You want to try and pretend you've got a full understanding from one line of it. Right. Can I have the document?
Did you hear that? He's got the document.
Great.
So can
And
we
you
go on
post
with
it?
documentation and validation, please? Yes. Instead of yelling and screaming your point that doesn't make any sense. Because
Shut
he's trying
up.
to bring up documents. Hey, first of all, you can tell me to shut up for your what? Doesn't bother me, hon. Just
I
show
will
me what a
do.
disrespectful asshole you are. Now, I can stand my own too, babe. Don't try to come at me.
Well,
Okay?
what are you?
Sit
Nobody
down.
needs your
Sit down.
input. All we need is the
Seriously, you need to
document.
sit down.
All we need is the document. We don't need your
And
input.
we're trying to provide that document, but you're too busy going off and yelling.
Providing the
and saying you
document
don't
doesn't
argue.
involve you
I
speaking.
posted the document
All right,
in the
I've got it.
chat.
I'm just pointing out to Stacey that didn't require her to speak.
What page do you want to go to, Jim? What'll satisfy your little deal here?
Jim.
Well, I'm going to read the whole document.
Oh, go ahead.
Right, this is
What I'm going to tell you
I got
is
you locked,
that
stock, and
entire
barrel,
document,
though,
Right,
that
this-
entire
hold on.
document doesn't even mention a sphere or globe. So just an FYI,
Right,
there's 108
This one
pages.
this one mentions no wind, though. So tell me where on flat Earth there's no wind for an aircraft to fly in.
I think when they
Oh, give
wrote
it a
paper and
break.
included Earth, I think they knew about wind.
Well,
It's
why
not
did
like
they?
they're just
Why did
scared
they?
to talk about what
is
the fuck they actually mentioned.
Is
You
the
just want to
wind
talk
on Earth?
about what they didn't mention again.
Well, they did
Jem.
mention wind. They do mention wind, chocolate. They
Yeah,
do
also
mention.
So then
wind.
that's your bad because you just said they
I-
didn't. So who
No,
the
I
fuck
didn't.
cares?
No, I did not. No, I didn't. I said.
You don't even know
I
what you're
said.
saying anymore.
I
bro.
said. Listen. I said they
Oh,
didn't include wind. Okay, that doesn't mean they didn't
Who
mention it. They
cares?
specifically did mention that they weren't including it.
All right, here's
So
one-
go ahead.
Jim.
You know what
So
they
go
also
ahead.
mentioned?
So
They
go ahead.
mentioned it was flat and
So-
non-rotating.
So go ahead and tell me what. Well,
That's
they
pretty,
mentioned it was
that's pretty shit compared
okay.
to a
Okay,
magically
so
spinning
does
ball,
the
right?
flat non-rotating Earth have no wind?
Why would they need to mention wind? Because
Are you breathing?
Earth has wind.
Right,
so
why-
They already
why-
know that.
And
Do they have to specify that there's wind,
Do
or they
aircraft?
had to specify that it's flat and non-rotational? You don't want to argue about that, but you want to argue about they didn't mention wind. Are you kidding?
Yet again, chocolate. I didn't say they didn't mention wind. I said they specifically did mention wind. They specifically did mention wind. They
So whether they
specifically
mention wind or
stop
not,
I know.
Stop talking.
whether they
listen.
mention wind or not, what they
Stop
specifically
talking,
also
listen.
did mention was that it's flat and non-rotational.
Look, chocolate, you can keep repeating that, but try and get with it, okay? Now, listen carefully.
Get with it.
They specifically mention that they're leaving out wind of their calculations for an aircraft. Now, do you have an explanation for why they would do that?
Over a flat stationary plane?
Over anywhere.
Over Earth,
Because
which they're saying is flat and non-rotational.
wind. Yeah, they've already dealt with wind for years, so they already know how to deal
right.
with that. So
If
they're
they're
trying to make sure
building
that
if
it's
they're building a
missile-
fucking aircraft,
So could it be? So
if
could it
they're
be?
building
then-
a fucking aircraft that literally depends on wind to fly, I don't know why they would specifically have to mention that. But what they do specifically
missile.
mention is that it's flat and stationary.
Just
and
keep
not a ball.
repeating that. Just keep repeating that.
Well,
chocolate.
because you want to
Because
avoid
that
it,
makes
bro.
it-
You've been
because-
avoiding it since
because
I got in here.
Look, I'm not avoiding it. I'm trying to make an attempt, and as I have been since I've been here, to explain why they leave things like a curved and a a curved. Please let me finish. A curved and a rotating Earth out of this. Now, when I brought up wind and said that that's out of it, Stacey immediately piped up and says, "Oh, well, because they're used to dealing with wind." Well, of course, they're used to dealing with a rotating and curved Earth in the same way, and that's
not.
really that's
Are
my
they really?
point.
Because they
Oh,
didn't say
are
that.
they,
They
Jen?
said
Can you
flat
prove
and
that?
stationary.
Well, the point is that would be reasonable in the same way, wouldn't it? Okay. If the Earth, we're just saying it's all hypothetical at the moment, right?
Wait,
No-
can I ask a
neither
question?
of
Is this
us
for a
know-
missile?
Neither of us
Is this
know.
for a missile? Wait, let me just ask a question, please. Is this for a missile that's supposed to go how fast that they're worried about wind?
The
Or
one,
is it a plane that's going a lot slower, so they have to adjust the wind because
well,
of
it's-
how it's
well, it's-
moving?
but
And we're talking about two different things here, right?
we are talking about two different things. There are two
Right, so
documents.
how fast
Hang
does that
on.
missile go?
Listen,
Does it have to
listen,
worry about the wind?
Listen. There are two
I'm
documents.
listening.
There are two documents on the table. At the moment, thankfully, we've switched to the one that I'm more familiar with, which is the one that deals with aircraft and not missiles. Okay? I have no idea how fast the missile goes, whatever question you ask me. I have no idea. No reason why I should have any idea. I don't know why you asked me that. Now, I would like to read this document if I can.
Well, read the document while you're doing that. See if they could tell you anywhere there where this was being applied. The model, as you state, of the flat, non-rotating Earth. Where is this applied at? Let's find out. See if the document says anything about that. I of course don't need to.
I'm not sure what question you're asking me, Miggy.
Okay, so we first started. Like, you read the document. I'm saying when we first started talking about this, I asked you, where is this model that we're talking about being applied? Even if they claim that it's a globe and it spins, all these other things, whatever else the document might even say. Why and where is the model being applied on Earth? Because
as I understand it, this one is used for sort of. I'm not sure if it's actually in wind tunnels, or I think they maybe simulate with this or something. It's that sort of a thing, as I understand it.
So you don't know yet. You're just saying you're right now. You're based upon what you're.
It's been a while. It's a while since I dealt with it. I came across it when it first came out, which was about sort of 3 years ago, and then sort of fiddled with it around then when it was popular, and then forgot about it. But of course, in Flat Earth, these things they get refuted.
Talk about the document that's been around since '88.
The thing is, these things in Flat Earth, they get refuted, and then people get, they realize it isn't a strong argument, and then they disappear for a bit, and then they raise their ugly heads again. And
I don't even know how we got talking about this, but yeah, it's not really for me a point, but I mean, it just to show you that even in their models, as they claim, because we got
talking about it because it was,
but that's the problem. I know that these guys are going to say globe or whatever else in those other pages. I know that. It's NASA here we're talking about. It's not. They're not going to continue to. They leaked information about the flat, non-rotating Earth. Now they're going to dive into how the Earth is flat. I already know it's NASA. They're not going to be talking about that. They're going to be talking about it's a globe and all this other business. But what I'm interested in is if they're using a model of flat, non-rotating Earth, where is this being applied?
I've answered that. Biggie, I answered that question, didn't I?
Yeah,
tell me what my answer was, so I know that you heard me.
You said that it was wind tunnel, right? And you said, I think that it could be applied in a scenario where they're using it like a wind tunnel.
Something like that. I think it might be more computer modeling of kind of like wind tunnel operations.
See if you can.
But I'm not entirely sure.
Like I said, I really don't care. If you're going to go on a bunny trail, that's your. But
Miggy, don't you think you should care? Don't you think you would? Why don't you want to have a full understanding of what this document's all about? Because it might reveal even better evidence for you, right? It might say something that's even better for Flat Earth.
Right.
But you don't know that because you're only bothered about this one line.
Because it's
and I find that astounding.
The obvious that I know that the Earth is flat and non-rotating. It's already citing. Even as a model, it's already citing what I already know in reality. I don't need to go any further than that because it confirms everything that I know. So it doesn't matter if later on down the road, NASA, the other pages that you read say, definitely a globe, of a definite size and shape. It works this way. I don't really care. To me, it doesn't matter. They're using this model. And that's all I care about.
In that case, all I can say is then, Miggy, I feel sorry for you. If you think that is sound, if you think that is sound reasoning that can lead you to, accurate conclusions about reality, then I feel really sorry for you.
Because I'm glad. I'm actually glad. I'm actually glad that NASA has
sound reasoning because they show you a magical
because it doesn't really matter.
They assume a flat stationary Earth, and you think that's the same thing, same difference, right? It doesn't matter. Get the fuck, bro. You're the one that's delusional, bro.
No, look, I didn't say it was delusional, and I'm the one that wants to get a full understanding of this document. Miggy is desperately trying to avoid getting a full understanding of it because as he's just admitted himself, he knows it will say things that make it not.
It's NASA, Jim. It's NASA that we're talking about here. Like I said, these guys are not like proponents of the flat Earth. For number one, so even if we're looking at a NASA document, I already know going into this what the other pages are going to say without even looking. They're going to have explanations about how the globe is doing what it's doing. What I'm interested in.
Think about it, Mickey. It's pretty bad for a hostile witness, right? Because they're the ones that show us the magical spinning ball. But yet in their documents, nicely shuffled away. There you go, flat stationary plane.
But here's
when
the
we
thing.
actually have to
Right.
put vehicles in the air, right? We got to take this shit serious. We got to put lives at risk, right? So we take the Earth as it is, flat and stationary. We don't play around with the little magical spinning ball shit. Fuck
You
out
think
of
we
here.
should
That's
take you
nonsense.
seriously when you're deliberately ignoring more than half of a document? You think
Well,
that
you
should be
still
taken
think
serious?
people drove dune buggies on the moon. How should I take you seriously? Are you out of your
You know,
mind?
I'm just like
We
I
can
said,
show that happened. We can
I'm
show plenty
actually-
of evidence that happened very easily. So
Yeah, I know you consider
there's every
video as
reason to
evidence,
believe
Jim.
that happened.
I know you consider video as
Well,
evidence.
you have to prove it's a ball first, and you haven't done that. So
If you watch my video, how I know we went to the moon,
watch
Miggy,
your-
Did you
you'll
redo
see
that thing, by the way? 'Cause you
you'll
said-
see what I present as evidence, and
I'll get-
and it,
I'd rather.
It doesn't
listen to
include a lot of
astronauts
video,
bumble
I
all
have
over
to say.
themselves, telling stories, telling campfire stories, telling fucking nonsensical bullshit that grown men like you are supposed to believe, right? Get the hell out of here. I'm gonna watch your video. No,
You
I'd rather listen to
call
the
it that.
astronauts themselves blow up their own spot.
you
Get
can
out of
call
here.
it that, but clearly it isn't that. You know,
Gem
you know,
Panda,
it's a very-
Gem
Yeah, I'm
Panda,
sure.
Gem Panda. Just to ask you a quick question, Dudy, are you in the live text at all? The text for this channel, yeah.
No, I'm trying to read this document
All
and
right,
be
mate.
angry at the same time.
All right, mate. Just to say, I popped up a thing there. Satellite dishes popping up in Ecuador. They're pointing towards the sky. You want to reiterate what you told me in your server one day, that's proof of geostationary satellites?
Why do you think it wouldn't be?
Why do you think it would be? Where's
Well, because they're pointing up in the sky, so they can't be pointing at a tower, right?
Oh, so a satellite dish pointing up in the sky means that there's a geostationary satellite?
Well, I mean, I think if it's receiving a signal from one, I think that would be a
Yeah.
reasonable assumption, right?
Okay, you are you familiar with?
Are we
flight-
assuming they're not receiving signals, or are they receiving signals?
I'm going to ask you a question. Are you familiar with Flight Radar 24?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. So on Flight Radar 24, if you go above Ecuador, there's satelloons that provide internet services, 4G satellite services all around the world. Do you know there's such a thing as Project Loon?
Yes, I know, but so what?
So the point
that's
I'm
like
making,
saying, Go ahead. Sorry.
So the point I'm making is, you said that was proof of geostationary satellites.
No, I didn't.
You did. Yes,
Absolutely,
you did.
I would never ever have used the word proof. Never ever. You guys use that word. I would never have said that in a million years.
You
No,
did.
no.
You did. You were witnessed by
Absolutely not. You're lying. You're lying.
20
I'm sorry,
other
mate, but
people
you're
on
lying.
the
I don't want to be rude to you, but there's absolutely no way I would ever have said proof. I never ever say that word. You guys say it all the time. I never say it ever. Proofs exist only in math. Only in math.
Guys, let it be noted now that Gem Panda, whether he refuses to admit it or not, in front of about 20 other people on his server, admitted and said and gave that proof there, which is pathetic.
I was given that as evidence. I would have given that as evidence, not proof.
Yeah.
Evidence is not proof. They're two different things.
in my inbox.
Yeah. So anyway, let it be known, this is the type of stuff that Gem Panda thinks is evidence of geostationary satellites. It's not.
Well, why wouldn't it be? Have you given me any good reason? Have you given me a good reason why it's not? What your argument so far? Listen. Let me respond. Please let me respond. Your argument so far is there are trains, therefore cars are fake.
Oh, you're changing the subject.
Hang on. Let Breaking.
There's another way of doing it. Therefore, that way
He's addressing Breaking, so let Breaking respond, please.
Yeah. Miggy.
Yeah.
I need a mod in my inbox now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, let Breaking respond, please, guys. Go ahead, Breaking.
Before Breaking goes ahead, I'm happy. Just one second. I'm happy not to participate in the debate if you need like a pure moderator. because I know, Miggy, you're kind of moderating and debating, so I'm happy to just be a mod if it's needed.
Yeah,
Anyway,
bro, thank you. I gotta actually get OJ's inbox real quick. Yeah, if you could.
Yes, so just to respond, thank you there, Miggy, I think that was saying let me respond. I'm going to post some stuff of Project Loon. You can easily look it up yourself. It's on Flight Radar 24.
Dude, I've been here for 5 years. I'm not a newbie that's just walked in off the street.
You're acting like a newbie. You said you did. You said you didn't.
I didn't. When you asked me if I'd heard of Project Loon, I said, yes, of course I've heard of it.
Right, so...
It was the Radar 24, the first thing you mentioned I'd never heard of.
Right, so that's the point I'm making. You'd never heard the Radar 24, so that's why...
There are things hanging from balloons. We all know that. That's not news.
What's hanging from them?
Some great bit of evidence. You're just telling me that in some places there's an alternative way of transmitting stuff. So what?
Gem Panda, what's hanging from the balloon? What's hanging from the balloons?
I bet it's not satellite TV transmitters.
It's satellites. It's satellites, dude. There's your satellites. That's your satellite.
Is it satellite TV transmitters?
Of course it is, dude, yeah.
Is it? Prove it.
Of course it is.
All right, let's see the evidence. Let's see the evidence.
Dude, you have got no proof.
You've made the claim. Let's see the evidence. Don't tell me about me. We're dealing with your claim that you just made. Let's see your evidence that these satelloons are transmitting satellite television.
Right, that's fine. Okay.
So, Breaking, do you want to go ahead and do that? Stacey's been trying to get in. Stacey, do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll get what he's looking for.
Oh, sorry, I actually forgot because I'm getting DM'd as well, and I have stuff going on my server. So, can you give me one moment too, and I'll be right back.
Sure. Does anyone else want to speak? Is there anybody else who'd like to speak?
I want to know what.
I know what I was going to ask him.
I just came in halfway.
Evidence. Like, Jim, what do you think evidence is? Because evidence and proof, you use two different statements there. Like you said, I didn't say proof, I said evidence. Well, for me, evidence is proof. So can you verify to me what evidence is for you?
I think what you've just said, in a way, is true. For you, evidence is proof, and I think that's the nature of it. I think I can show you evidence, but only you can decide if my evidence amounts to proof for you. And this is why we have a jury in a court, right? Because what's proof for one person isn't proof for another person. And we recognize that. And that's why we say we need 12 people to all agree that this is proof for something before we, convict someone, right? So that is what I would say is the difference between evidence and proof.
Okay.
So
I appreciate that.
One supports an argument, one subjectively substantiates the argument for a person, but not for everyone necessarily.
Then can I ask you, what would the word be to be used then? Because the proof wouldn't be the word, I guess, necessarily to use anyway, because then you say everybody can have their own definition of proof. So to validate our reality, what would you use? That validation, citation? What are you looking forward to? Because you want validation too.
I think to be honest with you, I mean, I'm a bit pedantic about the use of this word proof, because when we're in debates and stuff, you can get yourself caught in a corner where you say you can prove something, when in actual fact you can never prove something. You can just offer evidence for it and hope that it proves it. So that's why I tend to be a bit sort of pedantic about it. I don't think it's really that wrong to say this is my proof for this. It's in a sort of colloquial sense. But for me, I think proofs only exist in maths. We can prove that, we can prove 2 + 2 = 4 in a 10-based counting system. But for me, that's a proof. So I know we had this lengthy discussion the other day about verification and validation. And I think you guys are being... I think you're being somewhat unfair in the way that you use that, because I don't think you always think through what it is that you're asking for. And where we got to the other day, it seemed to be with Miggy, was that the only evidence that he would accept from me would be evidence that he had already checked himself and personally collected himself, which, that to expect people to give you evidence you've already got seems, I don't think that's right. So I would say, But I would, I think, of course, you need ways to verify what's true. We can't just take a photograph off the internet and say, well, there's, look, satellites. So I guess what you've got to do is...
Also, can't you, I'm asking a question actually, can't you just make up a bunch of masks though and make it fit to things? And we're talking about what we can observe and do with scientific methods on natural laws that we could prove. I mean, when I say prove, I mean what you actually can do in your reality. Natural laws that you can verify for yourself, experiment after experiment. So those things, the globe model should be able to easily prove at this point. I mean, it's 2020.
I would say it can. I would say it can.
Okay. Tell me how the masks work correctly then, please, because I'm literally looking 60 miles with my own eyes, and I'm seeing Chicago, okay? And I've seen that with my own eyes. So please tell me how you're having this massive refraction that doesn't exist and it's bending like that.
Why do you say that refraction doesn't exist? I'm not trying to catch...
No, wait. I didn't say refraction doesn't exist. Refraction does exist. But refraction doesn't exist to the point that you're trying to peep at you.
Okay, well, why do you say that?
Because there's no proof of it. it. Can you prove it to me that it does that?
Well, again, we're back to
simulation.
We're back to proof, aren't we? I mean, what we can do...
We're talking about reality, though. What we're trying to observe, right? Scientific method, but it also has some observations in it, all right?
Right.
So we're talking about what we can
and that's how we know. And that's how we know. That's how we know how light behaves in different mediums, because those are things. Hang on. Those are things that we can test in a laboratory, right? We can stick a light in one place and stick material between it and somewhere else and see how that light behaves, and that's how we know how light refracts in an atmosphere. So we have an atmospheric pressure gradient, which is, I'll be as brief as I can because I know you've heard this before. We have an atmospheric pressure gradient that gets denser as you get closer, and that denser atmosphere makes the light change angle. Usually, well, it makes it change angle so it goes down. A bit like the easy demonstration of this effect is a spoon in a glass of water, and if the glass is half full, you see like a bend in the spoon if you're looking at the whole glass. Do you know what I mean when I say that?
I do know what you mean when you're saying.
Right. So that's an effect of refraction where the light that's traveling through the water is traveling it's taking longer than the light that's traveling through the air. It actually travels at the same speed. It takes a longer route, essentially. So,
is there any for me then to prove for myself? Then is there anything that you could show me experiment-wise that I know refraction, I understand that, but that you can refract?
Well, the best
Chicago that far, 60 miles away. That's right. Well, I should be able to see it at all. So they can
the best one that I've seen
like that for me in my own eyes.
The best one that I've seen that you'll instantly reject is the lasers through the sugar solution. And you'll just say we don't live in a sugar solution, but we do live in a fluid atmosphere that gets denser towards the bottom, just like the sugar solution does in the fish tank. You've seen those, right? A laser going through a fish tank. Have you seen those?
Right. I actually have. But
we're not looking top to bottom. We're looking across. Sorry.
Right, but it still has the same. It still has the same effect on the light, right? The light where you see that.
If you were looking top down, but we're looking across.
Let me finish.
I'm answering it. Okay, fine.
Okay. If you look at the side of the fish tank, you're looking at the laser bending down. You're looking, if you like, at a cross section of your observation. If you were shining that laser across the lake, and that laser would, someone's on one side of it, it would bend down to you, towards you on the other side of it, just like it does in the sugar solution. But a sugar solution is more useful because it has a much more profound effect on the laser. And therefore, we're able to see the laser doing that in a small space like a fish tank. But the problem is, if we just put atmosphere in that fish tank, it will have no effect on the laser over that short space. You need a lot more atmosphere over a lot longer distance for it to have a bit of an effect.
Okay, so why don't you guys try to do a different test then to prove that?
Well,
I'm saying until you can prove to me that you can literally refract Chicago up like that with light and bend light like that, because the only thing I do is a simulation. That's ridiculous to do that. So if you guys can show me that light can actually do that, and refract something, then I can see with my own eyes. I know Chicago should be there, by the way, but I'm going to go ahead and refract it up above the horizon like that, the entire thing, the whole skyline. If you guys could show me something like that, light can do that, then I would think a little differently about, maybe the globe model could possibly, maybe exist.
But then,
in reality, you guys can't.
But the problem is, you say you're all about the science and testable science, and then I show you what effectively could be a laboratory experiment. And
what you said could. You're not showing me exactly what I am witnessing, and I want a proof of it over and over again that can happen in nature with a scientific method experiment. You show me something like it. That's not the same.
But that would just be me showing. Hang on, let me finish. That would just be me showing you another observation where there was refraction, then, wouldn't it?
Wait, there you go. There you go. It's refraction. I said refraction exists, but you're not showing me this super duper crazy refraction that people keep claiming that can refract Chicago all the way up. It's impossible.
But he's missing an element with the sugar. Hold on, he's missing an element with the sugar solution, and that element is obstruction to see around. If you could do something like that in the sugar solution, that would be swell.
Well, you could easily do that. I mean, you could just put an object in the bottom of the fish tank. I don't think that would make any difference. I can't see how it would.
Yeah, you would have to see a target from around that object that you put into that tank.
You would. I mean, another demonstration of that, you've probably seen this one as well. Have you seen the plasticine, the silly putty on a propane tank? Have you seen that one?
All right, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Jim, if you want to post anything, I think you were able to on the Arena text, like stuff to support your argument or whatever.
Right.
You should be able to. I'm not sure if you can.
I don't really like doing these arguments anyway.
No, I know. I'm just telling you that
I don't really care about proving things to you guys. I mean, I think that, my thoughts would be, the evidence is out there. The stuff's out there that substantiates this. The refractive index is well tested.
Okay, so we can't squeeze this stone then. He's already set in his ways, and he
interesting.
But he says we can go look for it.
Yeah, but
so let's squeeze another stone.
Can I maybe finish the point? Maybe.
Sure. Sorry, that was rude of me. I apologize.
I can't remember what the point was. It was probably only rambling. But I think the evidence is there.
Sorry, one second, Jump Panda. You'll be able to finish your point in a second. Breaking down Wall of Lies, do you want to go ahead once Jump Panda's finished his point? Because you were trying to get in, weren't you? So,
I'm done, mate. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're on about the satellites.
Right, have we got the satellite TV thing now?
Yeah, we haven't got the satellite TV. I'm looking, trying to find, as in the satellite TV, what we do have there is that the communications is used from satellites. So, and I'm looking through Sky's documentation. There is nothing to prove at all, no documentation to say that these geostationary satellites are providing any Sky TV. In fact, what they're now doing is revolutionising it and saying that the satellites are not needed. So no proof of geostationary satellites to provide any satellite TV. Satelloons that are using a communications network from balloons with satellites on them, that's proof and is noted. But if you want to provide me some proof of a geostationary satellite, go ahead.
I think we've launched 120 new satellites in the last week. So yeah. I don't know where you got the idea that satellites aren't needed anymore.
No, proof of geostationary. That is hundreds of miles above the Earth's surface.
I can't provide you proof. I can give you evidence of things.
Correct. There's no proof. Yeah. That's all I wanted to know. There is no proof. Yeah.
You can seize on that if you like, but there's no. You prove anything to me, anything you like.
I can prove that there's no curvature. You want to
prove it to me. Go ahead.
Yeah. Why? Okay. So the Earth is a bowl, correct, in your eyes?
You're proving it to me. You don't need me to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll prove it. So we've got long distance footage of 100 miles with zero curvature.
I don't believe you. I don't believe that footage.
You
expect me to believe footage?
I'll put the uncut videos up for you.
Do you believe Superman?
I'll put the uncut videos up for you.
So what? So what? Fake. The fake CGI videos.
Right. Well, that shows your integrity, dude.
No, it shows that you can't prove anything to me, mate.
It shows that you don't even want to take a look at any of the evidence that is presented to you that shows you as totally disingenuous, a liar, a faker, and how dare you even come in here and try and present your argument?
Because I'm making a point that you're missing, mate. I'm making a point. You demanded that I prove something to you. You can just do what I just did. And you do frequently. All of you do. I'd show you a bit of video. You go, video? What? Superman's on video? I mean, you do that. Listen, you do that to me all the time. And that's my point.
That's not true.
Listen. I can offer you evidence for something. Only you can decide if it's proof. Listen. Let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. I wanted to make the point. You're spoiling it. Okay. So that's why I said I can't give you proof. I can give you evidence. You have to decide.
If I give you evidence, so if I provide you with evidence of infrared footage that's uncut video from an altitude that you should be seeing curvature on the Earth over 1,200 miles, if that's not evidence enough, what more would it take for you to accept we don't live in a flying, spinning ball?
Well, I would have to ask you about that footage, and I would have to ask you how you know about these distances involved. Because I know the footage that you're talking about. It's no surprise to me. I know who Joe Tolan Media is. And I don't think he's established that he's seen 1,200 miles. I think he just said he was. And you lot just believed him. I don't think there's any evidence whatsoever. He didn't point to a recognizable landmark or anything that said he was seeing 1,200 miles. It was just a blob of water, and he said it's, I don't know, whatever Great Lake it was.
So just to ask a question then, you've discounted that footage of Joe Tolan Media. Okay. Of
course, it's absurd.
Why have you discounted that? Can you prove why he's got it wrong?
No, he has to prove how he's got it right. He's making the claim that he's seeing. Look, he's making the claim that he can see 1,200 miles. He needs to substantiate that claim. He could do that easily by showing what he can see, applying it to a map. He kind of does this, and
he does all that.
And he could show us something recognizable that cannot be something else. And he doesn't. And he does not do that. He doesn't show us anything where we go, that can only be that one thing and it can't be anything else. He just doesn't. And I would love to see it if he could. It would be amazing. I would be gobsmacked. I'd be suicidal, but I'd be gobsmacked.
OJ, did you want to come in there?
Honestly, I'm not sure how to slow him down at this point, because I was trying to point out earlier that he was interrupting you when you were trying to give him evidence or proof by saying, he doesn't really have to accept it. And then he's given a logical reason as to why by telling you the story about Jay Tolan, which is fair for the audience. It's a debate tactic. But
it wasn't actually about rejecting his evidence.
But now that I'm about to make my point, you're really cutting me off when it's about to get you. How about this? Is there what evidence would you accept? Because, the whole difference between something we could do here on Earth and something that satellite does, we can't verify that the medium of space exists, which is really nothing because it's space. Nothing.
I can tell you what I would accept.
We can verify that the ground is not curving at 8 inches per mile squared like it should do if you were on a globe with a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
I can verify that it's not. That it is.
If you verify, that it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. You can verify this?
Yes, easily.
Oh, please proceed.
Oh, all right. I hate doing this shit.
This is the arena, so it's separate from the other live stream and how we deal with things here. So everything's well within the context of being in this room. So just to let you guys know, this is kind of what it's gonna shape up to look like. So Japan is gonna be able to really come back in here. So long as, like I said, there's no. Go ahead, OJ. Go ahead.
Sorry, Jim. I don't mean to make it unfun for you.
No.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet.
No, it wasn't. It's no problem. So what I would accept, this is where I was going with this, right? The world record breaking long distance photograph. You guys tend to like that photograph, right? I think most people are kind of happy with that photograph. I am. Okay. I can show curvature of the Earth in that photograph.
Please do.
Mathematically demonstrated.
Please do.
You're going to have to watch a video.
No, it's okay. Can you explain the video?
It's not too long. Oh, the video is me explaining it. So, hang on. Oh, God. It's not the best one. I've got a better one than this, but it is a good one.
Shout out to Jedi. What's going on, brother?
Shout out to Biggie. Good to see you.
Have I got on here?
They muted me and we're going to kick me out.
I just wanted to go ahead as my. Ooh, I get to moderate. This is nice. If there's any other Globe guys who wanted to talk as well, I noticed that Damon is in here. Cards. Feel free to speak up as well if you want. It's not just all about Gem Panda. So
I think it is. I think it is all about me. I think.
Probably you, because
Gem Panda knows the arguments.
One second breaking. I just wanted to welcome any other Globe guys to get involved as well. This isn't like a pre-scheduled debate, as far as I can tell. Maybe I'm wrong.
No.
If there's any other Globe guys, if there's any other Globe guys, feel free to come in as well. Anyway, breaking, please
get the video.
Yeah, Damon E. I was just going to point out, Damon E. We've had a chat with him the last 2 days in here. He don't know diddly squat, so he'll probably be in here to learn off of Gem Panda. He ain't got a clue what he's talking about. He don't even know his own model. So that's him done.
Well, that's again, it's a bunch of assertions that you have no evidence for. All I did was say something about a photograph, and you rambled on for about a half an hour and then muted me and said you were going to kick me out.
No, I never muted you once, dude. I was actually, believe it or not, the guy that unmuted you. You moved up to the 20. Yeah, that's okay. It's just I felt sorry.
You want a good Samaritan trophy.
Damon, one second. I muted you earlier, dude, but I'm moderating here, so I'm not going to continue that debate here. If you have something else you want to talk about, please bring that up.
Right, I'll just stick my video in the chat here. It's time-stamped. You need to watch it till you see the horizon drop, because I make a couple of points about these photographs. It's probably about 5-6 minutes, something like that.
My point was just simply that you can let Gem go on for an hour, but me, I say one sentence, and you want to freaking ramble on for an hour and kick me out.
I'm
just a little fit to you.
I'm sorry.
I'm just a little guy. I don't have no subscribers.
You were the guy that was arguing against every NASA video that was shown to you yesterday. You hadn't got a clue about Satelloons. You hadn't got a clue about any of that, dude. Yeah, you didn't know about Satelloons. You didn't know NASA's launching balloons with satellites on them. You hadn't got a clue about any of that.
I actually know quite a bit about that, but I was wanting to hear what you were saying, and when you said something, I was disagreeing with you.
That's ingenuous, because yesterday you hadn't got a clue, and then I provided all the evidence, and now you've got a clue, so you're just disingenuous. disingenuous
No,
twat.
I knew that there were balloons with items attached to it. I didn't know that you called them Sataloons.
Yeah, so you're a clown, basically. I mean, you're in here debating your stupid globe model, and you ain't even got a clue about the arguments that are presented against NASA and all the rest of it. Have you watched all the bloopers on NASA?
It's just a trendy name for a thing hanging from a balloon. I don't think
It's just a trendy example of the truth.
You got something on me because you know the word Sataloon, which is a ridiculous term.
Oh, dude, it was shown all them videos yesterday. All them videos yesterday.
You just brand new to this shit.
Yeah,
You've been around for a while. That's all it's showing.
He's been here ages.
You still got the price tag on
here forever.
He's been here ages, dude. He's been here years.
Ages when? You, I could affirm. Yeah, you, Jim. I know you've been around for years, but this guy, Damon, who's he? I don't know.
Look, I was on the internet, and Flat Earth formed around me.
All right.
That's true.
You, Eric Dubay.
Before you were even a thought, buddy. Seriously, you're fucking.
I really wanted you.
By the way, why are all the people lying about the curve there, Jim?
Did you watch that video yet?
So why are all those people lying about the curve there, Jim?
Otherwise,
What's up with
I'm
that?
not gonna watch it.
Somebody said, "Who the fuck is Jim Panda?" How could they say that?
You got a fan, Jim.
Oh no, I'm more concerned about my lack of fame here than anything else. This is more important than the shape of the
No
earth.
offense, I didn't know who you were until about 4 months ago, hon.
I know. Well, you haven't been here that long.
I knew who he was about. I knew who he was about 20 years ago.
How long have you been here, Tracy?
Yeah, I knew who you were about.
I was looking at Eric Dubay and all that stuff back in 2014 and stuff. I knew nothing about you. I ran in and saw some globe busters and Therians and all those people, but I still didn't know you because you're not known.
Right. But when did you actually? When was the first day that you called yourself?
When I met Stan, and yeah, he has met you on tour.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
what I
like
met about. Yeah,
end of last year. End of last year, or middle.
Right. I never heard your name. Never.
So nobody knew Gem Panda 20 years ago?
Hey, do you guys mind if I cover the video that Jem just kind of posted? I actually did watch it. I kind of skimmed through it, so I might have missed some of it. Right, but I do want to cover that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Jem, my question is, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of skipped towards the end, so I didn't hear a lot of the stuff that you said, so I could be missing something. So if I do miss some things, fill me in.
I will.
But from the gist of it, what I'm seeing is that you're saying that the horizon drops lower than the mountains, right? And that's proof of curvature, the horizon drop, right? That's like the whole gist of it, or did I miss anything?
I guess that's the main point. Yeah, there's a couple more bits to it, but like
Okay.
how much of the mountain is obstructed? But yeah, we do see the horizon drop, and it's calculable because we know the height that it was taken at. We know the height of a mountain in the foreground, and then we know the height of the mountain in the background.
All right.
Okay, so here's my statement and my question, right? My statement first would be, what's up?
No, I was gonna say, Coach was trying to get in here to this room, but he can't get in for some reason.
I'll deal with it in a minute. Just let me finish this point, and I'll take care of it. So, my question number one would be, is there a prediction with the globe model that actually predicts that horizon drop with the elevations on all the math? And if there is that prediction, I'd love to see it. And number two, it's not a straw man because I've heard flat earthers say this, but a lot of flat earthers parrot this, I think, and it's wrong. Horizon does not always rise to eye level. It depends on the atmosphere, right? There's days where it's shortened. There's days where it's, it could be shortened through the atmosphere. So I'm not one of those persons that don't believe the horizon always rises to eye level. I think a lot of the flat earthers got that from Eric Dubay because he said it a lot from the first videos. And I think a lot of people just stuck with it. But even in optics, you can prove that the horizon or the horizons don't always rise to eye level just with optics. Now, when you include atmosphere, that's including even something else. So I'm with the idea that isn't sufficient evidence, but if you had a model, if you can show me like a model where there's a prediction with the observation that you're claiming that this fits the globe, I'd be happy to see it.
Right. Well, to answer you the last bit first, I think if you're saying that the horizon doesn't always rise to eye level, that what I'm offering there is a refutation of the argument that the horizon does always rise to eye level. And I accept the fact that you don't make that argument, but I think we would all have to accept that an awful lot of flat earthers do. I've heard that said many, many times.
Yeah, I accept that.
So
I accept that big time.
But as you say, that argument is useless for you. Okay. Now, as for the model, I would say, now we know that there is refraction required for them to get these long distance photographs, because they say it on the website. So, and they take, they spend many years perfecting this craft, and there's only a couple of days a year when they can get the shots. So we know there is some refraction going on, but I think at this altitude, because we're high up, I think that's going to be fairly minimal. So I think you could go with standard refraction at 7/6, or
right,
the radius 7/6 of the radius, right? So the
Right.
radius plus a sixth, and I think that would get you pretty close. It might not be bang on, but it would get, because it's 275 miles. That's an awful lot.
What I would think would help this discussion, Jem, a little bit is because both of the sides do things I think they can work on. I think like the Globers do this, and you could agree or disagree, but they do every time you see a horizon drop or a boat being obstructed by curvature. It's never an actual prediction. It's just like the observation, and you're calling it curvature. I think it'd be nice if we can actually get globe predictions, like on this globe model.
I included the maths. I think, for the angle, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did.
Oh, I did skip over it. Remember, I told you that, so I might have missed that. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch that. But I'm talking about other videos. I'm not talking just about this one. Like, I'm talking about, there are a lot of videos where like people say like, oh, every time you see like something being obstructed, it has to be Earth curve. But there's never really a prediction with the model. Like, how far was the boat? How high was the observer? Like, it's just like the observation is the claim of it. I think that's something the Globe should work on, and we should work on like
I think this provides a prediction, and I think the problem is, I think that the sort of observations that you guys do, I think, are ineffective for making this determination. I just don't think that looking at the horizon, I think we've all established that, or at least you guys have, with thousands of observations, that this just isn't a great way to do this, because for there to be enough curve for it to be, or enough drop for it to be apparent to you, you need to be quite a distance away. And if you're quite a distance away, it becomes difficult to see stuff. And we're always up against that. And particularly when you do these low level observations. And that's why I like ones like this that are done. This one is quite high. I think I prefer it maybe a bit lower than this, ideally. And there is a better one I can point you to that I think is just a brilliant piece of evidence. And it's something that a guy, I don't know if you know Miles Davis, he did in Scotland. And he's on.
I saw it with the mountains. It was on Nathan Oakley for like months.
Hill and a bridge, and then there's something else in the background that he knows the known height of, and we can see that there's a drop between them. We can see, it's there, it's clear for all to see. And sorry,
is that not refraction?
I think there's some refraction in there. Yeah, because we would add in standard refraction when we're at that height, right? And we could be sort of reasonably confident that was going to be a useful calculation to us, because when you get down very low, like you guys insist on doing these days, there's always going to be a lot going. Well, not always, but usually there's going to be quite a lot going on, and often there's loads going on. And also that observation wasn't done over water, and that helps as well, because you don't get the...
Right. Real quick, is Carnivore a part of your server, Jet Panda? Is he
Yeah. Okay. I should probably go if they're all coming in here.
Well, no, I gotta...
So
I just wanted to confirmation
just to get back to the whole Kosho thing, what am I supposed to do? I didn't mean to brush it off, but I was like, I just didn't want to lose my train of thought. Is he still banned? Does he need a special role? Like, what is it that he needs to get in here?
Yeah, he's going to get the Gladiator tag. Jem Panda has a Gladiator tag right now, and I think if Jem vouches for Carnivore, I'll give him the tag as well.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He's one of us.
We're just handing out these tags just so that you guys can have access to this arena back and forth.
I'm feeling a little left out.
I'm sorry, mate. I'll shut up now. I'll go home.
No, I'm talking about like who Jim.
I don't think I have a gladiator tag.
Look, you gotta stop leaving Damon out, please.
I don't like me.
You're upsetting him.
All right, Carnivore.
I'm so upset.
Oh,
I'm
little
gonna
baby
cry.
gone quiet.
Carnivore, you on the mic? Real quick.
I do feel a little sad about it now.
I don't know.
I've got you back, buddy. You're alright.
I mean, I can't even be impressive to the flat earthers. That's pretty sad.
Oh, come on, Damon. I got yelled at by Jim Panda like, no, ain't nothing, and I didn't whine like a little baby.
It's a rite of passage, Stace. It's a rite of passage.
I've been run over by Jem a few times, I think, acting an idiot.
See, everyone has. Everyone has. I'm known for being an irritable. I'm known for being an irritable old bastard.
It makes you feel good about it afterwards.
Hey, at least you admit it, honey. That's what amounts. At least you're
It's good that you can admit it, but you also need to throw having a whiny voice in there.
A whiny voice. Yeah.
You whine, Jim Panda, and it's my fuck. I hate that about you. You've got a whiny voice. It's really fucking annoying. Like, I'm sorry, but I cannot watch your YouTube videos and not.
Panda's voice. I think Jim Panda has a nice voice.
Thank you.
It's that typical British 50-plus-year-old man's whiny voice. It gets on my nerves.
Bambi's talking to me in a Scottish accent, saying these words. I mean, please.
Yeah, but that's okay. Better than having a 50-year-old
I know, but
British
you'll always have it, Bambi. You'll never be able to get rid of it. You know.
Yeah, well, yours is going to get worse with age.
It'll always be there, holding you back.
By the way, send the people in there. Send the people in there to get the tag
Making
up.
people think about deep fried Mars bars.
Come on, guys. Mickey's trying to moderate. Be a bit.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, send the people in here so they can get their tag. That way, we can do it and get everybody's kind of sorted out.
I don't think there's any point now. The Earth's the globe. Come on, just say.
Yeah. Send the people in here, Jen.
Yeah, and you got any verifiable proof for that?
That was good. That was good.
Verifiable proof for that crap. Please.
I'll have a nice rest. And
We got a load of observations
talk about moving.
blown by little old
If you're
us.
so comfortable with it being a globe, why don't you just, give up the server, and just
Why would I do that?
go back to regular life? Why are you all worried about flat Earth?
Well, I've
that
given
you
them-
actually named your server Debate Flat Earth and More.
Yeah, but
Like you were saying 3-4 years ago, flat Earth is dead,
that's
bro.
the point. Two or 3 years ago,
It's still here.
2 or 3 years ago, there was a point, but there isn't now. That's gone. It
There's
went.
no point in you debating because you haven't proven anything yet.
Really, 2 years ago, but I kept kidding myself on that there was, but there wasn't. And that's why I rarely debate now. I hardly ever do this. I just take the.
I mean, you got seniority now. You just send in the minions now, right?
Well,
That's
no,
cool.
I don't. I don't send. I don't control anybody.
I know.
When they're in my server.
Legion of Doom and shit. I get
Guys,
it.
I just
Tell them about the secret
something.
army.
I felt really, really bad about Demon. The world's smallest violin played for you. So I don't want
thanks.
Branch. I don't want Branch to be ignored. Gem Panda, you have a fan. Can you give Branch a shout out? He said that he would love that if you could do that.
Can I not ignore?
Branch is indeed my second favorite globe earther, next to Scott Beach. I've said this before. Thank you.
Shout out to Branch. Scott Beach is.
Isn't that nice? Oh, isn't that?
To be honest, Scott Beach is my favourite. He's the only reasonable, level-headed one.
Yeah, he's the best by
He's
far.
a sweetheart as well.
He's
Scott
great.
Beach is the only acceptable glober.
He does have his shit together.
He does. He's level-headed and he's nice to debate against. He's not rude, crude, or he never raises his voice. He's a nice guy.
I get my feelings hurt too badly.
And his dad was a war hero.
That's true.
Didn't think I was going to say that, did you?
I mean, it's got nothing to do with him, but that's very nice of his father.
What does war hero?
Yeah, he flew, like 250 combat missions at about 4,000 feet or something like that. Probably the most dangerous combat flying that's ever been done.
He killed a bunch of.
Well, that's what we consider a war hero, right? Someone who helped win a war.
Like murder people.
Well, that would be a different issue, wouldn't it? But we would still consider war heroes to be people who helped win a war, who were brave and in combat, right? That's what war hero means. Whether you think war is a nice idea or not, it doesn't really change that.
Oh, this war is for the bankers.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, I don't care. If you want to say that, that's fine.
No, I know it for a fact.
Okay, all right.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not arguing with you. I'm trying really hard not to, but
I think I actually understand Jim Panda. Yeah. Yeah, because people have given and have been indoctrinated in a program and they went to war sometimes for other reasons, have given their lives, and so they are a war hero because for them they were trying to do something good for you, but in reality they were lied to a program just like the Globe model like we talk about. So I can understand Jim Panda's point on that, even though I don't want to. Damn it.
And
I'm not in favor of war. Who is? Nobody likes war, do they? But
yeah.
You know,
that's why we should stop propagating this globe lie. Maybe they would be like, well, then again, there's always been war. So
what would be the best way? What would be the best route, right, to stop propagating the globe lie, as you've just said? What process would we follow to do that?
Stop teaching it in schools from kindergarten.
Okay, how will we go about achieving that?
By stopping the flood of false information.
Right. So, I mean, I'm talking practically here.
Look, you can teach it as a theory. That should be done because it's not a fact. That's the point. This should be taught as a theory. In fact, kids should know both. Not just the globe that they throw in your face when you're a little kid. And then at the movies, when you go sit down at the movies, you're indoctrinated with that shit day in and day out. Are you kidding me? Yeah. No wonder the kids don't question it. They've been indoctrinated with the crap. The only way to break out of that is to actually open up your fucking mind and, hey, start with a clean slate. Stop believing everything you're told, because that's exactly what people are doing. Believing what they're told. I want verifiable
crap
that's being said.
What's up with all these kids? Well, I have a new question. What's up with all these kids wearing NASA shirts? Like, shouldn't it be SpaceX shirts? Like that would be like me wearing like a Haley's Comet T-shirt or some shit like that. Like, what's up with that? NASA's not the front man right now. So what's up with this propaganda?
I think people think it's a cool graphic to have on a T-shirt, I guess. But my question was about, everything that was just said in that kind of mini rant about, education. Fine. If those are your goals, my question is, how do you plan to achieve them? How do you get from where you are now to this stuff?
That's what I'm working on, Jim Panda.
And
I'm trying to work through my own state right now, working with the mayor and everything else, and we're trying to do it differently because we can't. You're right. I can't go to the schools. They'll shut me down. They will not let me talk about any of this stuff. So therefore, I have to go outside of the school, use a library, bring the students to them, and I'm actually doing it through truth and try to bring about angular resolution and things like that to them to make them think that stuff that they've been told is a lie. Look at the things deeper. We weren't even taught that correctly in school. So yeah, I'm going to go step by step, slow as I have to, but at least I'm going to do something about it. Is anybody else doing it? No, they're too damn scared. That's the answer. Try somewhere. Start. I mean you, but I mean the rest of the world. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's the point. You have to start freaking somewhere, one step at a time.
I tell people every day, man. I mean, there's people that know that when I walk into my store, they know what my views are. They know it for a fact. I've talked to them about it. I'm not shy about this stuff. I talk to people in person about this. The internet's not the only place, and actually doing it in person is actually a lot better.
But
every day.
I think maybe I'm kind of missing slightly what I'm saying, although I think Stacey...
No, I get what you're saying, but the whole thing is how are we going to overcome the Rockefeller school system that was put into place unless we go out and do it independently on our own and out of the school system. Because like she just said, Stacy said, we're not allowed to talk about this stuff in school. You'll get in trouble. You'll get kicked off of school grounds for bringing this stuff up. Stuff like that. Are you kidding me? Yeah, exactly.
And then just simply asking the question. Just simply asking the question, and then you'll have people like you guys who want to just say, "Oh, look at these stupid people who should just take a class and finish school because they're asking questions about their world." And we're just trying to tell y'all, like, "Hey, we're asking the same questions. Like, why don't you ask these questions? But you just want to turn around and tell us, oh, we're just stupid."
Jim,
well, how are we going to progress like that?
Tour? You had a UK university tour planned, 5 destinations, and we had that before the lockdown. There are people trying to make this an actual point for everybody to understand. Yes, we were going to hit the universities right out front. So yeah, there's people trying to do something. There is ways of doing this. We can't get in, then we'll go out front to the point where we can stand, and we'll bring those kids to us. Get double spout, other people to hand out books and all those things. It's important.
I'm not saying there isn't ways to do it. I just don't think anyone or very many people seem to be following the routes that you would follow. Let me give you an example. And this is kind of more, I guess, more of an Americanized issue because we don't really have this in the UK. But I know in America, for instance, in some states, there's debate over what should be in a history book, right? And sometimes anyway, let's not get into that. But there's debate at school boards over which history textbooks they should use and what should be included in them. And so, that's the sort of thing I'm talking about. I imagine you guys are approaching a school board somewhere or something like that. Those sort of routes to if that was the goal for it, to get it taught in school, that I think would be the way to go.
There's open meetings for corrections and other things that you would like to see put into the textbooks and stuff. But
good luck with that.
The majority
listen to the parents and
I'm sorry. Good luck with that.
Anybody can go. You can go. I can show you video.
But ultimately, that's your goal. That's what you want to achieve.
No, you're right. You're right. Exactly. I have to reach more people first and get people to understand it, and actual parents to understand too. And when they start questioning their own schools and their board systems, that's when the change will happen. It's not going to be me doing it. It's going to be the parents saying, "I've had enough. I'm questioning my schools or what my kids are being taught."
Right, that kind of makes sense. So what you kind of if you like, you're saying you need greater numbers, if you like, perhaps in one place, or that are linked somehow, so that you can act as one and force pressure that way. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes, and through the school, so through the parents that have the kids in school is the most important. And we're getting to people doing that and having the understanding of signing petitions and stuff. You can actually get somewhere. I'm not even saying through the other ways that they want us to do it. You're going to have to do it completely the opposite way of that. When you break the system, it's not the way they want it. The system's completely controlled. So we're going on the opposite side. Yeah.
Okay. If you've got a curriculum sorted out, though, for instance, if you were ready to go with this, I mean, I know you kind of mentioned you were perhaps working towards this. What, how can I put this? What can you do to make sure that everything that you're teaching is correct?
Absolutely.
Well, if I could step in real fast, everything that's being taught, like a lot of it can still go. All you have to do is take the theoretics out of it and then explain this is theoretical. This is what we can establish using an empirical method called a science.
Yeah, no.
It's about evidence. It's about evidence, honey. It's about literally theories are in that. They're teaching the wrong even gravity. People come in here and don't even know which gravity. They're like, what? There's 2 gravities? I mean, they don't even know what they're being taught. So therefore, we want to get to
That's just
No,
a line.
I'm talking
from
about
the-
there's a.
It is.
Okay,
I'm
let's
afraid.
get to what we're talking about. I get what you're
Yeah,
saying
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. If I go down that path, but I get you. Okay. But the point is there's stuff being taught in school systems right now that's theoretical, like you just said, that doesn't have to apply to these kids. And there's no proof. You have absolutely no proof in 2020 of this rotation and everything. Then why are they teaching it to the kids? It's valid. It's
Well, because
provable. It's settled science.
We do have.
Well, then
that. I mean,
let's see it. Let's
Yeah,
show
but-
the proof then, because
yeah.
we're waiting. Dang it,
But-
Jim Panda.
but
I mean,
Stacey, you're coming at this from a flat Earth point of view, and you've got to not for a moment. You've got to not at this from a flat Earth point of view, and the flat Earth point of view is space stuff. I can just ignore that. Well, you can't, and most people. Hang on. When you stick this to most people in the streets, and I've watched a lot of the Global Eye Tour. In fact, I've watched all of the Global Eye Tour.
okay,
a lot of
good,
it
great.
twice.
You were there.
So right. So, but when you put this to people in the street, and when you say to them, "Why do you believe it's the globe?" 9 out of 10 of them will go pictures from space. Most of them put that top of their list. And so when you say there's no evidence of the Earth's rotation, for me, when I used to come home from the club at 3 a.m, stick the telly on when the space shuttle was up there, and there was like live, going around the Earth. I can see the Earth rotation on the TV every night. Do you know what I mean?
Of course you can on TV, right? Because it has to be real.
But for most people, I know you guys say that, but the first thing that you were offering me earlier on, or that I was being offered as evidence, was some video of something. And most people accept, the world is on fire at the moment because of a video of something. Most
but this is not practical stuff.
Videos from down here, as opposed to pictures.
Most people accept video as evidence of something, and photographs.
But Jim, I never gave you one video.
And accounts of people who say that they've been to space. All of that adds up for people, and I think. The thing that I'm sorry, I know I'm rambling a bit. I will shut up soon. I'm nearly. But I think the thing that you guys get away with so easily, so often, is this whole space thing. You just write it off, and most people who argue with you let you get away with it. When the reality is, if you were trying to propagate this idea out into the general public, that's your biggest obstacle, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, the big
if you'll allow me to actually get people to look at the shit that NASA shows them, they start seeing it. Just with this last SpaceX nonsense. People were like, wait a minute. This looks like nonsense, right? When they look at it. But a week prior, before the SpaceX rocket took off, mad hype about it. Like, oh, this is gonna be dope. This is gonna be dope. And then as soon as I tell him, well, did you watch it? No, he didn't really watch it. So I go through it with him and I show it to him. And he's like, wait a minute. This just looks like, this looks ridiculous.
Well,
So,
that's because you're going through showing what you think are anomalies. And
I just tell the guy, just watch it with open
doesn't
mind,
matter.
just
It doesn't
watch
matter.
it.
The truth of it is, the vast.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Hang on. I'll explain. The vast majority of the millions of people who watched that launch thought it was awesome. I did. I watched it and I thought it was awesome. That's most people's impression of it. Most people didn't look
just
at it.
like Star Wars.
Hang on.
Awesome.
Most people didn't look at it and go, "That's ridiculous." They just didn't.
Well, I'm not really talking about the launch of the rocket itself. I'm more talking about the craft when it was in supposed space. And when they're flipping back and forth between cameras, and you can see one looks almost concave, the other one is convex.
Really?
Right?
You really need.
When he's gonna hold on, time out, Jim. Time out, Chocolate. Jim and Chocolate. He's gonna try to appeal to the fact that you have. Hold on. He's gonna try to appeal to the fact that you have a jaded outlook. Here's the thing. This is the thing. I'm not talking about my jaded outlook. I know Chocolate, but listen, as a debater, that's his job. So let me So let me finish because I'm in the mid-tour. I let you talk. I let you talk.
Sorry, I'm going to have to moderate through all of you. Please don't talk through each other or I'm going to find the mute another motherfucker button. Let OJ make his point and then you can respond, Jen.
All right.
Second of all, outside of the simple, like, flat and stationary, this is what we can observe. So now you need evidence or information to prove otherwise. Okay, that aside, you also made a point about, the mounting evidence that we've been to space, but the fact is there are billions, if you could believe that number, of people on Earth, and how many people have been to space? So it's not really mounting evidence if you look at it from that perspective, and that is just a logical perspective. Continue, Chocolate, I'm sorry.
I can't remember what the last point was now that I was going to respond to.
Well, can I say
I was just addressing your point. I'll make it real quick. Flat.
Go ahead.
I'm just addressing your point of, most people walking around on the street, their first response to why do you know it's a globe? Because pictures from space.
Right.
All I'm saying is that's kind of just the program. That's how that works, right? Everybody has had a globe in their classroom. Everybody had posters of the solar system in their classroom. I had all of that, right? And I thought it was cool at the time. So you just grow up with that fucking indoctrination implanted into your head, right? But until some people actually look at it, like me, I used to look at all the NASA shit. I looked at the moon landings way before Flat Earth, and I was just like, this just doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't seem like reality, man, because I'm looking at it and it doesn't present itself to me as being real. I'm sorry, that's just how it looks to me. And then people now, when they look back and they see this shit, they're like, wait a minute. And even now in 2020, we're still putting up footage that a regular person, if they actually look at it and say, wow, this looks like crap. Well, I just think that's the indoctrination being broken right there, my man.
Well, I think
because it just, come on, you can't tell me all the footage that you've seen from NASA. You really, I'm
I haven't seen any footage at all from NASA that I think is fake. Not a single minute. Not a frame of video that I think is fake.
Can I ask one question?
Hang on, just let me respond. Hang on, let me respond to the other point that I'm now 4 points away from.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which is where the horizon, how the horizon changed in that SpaceX footage. Obviously, this is an effect of barrel distortion. You can you can very easily see it. It's concave towards the edge of the lens. It's more curved towards the top edge of the lens. It's very obvious. You can see it. It's the horizons are in different places on each camera, and that's why the curve looks different. Any normal person who's just considering that footage as is would say that. Now, if you've told your friend incorrectly that that's indicative of fakery, then maybe your friend is not that knowledgeable on this subject, and he thinks you are, and he's taken your word for it.
And I've walked into conversations.
I'm still talking, but all you've done,
relax, bro.
No, you talked for a long time, dude.
Your friend is not a science.
All you've done is tell him something that's incorrect. You've got away with bullshitting someone with something that wasn't true. That you didn't.
Well, let's always look at this.
That you didn't carefully consider for yourself. That you should have done.
Because you're out there appeal to the audience.
You're out there proclaiming the truth, and you've gone out and said something really, actually quite silly.
Okay, and does that count for the regular people who saw it and then just actually ran up on me and were like, I was watching the SpaceX shit.
Well, they aren't regular people.
Look what I ran into.
We aren't talking about regular people. We're talking about your mates who know you're a flat earther.
I'm talking about regular people. They're not flat earthers. I'm talking about the people who weren't.
Where are the newspaper reports from all the people demanding that it's saying it's fake?
That's what I'm talking about. Most people who were excited about it didn't even watch it, Jem. That's what I'm talking about.
Really quickly, Jem, you were on the Globe-wide tour. Okay, you met Sven at one point, right? Did you ever speak out there with them? Did you ever do any face-to-face connections with any of them on that tour with people on the street to know how the people will react? Did you one time give your time for that?
Do what? Do what? Hold on.
Did you give your time on the street speaking to regular people about what they thought that they lived on to actually verify what the Globe Light Tour was all about?
Oh no,
And
I
how people actually-
watched. I watched every
Let me
single
talk. I listened
interaction
to you. I asked you a question specifically. You were
no, I
on the
didn't.
tour and you met. Let me finish. You were there. Did you not speak to them people there, like the content creators? But did you ever speak to anybody on the street? Did you speak on behalf of people on the street?
What would I do? Say, oh, the Earth's a globe, passerby.
Okay,
What would I?
have you tried? Did you even?
Why would I want to? People would think I was mad. What would I do?
But that's the point. Wait. That's the point. How can you speak on something if you haven't done it? Okay.
Well, because my basis for my claim, my 9 out of 10 people claim, is the in the street the activism reactions that I've seen, and I've watched many hundreds of hours of flat Earth activism, hundreds.
Well, then why did you even go to the tour and meet them and shake hands? Why did you even go there? Why did you waste your time meeting flat earthers if you weren't going to be there to give any kind of interpretation of anything, Jen?
Well, I was quite happy to point. What I really would have liked to have done was told them about three simple things.
Oh, you were quite chummy, by the way, with people that you were chummy with before this tour, correct?
Can I finish?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, honey.
What I would have liked to have done was
that's not the question.
What was the question?
What have you done? Not what would you have liked to have done?
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know what
you haven't done anything, but you're speaking like you have. Until you get on the street,
and I'm telling you why I'm speaking.
Wait. Until you get on the street, like stop for a minute.
All right.
Stop for until you get on the street like one of us and actually speak about the globe or anything on tour or any on the.
You're saying the same thing again, Stacey. That I have to wait 2 minutes.
You can't speak on something about other people.
And now you've interrupted me to say the same thing again.
Well, you think that you know what the
Stacey, what's his response?
Right, my 9 out of 10 claim is based on the hundreds of hours of video I've watched of flat Earth street activism. That's how I can say how I think. Well, what else have I got to go on? My point is about how people react when they're presented with flat Earth. So it isn't about what happens when I present them with a globe. It's what happens when they're presented with flat Earth. And what happens with when they're presented with flat Earth, when they're asked how they know they live on a globe, most of them say pictures from space. They just do.
Okay.
You know what? I mean, I think the thing that all of you are ignoring right now is that Gem Panda is absolutely correct. And let me tell you why. He says people look at the TV and they say that's a rocket going to space and everybody's happy about it. And they pat each other on the back and they say we went to space and that's real. I mean, the one that watched, obviously. And then, like, they're given flat Earth proof, and they're like, that's ridiculous. And even someone who's been in the flat Earth movement, like Gem Panda, I guess, for a long time, and he still thinks that Chocolate told his friends some sort of incorrect advice, and then so he was misled from the path of true globedom, like, by Chocolate.
Oh, no, he was just misled. He was just told something that's not true, and it sounds like
all I said was watch this.
Bullshit him with it.
No, sorry. All I did was say watch that because again, like I said, he was mad hype about it before it happened, and then after it happened, when I asked him about it, he said, "Oh, I didn't even really." So I had to tell him, "Could you watch it, please?" And then he did, and he came back to me like, "What the hell is going on here?"
Well,
so that's all I'm saying.
What specifically did he not like then without your prompting? What did he come up with?
He didn't like that the camera was flipping back and forth between showing a round Earth and a almost concave Earth.
Right, so all he needs is a little bit of knowledge about barrel.
See, he's off. He's off the path.
Please continue, Chocolate. Sorry. Please continue, Chocolate. Stop interrupting, Jim.
Yeah. He didn't like that. He didn't like how it looked. Yeah. I know you have your pre-programmed excuse for it. It's just a little weird when a camera can simply turn the Earth from fucking round to not round. It's just retarded, bro. On the same rocket? Come on. Happening on the same live stream at the same time? flipping back and forth between two different Earths? Come on, man. Anybody who looks at that with any type of intellectual honesty is going to say that's just a little weird. I don't care about your little barrel distortion fucking excuse, bro. Right?
Well,
then he looked at that. And then he looked at the rocket landing, and then all of a sudden this live stream. Can I finish? Can I
No,
finish?
because you're on another point.
Finish, man.
On to this point.
Dude, let him finish.
All right, make.
Just one more point, because these are the two that stood out to him the most. Was the rockets flipping back and forth and showing the two different Earths, right? And then you got the live stream that automatically cuts out when this rocket is supposedly landing back on the barge, right? Okay. And that's something that a lot of people thought was weird. And yeah, I know SpaceX already has their pre-programmed excuse for that too. I get it. But I'm talking about the regular folk who are not into this discussion and want to see a cool rocket landing back. And then all they're met with is, oh, look, the live stream went down. We lost the satellite signal, and then it comes back on. Hey, look, ta-da, there's a rocket for you, right? So I'm pointing out that if a regular person actually pays attention to that type of shit, they might say, hey, they might start questioning it. See, this doesn't make sense. But regular folk don't care. Oh, we went to space. Yay, great, right? Pictures from space. Like you said, that's what everybody says until they start looking at it, right? Until they start seeing, oh, NASA fucking photoshops their own shit. And they tell you, enough. I'm done. Go ahead. I'm done.
Right. Do cameras cause barrel distortion in an image?
Yeah, obviously.
Right. So why? So if they do, why is it? I don't care about that barrel distortion excuse. How is that an honest way to proceed?
Because I am not talking about myself, who knows what that is. I'm talking about a regular person who would just be watching it. And
so did you tell him about it then, or did you just allow him to think that it
yeah, I told him they have an excuse. Because he asked me why is that happening? Why is that going on in the same live stream at the same time?
I'm glad you put it. That's a little weird. He'll look into what barrel distortion is, and he'll.
Yeah, I told him to look at it, but what I'm saying is he brought that to me after I told him to watch it. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but there's an answer for that. It's not anomalous. It doesn't help you, does it? Anyone in the general public that saw that and thought, what the fuck is going on there? If they were bothered about it enough, they would look into it and they would find the explanation for it. And the explanation is perfectly reasonable. Anyone can test it easily with a camera and any straight edge.
How come there's no barrel distortion in the program?
No. Okay, but what about his second point? Okay, we accept your answer. Okay, finish your answer, and I also want to hear the second point.
Anyone can test it, and I don't think it's intellectually honest of you to just dismiss it and say, oh, barrel distortion. Although, to be fair, you did say you told him about it, so that's fair enough. As for the camera cutting
obviously, I don't think that's happening where it's happening anyway.
Okay. But as for the camera cutting out, as you know, there is another perfectly logical explanation for that. But if you watch the one on a few days later, the rocket managed to make it all the way to the barge without the camera cutting out. So
that's lucky.
Well, it looks like it was on that occasion. So
not during the big all the fanfare for that live stream. We had to wait 3 days to get that live, right?
Plus, well, sometimes that's the way it is, right? But
no cutting out with the guys up in space. But
I just
in 2020, we can't get a satellite.
See, this is why you guys can't be taken seriously, because you just can't allow a person just to make a point.
His point, Jem. That's all. You know, you've done is talking through him.
Cut me off halfway through what I'm saying.
And everybody else.
What I was saying, I just wanted to respond.
Jem, trying to moderate. Yeah, trying to moderate.
I wanted to respond to his 5-minute diatribe that he'd already made twice. Anyway.
I wanted to make a comment on the whole situation. So when you're done, I got to say something.
All right. Well,
Jem, make your point, then Rich is going to have a go. Thank you.
The final point I wanted to make was there is footage of it landing on the barge. It's just, sometimes it's from elsewhere and sometimes it takes us a couple of days for it to work its way through the system. But that, you know what I mean? But that's the way it is. If it's out there on a barge, you know what I mean? It takes a while for it to get back to somewhere else, right?
There he goes.
You know what I mean? But they have it. I mean, I saw some from a drone, I think, once where it was landing on a barge. So, you know what I mean? There is footage of it landing. It's just you guys go, aha, it cut out for a second. Take. As if that in any way relates.
Well, I have
faking
seen
the whole
some
thing,
footage
but
that was
apparently they
posted.
couldn't. They're faking the whole thing, but apparently they couldn't fake this 1 second where it landed. That's just too complicated. Well, we're just making it go black for that.
You
We
have
can't do
footage
that.
of the new rocket landing? Because I saw some that was posted that apparently was almost the same as the old footage that happened like 4 years ago. Somebody showed me. Do you have that?
I've watched all the recent. I didn't watch. There was a launch yesterday, wasn't there? I haven't watched that.
No, I mean when you know the big SpaceX thing when that rocket that particular
I watched that
came
one, yeah.
back down.
The one with
Did you
humans.
happen to have that? Yes.
Yeah. What about it?
Could you link that one? I don't know if I've seen that one yet. If you could
Chocolate,
link to
I
that.
think that's it there, dude. I found that out. I think this is the most recent one. Would that be correct, Jim Panda?
I think is that the one where you actually see it land? I think it is.
Yeah, but that's the point I was going to make. Right.
All right. I know what you're going to say. It's goes
yeah.
horribly overexposed, so you don't really.
Yeah. So the overexposure again is like, look, let me put my hands over my fucking eyes and let's see nothing while it's landing again. It's just as bad as the other. Get the fuck out of here, you clown.
But how is this in any way a logical argument when there are hundreds and there must be hundreds of pieces of footage of SpaceX rockets landing. Hundreds, all the way to the launch pad, no problem. Hundreds of them. But no, this one, it's fake because they had to take out this 1 second. How does that make any sense in anybody's world? In a filmmaker's world? In a space engineer's world? It just doesn't make any sense.
Dude, I watch fucking King Kong on the telly. Does it make him real? Wake up. Fucking spastic brain. Look, honestly, you are retarded. Honestly, you are the biggest fucking retard I've ever met in my life. I've never met.
Is anybody claiming that a King Kong movie is evidence of a real King Kong?
Yeah, well, that's what you're claiming. Your space is real based on movies, you fucking clown.
No, that's a different thing, and you know it. Don't be silly. That's just being silly. And if you're going to go down that line, all video is off the table, isn't it? For you, all video, no more Black Swan. That's because that's video.
Well, you know, this is the difference. The video that we're using is video that you already use, and we're just pointing out the defects in that shit, right?
Well, his argument
that's dishonest to say that we're showing video and going, hey, check this new shit out. No, we're showing the old shit that's already been there and saying, hey, point this out. Look at this. Look, there's a fucking scuba tank. Oh, look, there's some fucking wires. Oh, look at this. They're overlaying some shit. The ball's going through this fucking guy's hand. Bags over there. Come on, man. You got eyes. You can fucking see. You know damn right well they're
watch
faking
the
that
video.
shit.
Let's not watch the video that my arguments are based on. Let's not watch those. Let's
Can you
not go back
pile
and
on?
relook
Let
at
me
that.
respond to each point. Don't pile on, else his point is completely lost behind your point. Because then I have to respond to what you've just said, and I can't remember what he's just said. So if you pile on top of each other like this, his point is for.
Because you got to bring
you how fucking retarded it is, right?
Don't let me respond. Stop me from responding again. All talk.
Let him respond, and Wrench is also waiting, guys. So let him respond, and Wrench can go.
Right. I don't know that everything's being faked. I think all of the things you're talking about are just anomaly hunting nonsense. And to respond to what Breaking said, his argument was that if something's on video, it should be disregarded because Superman's on video and that's fiction. Well, I think that's a nonsense argument. And if you're going to follow that line, which is a rejection of everything on video because some things on video are fictional, then all your videos are gone. No more J. Tola Media, no more Black Swan, no more 200 proofs the Earth's not a spinning ball. It's all gone. So if that's what you want, if you want to keep making that stupid, ridiculous, intellectually dishonest Superman argument, keep making it. but it's ridiculous.
No, what I'm talking about, let me respond to him. Let me respond to him, yeah. What I'm saying is,
character or something.
Gemsy, can you not hear I'm responding to?
Oh, Gems.
I'm just
Yes,
asking
man.
if he's some type of anime character or something.
Well, that's pointless then, isn't it? Go on, Breaking.
Yeah. The point I'm making is King Kong was on the tele. You're saying that space is for every video, and that's what we see, so we have to believe it. But guess what? We ain't got the fucking brain cells of a tiny little fish in a jar. We can use our initiative. We can use our research by looking through the video.
Well, if you want,
don't interrupt, please. I'll let you finish.
You're dropping out.
Yeah, everything about saying that thing.
Breaking if you talk. Okay.
Point I'm making is when you can see hundreds of anomalies through all the NASA videos about space, the ISS, and everything else. Come on, Gem Panda. What you're saying is, I'm blind, I can't hear, and I know nothing. You know, every single video is truthful. My gosh, look through the amount of anomalies. We're talking about common sense here, and what you've done is you left your fucking common sense at the door before you come in here.
Well, if you actually look into the process of anomaly hunting in photographs, and you look at, read about that, Google anomaly hunting and read about it. It's just the fact that you think you found hundreds of anomalies is just, for me, is just more evidence of how ineffective and that process of anomaly hunting is for determining facts about reality. It's just anomaly hunting. You could take any bunch of photos or any video, and I'll be able to find you stuff in it that is anomalous. And people
So
have
are you
proved
saying
it.
stuff
Hang
that
on,
you can
I'm
verify
still making
and
the point. People have proved this time and time again. I can point you to a great video where on YouTube where someone does it like a little challenge where you have to pick which photo's got the problem with it, and then the next week he tells you which one it is. It's just not an effective means of determining facts about reality. Final point, which is what you said. Now you're saying because it's on television. I'm not saying believe something that because it's on television. You're saying, I think, disbelieve it because it's been broadcast on television. I don't think that's reasonable. I think most people...
You're putting something in the same...
Nearly there. I think most people... I think most people
can verify it and put it in the
Can
same
I finish?
basket or
I think
something that you
most...
can go to the beach
I think most
and
people...
verify.
I think most people consider video to be good evidence of something. Courts do. We use CCTV all the time to convict people. Body cam.
There's a difference between that, dude. You're talking about video where you're never someplace that you're never going to go, and 99.9% of us are never going to go, and we're got to take their word. 100% their word for what the fuck's going on. So if you choose to believe that, and we can find hundreds of anomalies in their video that you will never go to and I will never go to, right? And still choose to believe it, then the joke's on you, man, I guess.
Well, like I say, I don't think anomaly hunting is very effective.
You would say
I'll also say this. I'll also say, go ahead.
You would say there's a big difference between going somewhere where I could buy a P900 and get on a plane and go to California and go do those observations myself, right? With the oil rigs. I could actually do that and replicate that if I wanted to. Right? But neither you nor I could go to space and replicate any of that, right?
Well, you don't.
Yeah, you could admit that there's a big difference between that type of a video where anybody can get on a beach and fucking take a video, and then the other one, which is space, where only astronauts can go. Can you admit that there's a big difference between the two, Jim?
No, I can't.
No.
Because,
okay.
Why not? Because that's kind of logically consistent. We can't verify this stuff because you can't go to space. Why don't you think? Okay, respond.
Because I don't think that that's why most people believe a piece of video. Like, for instance, what's happened in Minneapolis. Most people don't think Well, I know that's true because I could go to Minneapolis. They think I know that's true because it's recorded on high definition video. It's got sound.
Give me a fucking
Somebody.
break.
Well, they do. They do. They don't think.
Yeah, they might do that.
I believe it because I can go to Minneapolis.
It doesn't make it right, and you trying to make an excuse for it is pathetic. Literally pathetic, man.
Make an excuse for what? I don't know what you're talking about.
We're talking about
People
verifiable.
being that damn ignorant.
What?
We're talking about the difference about going to a beach with a fucking camera and then going to space. There is a stark difference. 99% of the people can get a camera and go to a beach. 99.9% of the people can't go to space.
But
so it's 99.9% of the people. That is unverifiable, isn't it?
Well, for a start, that's a figure that you've just plucked out of your arse. So
Well, 99.9% of the world think they live on a ball.
Look,
so
the point
we
is,
understand that we can, 99.9% of us, because only a certain amount of people have been to space, the vast majority of the population of the Earth can get a camera and go to the beach. The vast population of Earth can't get in a rocket and go to space. Is that correct?
No. Not in any way.
We can all get in on it.
Incorrect. It's
So we can all get in rockets then, can we? We can all fuck off space.
Can I answer? If you presented a piece of evidence, like, for instance, the Black Swan that we all know and love, most people can go to a beach, but that's not going to the Black Swan. If you want the Black Swan to be believed, people, according to you, have got to verify that and go there. And, of course, the vast majority of people on Earth can't do that. And wouldn't want to, but more to the point, this is
But you could. That's the point. The point. More to the point is the argument.
Please let me finish.
The argument. It's
All
not
right,
the location.
don't let me make my point. It's more important.
Yeah, go ahead and explode, bro. Nobody cares about your feelings out here, bro.
Jesus, I'm trying to make it, but you're talking, so I can't.
Like your point, let me go
I have, but you've stopped me from making it, and now you're saying you don't have a point.
Bro, you have no
Just
point.
be quiet so I can make it, then you'll find out. If you're right and I don't have a point, I'm about to look really silly, aren't I?
Yeah.
Look silly, bro.
Hold on. I want him to respond. Oh, he's gone. Oh, no, he's still there. I want you to respond about everybody being able to get into a rocket and go to space.
I'd love to respond. And the point of this argument is about what people in the street believe and why they believe it. And most people don't disbelieve something because they can't immediately go there. That's silly. That's not a reasonable reason to reject video and photographic evidence of something. And you guys can pretend it is, but it isn't.
It's pretty
Excuse me, that is not verifiable proof. None of what you see, that is just believing. They're literally just believing. Literally. That do you understand what verifiable means, Jim Panda? Do you know what verifiable means? Literally?
No, I'd love to know. Please tell me. What does it mean?
It means something that you can actually go and verify yourself if you want to. Like they just said, we can go verify, the Canigou to the French Alps photos. It have been done several times, and even in infrared, double infrared.
But you haven't done it, and you still believe it.
Don't interrupt me. Now we can go finish, we can go actually, test these laser tests, and we can actually repeat these laser tests. You can't go to space. You can't go up there and take a photo. So none of that shit is verifiable. What we have is actual verifiable evidence. You have no verifiable evidence. That's the point.
Well, first of all, that's not true. There's plenty of what you would call verifiable evidence.
Share one with me,
all right,
please.
cut me off after half the sentence. Go ahead. Because we. All right, you talk again. Go on, say some more.
Yeah, Jim, can I talk to you for just a real quick second? I mean, it goes back to a few months ago.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you probably don't remember me. It was a really offhand conversation. We probably talked for about 5 minutes on your server. We're talking probably early March, like probably the 5th of March, around there. We had talked about the virus. And I had said, people don't need to panic yet, right? Just let for the data come in, and wait and see what happens. And you went thermonuclear on me, and you're like, I'll panic if I want to.
Right.
And I'm like, yeah. Do you remember that conversation?
I do remember that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes. I go, that's okay. It's okay to panic, but at the end of the day, panic is not going to solve anything.
Yeah. I'm not sure we're talking about panic, but anyway, yeah.
I wasn't telling you that you were wrong.
You were very
right.
right. So let's talk about verifiable.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to. If you would just wait. Okay.
Go ahead.
So now we're talking about in March. From my point of view, it appeared to be it was going to be a big deal, but it turned out to be even maybe a bigger deal than some people were thinking, and maybe not as big deal as other people were thinking. But the goal was to continue to keep talking with logic and reason and science, which meant to be talking with each other instead of talking at one another. That's the only thing I really wanted to say. Is I think that was at the time it started off, it was kind of hot, and you were kind of screaming. But at the end of the conversation, I thought it was okay.
Because I was shitting myself, mate. Because I knew my business was about to go down the pan. And to be fair, I was right to be shitting myself because things are not good.
Yeah, and I got that, and I really thought that it was really more important for the cooler heads to kind of like level things out. So in this conversation
eventually, but you know what I mean? At that time, I was in I'm happy to admit I was in a state, and I think, sometimes you need to be in a bit of a state as well, I think, because, anyway.
Pass if it was your business, but man, if you were like wearing your face mask in your car or some shit like that, then you don't get no pass.
See, for me, I think it's for verifiable for science. I mean, I'm an old guy, okay? So I was 8 during the Apollo mission, and I grew up and basically we're talking about things will be better in the future. There was a lot of violence in society in the 70s.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, So I had expected by this time. So why I'm a flat earther was I expected by this time there would be an intergalactic space race. There would be people reaching about what society, almost like which society is going to expand to the next galaxy. But yet,
don't you think in the 70s we all got sort of caught up in that whole space race thing, and we saw this leap forward in technology, and we all just thought it was just going to keep going in that same direction, and it didn't. So. Yeah, but, we did think there were going to be cities in space and, holidays on the moon and, all sorts of, I mean, I think it's a US senator or some politician. I think he might have even been higher up than that. And the day after Apollo 11 landed on the moon, he said, he came out saying he wanted to ask for funding for a landing on Mars. That's how excited people were about this sort of stuff at the time. So I think there was a sort of, an element of that. People they imagine this bright future, and it's never quite how we expect it to be, is it?
Yeah, it's like where people kept saying in the 60s and the 70s, give peace a try. And there's still been endless limited war in third world countries over some sort of limited resource that people really don't need.
Right. I mean, there's a great interview you can probably find with Arthur C. Clarke somewhere, and he talks about how people in the future will be able to communicate instantly with each other. It's done in like the 1950s or something. And he says, there'll be a day when a man will sit on a beach in Tahiti and do business in London. He actually conceives the internet in this TV interview and talks about how we can do business and how we can communicate. And like I say, this is in the 50s, maybe really 30 years before we had internet. And then directly afterwards, right after he's said this brilliant prediction about the internet, he talks about how we'll also all have monkey butlers to run around servers in our houses. So it just goes to show that even the cleverest people who can make the most astounding predictions of how technology will advance could also get it hopelessly wrong at the same time.
You see, like in the 80s, I was in the military and stationed in the South. and I went to Disneyland for the opening of Epcot. Okay, to kind of get my age away here. But when I went to Epcot, it showed some teenagers on some sort of weird hover vehicle that looked like, like the speed racer thing from.
Right.
Then the parents would say, "Don't stay up too late. I want you home by 9." And the kids were in the middle of the desert, like the Sahara Desert, and it made it seem like the parents were like on the East Coast, like in Boston or some shit. Right. And I was like thinking, holy crap, the world of tomorrow? You're going to say, kids, here's the car keys. Go check out the Sahara Desert. Be home by dinner. Fast forward to 2020, we're seriously bombing people who live in the Sahara Desert for some sort of bullshit resource that no one. I mean, like, really, at the end of the day, do you really need all this clean coal and this oil and these fossil fuels? Why haven't, like, green, like, power sources taken over at least? If somehow the ISS can function completely off solar panels, why can't my mini mart function on a few solar panels?
Well, I think that's a sort of if you like, a technological paradigm shift that we're working towards. I mean, I interviewed actually a few months ago for a job working for a power company, and I had to read up all about this company, and their whole shtick at the moment is all about how electricity generation is changing, and now they're having to take electricity rather than from one big central power station, they're getting it from people's solar panels. And then they have, in some factories where there's a lot of heat generation, they have a system for recycling that heat and generating electricity with it. And there's also this wave power and wind power and all these things contributing, because essentially they've got to. Because in Europe, I think by, 2030 or something like that, it's very soon, all new vehicles will be electric. There'll be no new petrol vehicles. And you imagine all of the car journeys in Europe, every single car journey, all of the energy used up in those car journeys that's burning in those engines, all of that energy has now got to be generated from electricity. That's
hydrogen-based electric vehicles.
Massive change.
Hydrogen.
It's a massive change in the quantity of electricity that we're going to need. Vast change. The guy at the interview told me that as things stand, the only way that they could cope with this change is to build 6 new nuclear power stations, which for our country is that would be a vast, enormous, huge investment.
Yeah, I would think that battery power would be a lot farther along than it would be, right? Especially for vehicles, considering that we were using, a fucking dune buggy on the moon that was just battery powered, and that bad boy could move, couldn't it? You ever seen them videos of that dune buggy rolling on the moon is all battery powered? I wonder whatever happened to that. I wonder why it just went dead for a couple decades, right?
Well, I mean, it's a really
I wonder why they weren't trying to push that.
I can tell you.
They had the technology.
I can tell you why. It always amazes me that you guys don't know, because a thing I hear so often in Flat Earth is NASA spent $52 million a day. I mean, you guys are clued up on their budget and you're pissed off about it. Well, you aren't the only people who are pissed off about it. When NASA landed on the moon in 1969, despite the fact that some senators were very excited about it, polls of the general public showed there was only a 53% approval rating directly after Apollo 11, when people were
Nixon. Just because most people
Nixon was
still,
asshole.
skeptical, true skeptics, right?
Well, I think
and knew there was a crock of shit.
No, I think
people didn't trust Nixon. It had all to do with. Go ahead. Sorry,
I think because most people thought, like they often do now, that there's better things to spend that money on. We've got bigger problems here on Earth that we need to deal with before we send people to the moon or send people to space. And that's why Nixon defunded Apollo. He said he did when he came when he came into presidency. He commissioned a committee to look at NASA's plans and their expenditure and all of that. And they concluded, and this is all public, it was published in 1970, their report, you can go and read it, and they lay out in that report basically what we've seen from NASA since 1970. And what they say is they want to develop a space shuttle and a space station. Well, the space station actually never got funded. It was going to be Space Station Freedom. And the basis plans for that eventually became the plans for the ISS. But there was never enough US funding to actually do a space station for USA on its own. The only way that
reason being because the US people didn't really buy into the idea.
Well, that's not exactly correct, Jen.
You can say what their reasons, what you think their reasons are for not buying into the idea, but essentially you're right. People think there's other things to spend money on, and they only want to spend so much on space. There's only so much political support for it, and that's why we haven't been back to the moon, because people want to spend. They don't want to spend that money on going to the moon. They want to spend it on other stuff,
like war and bombs and.
Yeah, but Space Station Freedom was supposed to be a refueling station to go to Mars. So ISS doesn't do that. ISS can't even refuel to go to the moon.
That's right. I mean, they had all these big plans to keep humans, doing planetary exploration. But part of the NASA plan was space shuttle, space station. The idea of that was to make space travel more every day, having a reusable spacecraft. And the other part of the plan was to have more unmanned robotic craft exploring the planets. And that's what we
But freedom, freedom didn't mean human freedom. It meant freedom to move across the universe.
Right.
Reagan addressed this when he said, like, when we establish a space station freedom, it won't be about American freedom. I know I'm not quoting exactly. I'm kind of paraphrasing.
Well, generally,
it's going to be about freedom to move to the through the solar system and see what's going on. It's going to be I think he kind of said the phrase like gas station for the galaxy.
I mean, American presidents have often hinted at, sharing space programs with other countries. Kennedy actually twice made statements in two speeches. He made statements about sharing the moon landings with Russia before, obviously, before he was assassinated. But he did that twice because he knew he was going to get a bit of a battering from the American public for spending all that money on going to the moon. It wasn't really a immensely popular idea politically, and that's the case since. Americans want, they want their taxes spent on solving the problems in America, not sending men to the moon. Understandable.
Well, this is why, even since the 80s, when Reagan talked about Space Station Freedom, there's been a drinking water crisis. Like, Native American reservations have had little to no access to fresh drinking water still to this day. And now Flint, Michigan, but yet NASA spends $100 million every 39 hours. That could repair the drinking water crisis 7 times every 100 hours.
You make a compelling argument that I cannot refute.
And that's why I kind of feel like this top-down command economy, federal government overreach is why there hasn't been an advancement of science in over 50 years. So why not defund NASA, privatize it, and people like you or other people who really care about these issues can pool their expertise, their resources together and pick up where the federal government has failed.
Well, I think there's an element of that anyway, because of course NASA doesn't really build spacecraft, does it? It commissions private companies to build spacecraft for it.
Well, defense contractors.
Yeah. Really. So, but I mean, I really think that's what it's all about. I mean, and I've always said this. I think if you're looking for the big lie in NASA, the big lie is that it's just about science, when clearly on multiple occasions it's been about developing defense technologies, and still is. And that's definitely okay. There's great science going on, and I would certainly disagree. There's been no science advances in the last 50 years. I definitely disagree with that. But there's certainly science going on, but it's also definitely developing defense technologies, and always has.
Which really looks at, when people talk about, the American defense budget, right? Like, cut that. But if you look at the American defense budget, it outspends 14 other nations, 13 of which are allies. And if you look at space budgets, NASA outspends the next 7 agencies combined.
Right.
But yet somehow there's not enough money. How much money would it take at that point?
Well, like I say, I mean, it's always a compelling argument, and this is why it always fascinates me when you guys can't figure out why people haven't been back to the moon, because it's just not politically popular to send people to the moon because of the reasons you're stating. Because it's always an easy problem that you can point to here on Earth and say, look, why the fuck aren't you sorting this out? It's only going to cost you $10 million, and the problem's fixed.
Dude, in the 80s and 90s, man, everybody was on board with this shit.
Jem, you've been around this argument for 3, 4, 5 years. What's the biggest argument that flat earthers have regarding space?
Biggest argument? Well, I'll tell you the one that rocked my world. Shall I tell you that? The one that rocked.
It's like we're like our brains are linked because I don't think you've had a good
argument. But I can tell you the one that knocked me off balance was the nonlinear aircraft model. That thing we were talking about earlier, the one that says the flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth or whatever. The first time I saw that, I was watching a Robert Bassano video, and he showed that, and confirmation bias kicked in, and my first thought was, he's faked this. Right. So I looked up the document, I found the document, and there was just this moment, right, when I laid my eyes on the document and the words were in there, and I really wasn't expecting to see the words in there. I thought he'd photoshopped it and something. And I thought, what? I tell you what, just for a moment, my heart missed a beat, and then I thought, hold on a minute, what is this document you're looking at? And then I started reading it, and I asked a few people, and then I got an understanding of it. But that was one that did knock me off balance, I have to admit. I was like, what the... Because, in the end, for me, it didn't... It wasn't a flat Earth evidence, but...
Is that about space, though? I thought it was about space.
Space, I just... Nothing. I mean, all I see is this anomaly hunting. And I also see some things where it was mentioned earlier, that like the clip of the guy when he's under that panel on the ISS and it looks like he drops that nut. That I often see that carted around as a tiny little clip that's been carefully edited to make it look bad. And if you watch the whole thing, then you understand what's going on.
Come on, man, it ain't edited that like that.
Have you watched?
You act like that shit's edited. Yeah, I've seen the whole thing, of course.
Right, let me get some more.
I always go to the source, man, and it's exactly what happens. He drops the nut.
Well, if you want to believe that, I don't see a nut dropping. Well, it looks, and the video's been. The video has been cut.
Jedi wants to get back to his
point. He dropped the nut because they tried to make it sound like there was zero gravity. And there's not.
If you want
there's
to
not
that.
Zero gravity.
But if
there
that
is gravity,
but if
even if flat Earth, there's still gravity there.
But if that's the case, why was the video cut in the way that it was? Why is it whenever I see it, I only ever see these few seconds of it, and I don't see the bit that follows it up? Because without that,
because they tried to make it sound like the government lied and tried to make it sound like there was zero gravity once you get about 200 miles up. And there isn't. There's still gravity.
But my point is, when I watch the whole video, it doesn't look suspicious. When I watch
there's a downward motion.
Hang on. But when I watch the little flat earther clip, it does look suspicious. And I think that's because the little flat earther clip deliberately makes it look suspicious.
How the fuck can you make it deliberately look suspicious when it's the same video as the original one? Like, I mean, I'm just saying, even if they show it lapped a couple times over and over again, to reinforce the fact that the nut's fallen, it's
That's the problem. The government said they wouldn't fall, and it did. So why did it fall the direction it fell?
It didn't.
And it fell down.
It did.
It fell downwards.
It didn't.
I don't know.
So this is how
you're talking about the toilet video, right? Where the guy was screwing around.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, Jedi, go ahead. I didn't mean to step on you.
Yeah, no, it's because I'm kind of interested in the response that Jen gave. He just going, videos and this, that, and the other. That's not the biggest argument we've got against space, mate, and you know that. The biggest argument that we have against space, the vacuum, is it can't next to a pressurized system without a physical barrier, so we've got gas pressure. That's the biggest argument, isn't it? Because it kind of goes against natural law.
Completely ridiculous. I don't know how any of you have been silly enough to believe that, really.
What? So you want to keep gas somewhere, the only way that I can do it is to physically contain it, and your necessary antecedent of gravity doesn't affect gas.
I mean, what's the best response to this? This is how I look at this, and this is why I can't get how you guys have bought into this so easily. If it's true that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and for 200 years people have been learning about the second law of thermodynamics, they've gone on to study it in higher education. Some of them have gone on to careers where they've used it. And this has been going on for 200 years. And the only person, the only human being to go, hold on a minute, the vacuum of space violates this law. The only person is Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley, who have never...
No, why don't you pick up a...
Please don't interrupt. Let me finish. They've never done a scientific experiment. They've never demonstrated this to be true. Listen, let me finish.
You're building a straw man, and again, you're using Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser.
Let me finish the straw man, then respond. Okay, you must censor me. I've got to be censored. Right. So they've never done an experiment. They've never demonstrated this claim to be true in any way. They've just read some stuff from a few cherry-picked citations, and from this they've constructed this nonsense that no one on Earth, apart from them, is claiming to be true.
I did before I even started watching their channels, mate.
Well, I don't believe you.
Well, then that's just your opinion, mate. I've asked this question since I was a little kid.
Opinion, wouldn't it? So
Jem, I want you to answer the question. If I want to keep gas dispersing into an available space, how do I do it?
I have no idea. I'm not interested in this question. It's a nonsense.
It's not. No, I am.
Establish that your claim is true. Your claim is.
It is.
The vacuum, well, establish that. Establish that the vacuum of space. Establish that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Show me how you know that is true.
Because every single time I want to contain gas dispersing into available space, I have to stop it with a physical barrier. Because entropy would mean that our atmosphere would disperse into that space. There's no physical barrier.
Understanding of it.
Then can you give me a demonstration of not a physical barrier?
No, you need to give me a demonstration of your claim.
I am. Every single time I want to keep gas somewhere, I've got to contain it. Every time you want to keep gas somewhere, you have to contain it.
Yeah, and on Earth, it's contained by the gravity well of Earth.
But the gravity well, what's a gravity well?
Well, I mean, if you don't know,
No, I'm asking you. I do know.
It's not my job to tell you what that is. You should know
the mass of the Earth sitting in the fabric of space-time, bending and warping it. Yeah. So, is there any science? Yeah, I do, Jem. Please don't interrupt me. I'm really trying my hardest not to interrupt you. All right? Okay. So the demonstration of keeping gas in places is physical containment. You're saying a presupposition of a ball Earth in a space, fabric of space, is bending and warping and keeping the gas here. You've got a demonstration of this.
I haven't said any of that. I didn't.
You said gravity well.
Right, I said there's a gravity well. That's right.
Yeah, you just declared naturally there's a gravity well. Explain your gravity well. I've just done it for you. Can you do it?
I don't have to. If you want to deny it, go ahead and deny it. I don't care.
To prove it.
I don't look. One thing again, I can't prove things to you. Only you can decide if they're proof. And why would I do that? What would be the point?
Saying gravity well isn't proof. Again,
I'll tell you why. Because it is the biggest argument that we have regarding the space being a vacuum, and you can't answer it. You don't want to answer it because you're not intellectually honest enough. You kept strawmanning with Nathan Oak. Shut up. You kept strawmanning with Nathan Oakley and quantum arrays and all of this fucking bollocks. I'm just asking you how you keep gas from dispersing into an available space, where every single other demonstration, when we're talking about vacuums, you need a container.
All right. Well,
doesn't affect gas, does it?
Show me any reputable source that agrees with you, with your idea that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
I got that covered. I got that covered.
Any reputable
You're the dumbest person here, and you're talking the most. Shut up!
You shut up! You shut up!
You friggin' clown! I got it right here.
Don't get emotional, guys. Come on, you guys.
Don't come in here bellowing at me to shut up.
Gas expansion into a vacuum, mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, infusion. Look, shut up! Gas expansion into a vacuum, mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, infusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You're saying a decrease in entropy. You're in violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Have a reputable source which says, show me listen to what my request is first. I want a reputable source that says the words that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
There it is.
Go on, save him. Go on, save him.
There it is, right there.
Where?
Right there in live stream. I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong damn 1 second.
Of course you are.
Of course you are. You friggin' punk ass.
Arena QE.
Right there. You don't need a source saying the vacuum of space because they're not going to say, shut up!
Right, this doesn't say what I asked it.
It's the second law of thermodynamics. Listen closely.
I want the words. Listen closely. I want the words. The vacuum
expansion into a vacuum is increasing entropy. That's it.
I want that. I want the words.
Your position is decreasing entropy.
I want
the words. Violation of the second law of thermodynamics on its face. That's it. You're done.
Again, this is just your opinion about
entropyslight.oxy.edu. What is the second law of thermodynamics, Gem Panda?
I muted him because I don't know where the moderation is at, but I'm not going to allow him to talk through. Can you repeat that, please, Quantum? And then
I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave if you're going to be biased.
Fuck on. And you. I want this conversation because I led him down this fucking path. So, without getting emotionally upset, Gem, listen to the response to Quantum Eraser as kindly as you can, please.
From the entropy site, .oxy.edu, gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis, each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. You're saying there is a decrease in entropy in direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Over.
Okay. I'll respond to this. If I'm interrupted, I'm going to leave, okay? All this is what I said at the start. This is just Quantum Eraser constructing his opinion about this.
Entropysite.oxy.edu. Okay. It's not me.
All right. He's constructing his opinion about this.
It's not my opinion.
He's interrupted me twice now. Okay?
Because you are falsely accusing me.
I let you speak.
Entropysite.oxy.edu. Did I say Quantum Eraser?
Right.
Jim, you yelled at me and I'm a woman. Jim, if I
why are you interrupting me now? Why can't I just answer?
Stacey, everybody else, Stacey,
that's all.
Gem Panda and Quantum are going to have this conversation brilliantly as they can. Everybody else, please shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I want moderator. He said that it's my opinion. I just gave him a citation from.
No, he's saying the same thing again before
I'm not done yet.
You were done. You've said this. You don't need to say
You said it was my opinion. It is not. We're not going to let you monologue for 10 minutes.
You're monologuing.
It was my opinion.
Answer. I'm still being
opinion.
Please mute him so I can respond. Please. It'll take me 2 minutes. I'll be gone.
Please don't build a straw man. Please don't build a straw man. He didn't say that. It's not his thoughts and feelings. He's giving you the reference.
Right. This reference does not say that the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That is a conclusion that Quantum Eraser is drawing from this statement. This statement does not say that, and he will find no reputable source that does. Even though he claimed he could, there will be none. He's a liar.
Gas expansion into a vacuum increases in entropy. I just gave it to you. You don't need to say it. A story doesn't need to say a man. He can say a brother, a grandfather, a father.
Again,
it doesn't need to say that.
Can you answer this question? Time out. Can you answer this question, Jim Panda? What? You're saying that's his interpretation. Is there another interpretation or something?
Well, if
just give it. What other conclusion can we draw? That's all I want to know.
If you want to ask me a question, I'll answer the question, but you don't tell me how I can answer it first. Right?
Yes, what other conclusion can you draw? That is the question.
I'm not interested in that. The point is...
Well, then if you're not going to answer that, you're not really answering my question or his question.
I want to make my point. That's right. I'd like to make my point about what he said.
You already did, and it's incorrect. Gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. We have gas pressure, you have a vacuum. It's an increase in entropy, right? You're saying there's a decrease in entropy in violation of entropy. The second law of thermodynamics.
I haven't said any of that.
Yes, you
never
did.
said any of that.
Yes, you did. We heard you. It's on tape.
You're lying again. I never said any of that. I didn't say any of that. All I've said is...
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. All I've done is ask for a citation which supports this claim. And you can't provide...
I just gave it to you.
No, you didn't.
Gas expansion into a vacuum is increase in entropy, Gem Panda.
And that is you drawing a conclusion from that statement.
It's not a conclusion. I just read it.
Interrupting me.
I just read it.
Sorry.
Right.
Question.
The conclusion...
Jem, what's entropy?
The conclusion that you are trying to get to is the vacuum of space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That's the conclusion that I want to see written down from a reputable source.
You're too stupid to understand what I just said.
I don't need to understand it. I need to see those words written down.
You don't need to see those words. I just gave you those words. Gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy, sir. Don't talk me. You're the dumbest person in here.
Give me your opinion about those words.
Expansion into a vacuum, Gem Panda. Don't overtalk me.
It's your opinion.
Don't overtalk me. Gas expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. That's it. You're done.
Anyway, I'd like to say one more thing if I can before I go.
No, we don't want to hear you. We want to know if you know what the second law is. State it, please.
No, I'm not going to jump through your silly hoop.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. That's the problem.
You need to establish your claim.
I just established it.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No,
I did.
You just
it's in the live stream. You could say "nuh-uh" and dodged and walked past the graveyard, whistling all the way, but you're finished.
Well, the fact is,
yeah.
Just let me answer.
You didn't say anything to
go on. You have a go now. You interrupt me now. Go on.
Okay? Why not? You've monologued here for the past 3 hours.
You've looked at that passage. You've read it out. And
you don't know what I did.
Why are you interrupting me?
Can you divine what I do? Are you working at a carnival? Are you working at a carnival? You can divine what I did?
You've just read it out in front of me. I didn't have to divine
that
it.
doesn't mean I haven't worked in it for all my life.
Just be quiet and let me make my
Be
point.
quiet. We don't want to hear your bullshit. Its expansion into a vacuum is an increase in entropy. You are saying that it's a decrease in entropy.
No, I haven't-
You're in violation of the second law.
Never said
That's
that.
what I'm saying. You're finished.
I've never said that.
Yeah, we've already been over this. It's
Let
on
me
tape.
finish. Just let me make one point, and then you can talk forever. Okay?
Better be concise and be correct.
Shut up, you dickhead.
No, you shut up.
Hold on. That is
Tell
last
me.
chance. Come on. Let's at least answer the question, Jem.
He shouldn't be
Because you're
telling
not-
me that. He shouldn't be telling me that my answer needs to be concise, should he?
Well, it would help if your answer was concise, mate. To be fair.
Do you think he's been concise?
I just want you to answer. Hold on. Hold on, please.
Has
Please,
population
Jem.
been concise?
Yes, he's giving you the reference. He read it out for you, which is the problem that you need to address. I don't think you understand.
He needs to address it. His problem.
Entropy.
His problem is he's making a claim about this.
They won't even let you talk, Jedi.
He's a liar, and
Your sister doesn't mind. You're the dumbest person in here. Where did I lie? Where did I lie?
Watch my channel. You're about to see him lying live.
Channel, you're a piece of shit. You don't even know what an independent variable is. I had to tell you 3 years ago. Get the fuck out of here.
Plenty of episodes of him lying.
You're a clown. You're a clown. Get your
Anyway,
ass
guys.
over to your channel.
Anyway, guys, I've enjoyed talking with you until
Yeah, you've enjoyed. You're full of shit. You're the dumbest person in here. Get your ass out of here.
Jem, everyone.
representative of
Jem.
Planet Debate is here
Jem.
now. So I'll leave you to
Yeah,
your
we'll leave
shouting
you to-
lunatic.
I hear your
that
color
you're
commentary.
Hold
worshipping.
on.
Panda.
Hold on.
How
Jem,
you guys give this guy any credibility?
Jem,
Yeah,
He's a
Jem,
fucking
literally
they know
trying to
what
ask
I'm
the
talking
question.
about. You
Go
don't
ahead.
even know the second law.
I don't need to.
Yeah,
I
you
do know
bet
it.
you don't.
I do know the second law, but I don't
What is
need
it?
it. I don't
What is
need
it?
it. I'm not going to tell
What is
you.
it?
I am
Go
not
ahead.
jumping through your hoops, moron.
Go ahead. What is it?
Until you've supported your
What is
idiotic
it?
nonsense about
What is the second law?
You established that what you say is true. Show any reputable
What
source
is the second
anywhere
law?
in the world that agrees with you. You
I don't
can't.
care. We're
Because
not
you're
in
a
the
liar.
business of agree and disagree.
Thank
This
you, guys.
isn't subjective. This isn't our favorite color. This is science.
He's gone. I
Get
just
the
want to point.
fuck out of here.
I just want to point out. Sorry, guys. I just want to point out for the court that as soon as we started circling around this point, which I was trying to get to, he took his first exit and run because he can't answer this question. He doesn't want to answer this question because it ruins his fucking idea of a spinning ball in a fucking vacuum. That's why he gets upset, and that's why he's gone.
Yeah, he's such a doofus, and he tries to overtalk with his daft monologues. Doesn't know what
It was
entropy is.
beautiful.
Doesn't know what the second law is. Doesn't know dick. Doesn't know the difference between angular velocity and tangential speed. Didn't know what an independent variable was 3 years ago. None of these people did. They called me independent variable John and laughed, right? Because they're doofuses. They're all retards. Pretender clowns with their epistemology from Wiki. That's it. Period. And the book stops here.
We know.
You know what's funny? Wait. I wanted to make a joke.
Yeah,
I wanted to make a joke. I mean, it was brilliant, though. We have to applaud him as the character he is, because we all know he's an numpty, right? But did you peep how he was like, come on, Quantum, I just want to finish, please. And then as soon as Quantum was quiet, you dickhead. That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like it was going positive because I've talked to Jem in the past, and it really about the virus and stuff. So I kind of felt like it diffused the situation the first time, but the second time it just seemed like he wanted to go toxic, and there was nothing going to stop him the second time. Like he was bored with the conversation, it was going to run away the first chance he.
Well, like Jedi said, like we were all circling around the same point. And he was just trying his damnedest not to answer it.
Yeah, like it's the idea is like saying I don't know to them. It's like at some point, if they say I don't know, they think that's somehow in the mission of defeat. Instead of saying I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer for you because I just don't know. They just can't say I don't
You already
know.
admitted.
He just said
that he is not interested in proving anything to us or anybody. He doesn't care about proving anything. So I don't even know why he's in this debate.
he just said that an image from space, like Pluto or something, is the same thing as a image of your house or the beach.
Well, wait a second. He said earlier that you couldn't prove anything but in mathematics. So he contradicted himself because he's a numpty dipshit.
Yep.
That's why. Who's the next baller in line?
The coach shows here.
Coach
Fire was kind of scary. I'm sure that side of you, Quantum, in a minute.
Coach Show, sir. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball-tard space monkey religion right frigging now. I want the observed natural phenomena, dependent variable. I want the independent variable. You don't have to do it. And I want the experiment that validates your fairy tale religion right now.
Gravity.
Is that Kosho that's saying gravity?
No, that
one word
I was
response?
saying. I'm sorry, Kiwi. That was me. I was making a joke about gravity. It grabs things. You know, like it grabs it and pulls it down.
Hold on. Let's go with Kosho though. I'm not asking you. I'm asking Kosho.
Yeah, he has
silent.
Yeah, he's being silent.
Let's go.
He's not
in this form. You have to validate your claims. That means scientifically or logically, you have to validate them. No making shit up. We don't want to hear what you think. We don't want your opinions. We want you to validate it.
Can you see?
Let's go.
Kosho's responding to you in text.
I ain't responding in text.
Okay.
Feelings don't count either. I don't want to say he needs to get in here, but I mean, he's been crying to. I'm not going to tell my source. He's been crying to people in here to get in here. He can now get on mic and, make his stance for this love of the globe he has. I'm really curious to see if you have any new arguments, because I do, buddy. Step up to the mic.
Let's see. We have, is this rolling through? Is this on the live stream where people can see the evidence?
Everything's been recorded.
Yeah.
I even made a post over here. Oh, let me just read.
Okay. Well, Kosho, let me say it again. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. We're going to need the observed natural phenomena, which is the dependent variable, the hypothesis, which includes the independent variable, dependent variable relationship, and then we're going to need the experiment. It doesn't have to be done by you. You can go get it. Please post that right here for the audience, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to evaluate, please. Thank you.
A jury of your peers.
Here to step up. We got other Globers in here. We got Carnivore and Damon E and Huey, as far as I can see. So if one of y'all want to step up, that would be cool.
You guys made me cry last night.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk to someone else,
Did you go get a Kleenex and take care of that? Are you back now? Like, are you still crying, or
no?
You came back with bulletproof or not?
You're not the first one. Many people have cried about this, so don't worry.
Do you want to take up where Champanda left and demonstrate to us that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Guys, I'm not made up for this. I feel so bad for these guys. I'm trying to be tough.
I cried once I figured out how much they were lying to us. The NASA lies, the science lies. It's deep.
I've got
I'm still waiting, by the way.
Glober application. You want me to post that?
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm still waiting, by the way.
Yeah,
You're
Kelly,
waiting for Kosho. You're gonna stay waiting for a little while.
if you could post your Globe Earth application, that's even better, because it's going to like.
He posted his proof to you. He posted his proof to you.
I'm not looking at. I'm looking somewhere else. This is. Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. It's between. Is it between me and Kosho, or is everyone going to chime in?
No, go ahead. I didn't mean to step on you. I completely apologize for that.
I thought it was a simple question. I thought it was reasonable. I've been told for close to 5 years now that to believe in the flat earth, which I don't believe, I know it, and I can show it. However, to believe in the flat earth, that I have to deny all of science and physics. That denotes that they have scientific evidence for their fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. I have no problem. If you can provide scientific evidence, I can go home. I can stop.
Sure.
I got other things I can do. Is it unreasonable for me to ask for scientific evidence for their spinning ball space monkey religion?
No.
So please, I'm not looking in text. This is a voice channel. Am I correct?
Yeah, absolutely right. So if Kosho's not on here at the moment, we're going to have to move on to someone else.
Unless he can support, if he can support something that he states after he provides the observed natural phenomena, dependent variable, independent variable, that is the hypothesis, and then the experiment, he doesn't have to do it. It's already, my word, since 1500, since Copernicus, this has been a spinning ball space monkey religion. So give me the fucking evidence right now.
Anyone?
You need to calm down there.
I got you, man. I'll be
upset.
Damon, you got anything for that or nah?
Nah, he's screamy. I don't talk to people like that.
If you had the evidence, then maybe he wouldn't scream.
Dude, take your snotty little off and find somewhere else, dude.
They have another room.
Why would somebody want to talk to somebody that just
Hold on a
screams?
second.
They've been lying to our kids. It's called passion. Don't you dare come for Quantum and his
That's not passion.
and try to
It's not
put-
passion.
and listen. They are lying to children. Mind you, stealing children, but we won't even go into that. And you want us to be calm about your ignorance? Don't get me started, because it's not 12 o'clock yet.
If you feel that I'm being unfair, there's a room directly
Arena.
above. It's called the live stream. Live stream voice text. You can go up there, and then they can give you some Kleenexes. Down here, this is the arena. If I hurt your feelings, I'm so sorry. Please put sugar on top. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion. Please. Thank you.
Sugar on top.
Now,
Put sugar on top. Sorry.
if you didn't look at the text, Kosher says he's getting dinner, so I guess he'll be in here at some point, but I don't know.
I've been asking that same
I
question.
think you said he had to deliver dinner.
I want that verifiable proof that we can't never seem to find. I want that verifiable proof, not some BS, man.
Yeah.
It should be easy.
It has to be there. It has to be there because they talk about it.
Well, we do have another Glober in here named Carnivore.
Real that it should be easy as fuck for them to do it.
Yeah, we got another Glober
Carnivore.
named Carnivore.
You're another one, right? Carnivore. So Carnivore and QE. Carnivore, please, with sugar on top and flower petals flowing over your head. Please provide one shred of scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion right now. Or leave.
I guess would be the third option.
Carnivores can be globetrotters.
Is that an unreasonable question, Carnivore? Seems the swan has got it seems the swan has got your tongue. Do you want me to provide evidence of the death of the spinning ball space monkey religion? Do you want me to do that? And we can go over that? Carnivore, give me something. Hello? Something.
We'll keep calling him out. No worries. If he's in the arena, I'm going to keep calling him out. If he's not by his microphone at the moment, I'll give him a chance to come back to him in 5 minutes. You won't have every chance in the world, though.
He had to go poop.
You know what's funny? I haven't heard anyone actually deal with, like, they are really careful at not running into any of the landmines that is actual evidence. Like, I've heard about space. As a matter of fact, I think that's pretty much all we've spoken about so far, right?
Pretty much.
No, we spoke about what evidence is and what proof is, and what this nonsense as well.
They always go to space because they don't want to give it up.
We spoke about your definition.
Hey, OJ Swanson, we're gonna have to do a GoFundMe for your mic. You're killing me, man. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. Evidence is proof. Proof is
How
evidence.
else would you know me, Quantum?
Do we need a Yeah, right. Do we need a citation to show that evidence is proof and proof is evidence? Do we need to lower ourselves that I have to provide citation for something that is prima facie, self-evident, indubitable, friggin' second grade crayon muncher, right? Do I need to do that? I can do it. I'm prepared. Do we need that?
To do it for the global.
So evidence is proof. Proof is evidence. By definition.
All day long.
Let me post it in here because I know there's some problems. You think I'm making it up, right? No problem. Because it's not what we feel, right? It's what it exactly is. All right. So I'll post it in here. What?
I just want to give you a Kleenex for all the years that no one else has, because literally it's ironic that you provide sources and they literally tell you that you're lying to your face, and that's all you do. I'm sad for you, brother.
That's the irony of it, right? He provides a link for this dude as a reference, and he says, "Oh, that's your opinion." Like,
right?
What?
No,
Gem Panda. Yeah, that's my opinion. Yeah, coming from Oxy.
Provide evidence for everybody.
Hold on a second. Yeah, that's my opinion coming from Occidental University, right? From a PhD in chemistry that actually changed the definition of entropy to what it correctly is. Right? And it's my opinion. Yeah, that's all he can say because he's a doofus. Now, let's go over what evidence and proof is. Evidence, these are simple definitions, right? Evidence from Merriam-Webster, an outward sign, indication, something that furnishes proof. Proof definition, evidence. Proof from Collins Dictionary, test by experiment. There you go. Evidence is proof. Proof is evidence. I have my support. It's as plain as the nose on your face. Can somebody please refute that? That's what I thought. Next baller. Carnivore, are you still with us? Yeah, I would suggest you stay on mute.
I'm also sad for Damon, who kind of said pick me, and we were like, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, is there like a baby room that we can send these people down to, like baby steps, you know, that we can maybe get someone in the beginners class or something like that?
They got that room right above this one. It's called live stream voice text. They can just move on up in there and it's okay. So why are you taking up space? You won't even say a word, right?
That's it.
Didn't they tell you over at Gem Panda's server that QE was a pushover? You could easily refute him, right? I'm sure they said that. Well, come on. Come in, the water's warm. No sharks. Let's get real.
No,
because this argument's over. This is barely palpable background noise, and I'm your Huckleberry.
It's okay. This has been coming for a while. Jim. Yeah.
Excuse me, Stacy. Carnivore.
Yeah.
Please forgive my rudeness. I'm a worm.
Forgive me if I don't shake hands.
Where's the next baller? Carnivore, Kosho, which I toe tagged. He's in my toe tag list, by the way. Just see my playlist. Anyone else?
Where's all the maggots? Where's all the maggots
to do?
Away to?
I'm sorry, I was stepping all over you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just asking, where's all the maggots? You know, maggot time. It used to be maggot time.
It's funny. It's funny that Soda, Kosho, and Jim all left at the same time. They're all gone.
Yeah, exactly. The same time.
Granted, a couple of blow-ups, but we're not mean. We're not rude. We're not here to obfuscate anybody's points. We're here to hear you out. I have a shoulder for you to cry on and an ear to talk into. I promise you, I will give you at least one.
Yeah, one. The mic stops
a nice New
working.
Yorker. I don't have no fucking tolerance for crying and bullshit. So
Yeah, it's happy hour. It's happy hour for the maggots. So let them.
It's the Queens versus the Bronx, right? Is that how that works?
Well, it's pretty sad that a man can yell at a woman, but a man can't handle a man yelling back at him. Are you freaking kidding me? Jim needs to get a serious grip. I'm serious. I'm very serious on that. Can't wait.
I sat and explained the Coriolis effect to Gem Panda Numpty dipshit 3.5 years ago, step by step for over an hour and a half. He still has the video on it, by the way. Just go back to the beginning. It was so bad that Timmy Osmond, was in there and was laughing at him. Remember that, Gem Panda? You, sir, are a retard of epic proportions, and your Elmer Fudd sophistry and over talking everyone ain't gonna fucking make it anymore. You hear me, sister? You're done. This argument's over. It's been over for 5 years. This is just, like I said, barely palpable background noise, but we have an audience that would like to hear your scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion, and no one's stepping up. Why is that? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, why is that? From 1500 Copernicus, tell us where we live and the nature of our reality. This should be a slam dunk. I should be finished.
It's because he's dishonest.
Well, he kind of
have a song. Come on.
Well, we're globetrotting on them now, right? I mean, we're globetrotting, freestyling, doing what we want. I'm talking about rainbows and moon phases, all types of different stuff.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Let me ask you a question, Paggis. Let me ask you a question. Let's say you got home and, I don't know, your wife is banging the next door neighbour. Yeah. Do you think it would be sufficient if your wife said, oh, I've got a model that explains how I didn't cheat on you?
So, technically,
yes or
no? Most likely.
Why is it whenever I ask Lopez yes or no questions, I never get a yes or no answer?
Because the world isn't a temple.
He's about to explain how technically his wife could come up with a model that may be possible, and he'd have to consider it.
It could. One possibility.
Either yes or no.
But it isn't a yes or no answer.
Are you serious? You're saying that your wife can construct a model to explain how she didn't cheat on you after she banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
This is the level of sophistry we're dealing with.
So, let me tell you this. My wife, let's say...
seriously, you're going to justify this?
My wife went on Amazon and she found this amazing new thing, which a sex robot.
This is the ultimate cuckery, my friend.
You're not, but you guys are not letting him finish. I'll finish for him though. Because he's talking about sex robots. Hold on. But here's the conclusion of his argument. The next door neighbor has been proven to be a sex robot and is not a human being that is made. Because no, that's not our next door neighbor. That's a sex robot that lives next door. Clearly, if your wife is banging the next door neighbor, she objectively cheated on you. The end. There's no model that can explain that away. Can't be done.
I think his wife is banging the next door neighbor right now.
Probably. She's probably sick of his obfuscation. She's like, Peggy, so are you going to have sex with me tonight or not? And he's like, well, technically I could, maybe, possibly, maybe I could build a model. And then she's like, fuck it, I'm going to just do it. Can you construct a model to explain away the fact that your wife banged the next door neighbour?
Yes.
Target, quickly, tell us what you imagine that model might be.
So one possible model that it might be is that, she went onto Amazon and there was one dude who had invented this new sex robot who conveniently looked like the next door neighbor. It was like an exact replica. But then she buys it, she gets it, and she's having sex with the sex robot. Then I enter the door. Then I enter the room. And I see she's banging something which resembles and is in every way looking exactly like it. So,
I mean, this is what they call in America the good old college try, right?
So then look, but when I am looking at the thing, then I see, she's banging something. It couldn't be the sex robot, but it could also be the next door neighbor who just walked over and is banging her. And like, no way, there's a difference. Like, when I enter the room, both possibilities are true. But as you said, which one is more likely? Yes, more likely that my wife banged the next door neighbor, but there's still a small, very, very small possibility that it was the sex robot. But then I go over and I look at if the next door neighbor is in his house, and then I see, oh no, he's not at home. Oh, yes, this model is false. Then I have proven that model was false.
You enter that room, and what you see is your neighbor banging your wife, and you're like, holy smokes, it's my neighbor banging my wife. And then that moment goes through your mind when you're like, wait a minute, there might be an explanation for this. And you start thinking about Amazon, and you start going through the price range, you start thinking, how much money does my wife have? Is that even possible? But for that initial view, you'd be thinking, well, I'm going to be going with what I see. And what I see is that my neighbor's banging my wife. So that would be the logical assumption at that point, wouldn't it?
No, what?
Occam's razor. It looks like your neighbor. Whether or not you think it's some high-tech sex doll from Japan, it looks like your neighbor. So you're going to be thinking, oh, that's my neighbor. And then it might come into your head, but, oh wait, my wife, she's kind of loaded, she was really looking into those sex dolls, there's a small possibility. But the most logical assumption would be what you observe directly, which is your neighbor, right?
So, you can actually just verify whether it's a sex robot or not. You can just go up to it and go, oh, here's a battery. Or, oh no, it's a human.
So, my neighbor. I observed something like a flutter.
Something that it is a robot.
So then,
when you get up to
please, like, I can't finish the whole sentence.
Sorry, does that mean that when you wake up in the morning, you see whoever you live with in your house, you go, well, that's not actually them. It looks like them, but that could be something else entirely. Is that how you think?
Technically, yes.
Technically,
right, so any talk of robots is stupid. No one ever mentioned robot in the example. I know that because I gave the example. There are no robots. Let's leave the robots to one side.
I'm sorry, man, but you sound like one of those people that, like, even if you walked into the room and
look at
neighbor was banging out your wife and you realize it wasn't a sex robot, you'd be like,
no, it doesn't match.
As soon as you presented it, Fred, as soon as you presented it, and both said, yeah, that makes sense. You know, it all makes sense. And then you asked him a few basic questions about it. He's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
so he didn't even know any of the basic details about it, but he blindly believed it without even looking into it.
It's like the thing from Musk. You can tell it's real by how fake it looks. There was another. I'm looking for the other time too. There's another log I have or the chat, but I can't seem to find it because I took screenshots. Like it said, basically, per ChatGPT, that it said if this is going to Venus, it is wildly off course. But I'm looking for that clip so I can just grab that one. That if this photo's true, so if it took the photo, it is so far off course that it's not possible for it to get to Venus. The technology doesn't exist for it to do, the mission plan or something like that.
Isn't it funny? The Globers that come in here, they never use any of the ridiculous footage as their proof of the globe. They never use any of the Apollo footage. They never use the Tesla in space or the Indian moon landing, or that recent SpaceX nonsense. They never use it because they know deep down that it looks ridiculous. If it wasn't so ridiculous, they should be using it.
That's embarrassing.
Huh?
Too embarrassing for them, isn't it?
Yeah, that would be their best proof. They're like, look at this. Here's proof. But no, they don't use it. There's a good reason for that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, do you know what scrying is?
Yeah, sort of like divination.
Yeah, I think that's where it all comes from, They used to scry out the nature of reality and then assert that, a voice told me it was so. Kind of still doing that. Scrying. Good Mudvayne song, Scrying. And you guys know I'm a huge fan of etymology, right? So let's look at the compound word inside of scrying. The sky is crying, yeah? God's upset that you think you have to define his truth.
If the globalists really want flat earthers to believe this shit, start presenting facts, truth, no more lies. Present it straight up as it says. And at least offer something worth believing in. If I can fact check you with just basic, visualization, and just think of how long it would take to get like a globalist to understand that photo is not possible. It would take hours, days. But just send it in ChatGPT and just say, hey, ChatGPT, is this photo possible? It's like just the ability to talk to somebody who, like ChatGPT, that doesn't have a bias filter, other than it's got some programmed no-fly zones. Like it won't talk about certain things. But other than that, it's not talking from an emotional, jingoistic point of view. It's just going to say straight up, is that photo possible? No. Why would they present that photo in that way? Clickbait, misinformation. No scruples about it. They don't have to feel the need to defend anything. They've got no horse in the game. Just blatant honesty.
Yeah, you're right. About like it's like scrying, like they were looking through scrying orbs and shit. Like just as an example, like Christian Huygens. I know I'm butchering his name. With his attempt to measure, the distance and size of the sun, that by just assuming that because he has a philosophical ideal about nature of things, the way things he thinks should be organized within the universe, he just assumed that this must be around about the same size. Well, there's all the exact same size as Earth, right? So there was even I don't know. I had a thing somewhere where it talks about him listening to voices or something. I don't know.
But yeah, there is something in it, it's like the crystal ball, yeah? It's a really powerful, like, I don't know what you want to call it, a trope or something, yeah? But people used to full on believe that you could divine everything just by staring into a crystal ball. So, there's a lot of ways that you can tie magic and heliocentrism together.
Yeah, Copernicus said it best. If you use these observations to make an earthbound claim, you're a fool. You're better off not doing that. Don't do that.
You know what's funny is how often they ask us what the point is to what we do and how we've gotten any practical gains. And it's like, tell me one Glober who can even outpace us at debate. Like, they will routinely just leave and we'll do a dozen of them. Sometimes it'll take 4 hours for them to leave, but they'll all drop out because they don't have the mental energy to keep re-examining their own belief set.
Well, they're not here for that. They're just here to call people stupid, act belligerent, and collect a booby prize.
But like when this started, man, I didn't have the stamina for it, Like the first couple of years, I was like, all right, there's something to this. I need a while to process it, filter it, put it together. And then like literally like everything I've done since I started going into this, I used to fail at stuff, and now I only succeed because I apply the same thinking to everything. Like what they probably realize but don't account for is the fact that losing one person from the heliocentric camp is not losing one person. It's having a person go from zero personal agency, zero personal power to the most empowered thing on the earth, a fully realized human being. And that is a viral compound in your brain where you can teach everyone how to apply the same methodology. So each one of us becomes an exponential threat to their control system. And we've already gone past the critical mass. Like, they're on a track to losing their grip on everything. That's why the world's falling apart, and they're manufacturing more chaos to stop us asserting the true order once again, if it ever existed.
Good point, man. It's kind of like someone planting a seed, right? You know, and then it grows into a plant that drops
Yeah,
more
because
seeds,
what I'm
you know,
saying,
and
right?
then all of a
Just
sudden
like
you got a whole field.
from even the most unfair approaches, like of universities that go and like tally up all the people who believe, you know, this thing called a conspiracy or that thing called a conspiracy. At the moment, it's like 10% of the US. So what happens when 10% of the US becomes exponential? It's a increment that even if it goes to the power of itself, it's going to be 100% of people lickety split. But yeah, it's also important to remember at all times what they're really worried about is accountability. Who are people going to blame? They're worried about being lynched in the streets, my brothers. Like, even if just what I assert about helium is true, based on the fact they're telling you it's the only element that escapes into space, what are people going to do when they find out they've been lying to them about how much helium there is available? It's like if you were the first guy to discover gold and you told everybody, look, it was really hard for me to get my hands on this gold. Most of the gold, it's too heavy. It sinks down and down through the earth till it drops in the lava. I was just really, really lucky. So don't bother going and looking for it. Yeah. It's so easy to control people now.
And yeah, I love the idea of playing around with helium. Like, if I had some plenty available, I'd be trying to make all sorts of shit, like toys and hovercraft shit, and like just even mobility suits. And that would be so cool. Like, you know, like that puffy up jacket that Michael J. Fox had in Back to the Future, like in Back to the Future 2, and he pulls on the string and it's like puffs up like a life jacket. Imagine that full of helium and with your pants too, and just fucking cruising around, feeling a bit lighter. That'd be fun.
Yeah, but here's the true potential, bro. You're talking about helium in its gaseous state. In its liquid state, it's frictionless. So it's like a superconductor fluid. So yeah, anyone could have like a supercomputer running on liquid helium if it wasn't such a scarce and unavailable resource that you need NASA to get to.
Right. There's shitloads of it pumping out of the sun, apparently, but like we can't get it.
Yeah, you know that old adage, right? Water, water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. Helium, helium everywhere, but none for you and me. And why is that? Because stupidity, stupidity everywhere, and not a mind to teach.
Have we even we turn helium into fluid, to liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Pretty much all gases will become liquid once they're sufficiently cooled. And we know it's very cold up in the atmosphere, yeah? Just the law of condensation, yeah? Cold things makes things condense. You make it cold enough, it'll condense until its phase shifts into a new state.
Right. So is there a contrast between fluid helium and superfluid helium?
What do you mean by superfluid helium? What is that?
Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what people were talking about? Superfluid helium?
I said it's a superconductor fluid, and it's used in superconductors.
Right. All right, okay, because I've heard the term superfluid before.
Yeah, no, it's really just because it's frictionless in its liquid state. Like even water has a little bit of friction, but helium has none. It's essentially like helium's like inverse water, yeah? Water has a law of viscosity, which means it flows better against itself than any other element. Helium's the same, only it follows the inverse of water's path. It goes up instead of down.
It's so weird to think about, like
negative 269 degrees Celsius. I'm just reading up on it. Supposed to be used in superconducting magnets such as MRI machines.
Yeah, but that's just one example to show you like the most widely applied industrial need for like a critical thing like medicine, yeah? But any sufficiently high-end industry is going to need tons of helium to run.
Looking at it now, we can buy 100 liters of it.
So why the word game's always important? Because it's helium centrism, not heliocentrism. We live in a helium-centric economy, much more than oil-centric. That's just for the money. So yeah, fellas, I do like to toot my own horn. And I'm going to say, Dr. Bruce Banner, at your service. You give me $1 billion, I'll be Tony Stark.
You give me $1 billion, I'll destroy all the elites.
Yeah, with an Iron Man suit.
With all the suits.
Little helium reactor core on my chest, bro. I'll be unstoppable.
Why a helium? Why not just an EMF?
What do you mean, like knocking out the power grid?
No, I mean by why not instead of having like his type of like core in the center of his chest, make one using electromagnetics or the electromagnetic field, electromagnetic energy.
Helium doesn't generate electricity on its own. It's just a critical system component. It's the fuel, or the unguent is the actual like a jargon term.
Got it.
Oh, does it? No, I'm kidding. You say a superconductor, is that in the sense that there's zero resistance?
Well, yeah, that's what frictionless means.
And that's particularly useful within electronics.
High-end industrial level machinery generally, and supercomputing.
Would it essentially like take away the need for what, like lubricants or something?
Yeah, honestly, my knowledge of it is not comprehensive. I can just see the potentials because you just do a wiki search and you can see the potentials there for yourself.
Fair enough.
Do cryogenic refrigeration as well.
I saw this news report of like in California, someone was doing like a outpatient clinic where they're doing like MRIs and whatnot. And the local sheriff determined somehow it was a grow facility for pot. And they raided the place, like with SWAT. And as soon as they get into the MRI machine, all their rifles got sucked to the machine. You know, like they walked past multiple signs. Hey, no metal past this point.
Sounds like police training in action to me.
Yeah, it's like people like they don't know how magnets work. It's like
This is my rifle. This is my gun. Not sure how it works, but I use my thumb.
yeah, you look at the officer too, who it happened to. You could have been like, "Holy shit, that's exactly what that guy looked." You think that guy looks like? I mean, not judging body types or anything, but you're like, "Holy shit!" And they caused like this is 200 liters of helium gas. Like it damaged. Like inside.
Isn't it interesting though that it's applications with cryogenics, right? And what do we know about the elite other than they want to live forever? Well, I think that's hubris. And if you look up what happened to the very first people who went in for the cryogenic freeze, they turned into a pile of goo in the bottom. Well, yeah. I mean, I think the applications of helium, oxygen, and ozone specifically probably have incredible like bio applications, and they're probably able to cure most of the diseases that would afflict them because they've got knowledge of the higher properties of these phase shifts that the noble gases go through. Well, not even just the noble gases, but like part of the gas family. Just like part of the metal family, if we can render it down into a monoatomic, it becomes super useful for the body, such as like there's 5 metals in the soft metal group that are bioavailable metals. So the copper, silver, gold, palladium, and selenium. And they're all really important. If you have a deficiency in any of those, your incidence of disease goes way up. Yeah, so if anyone's interested in like an in-depth exploration of liquid ozone, I'm not sure I really want to do that in this space, but send me a message and I will relate a story to you that like you're going to find pretty mind-blowing, and you don't have to accept what I say, but if you're interested, hear me out. And it's interesting because yeah, I know I'm not giving you context here, but this is going back like close to 20 years to me, and I've thought about what happened to me for about 20 years, and I've tried to conceive of a way to create like a experiment and cause the phase shift from standard what would I say, oxygen into liquid ozone. And if I can prove that that's physically possible with like magnetic fields and cooling, etc., there's no end to the applications that I could draw out from it. And that's something that I've only been able to realize literally in the past few minutes. That's the puzzle piece I've been looking for 2 decades. And like that's so profound. I'm on the brink of tears about it. I'm not kidding you. Yeah, I could get really crazy on you if you'll allow me. Actually, not about what I said before, but something more relevant to what we're doing here. Do you guys ever talk about ley lines? You know, the channels of energy in the cube?
On Sunday.
True, true. I think it's still Sunday for somebody. It's Monday for me.
Isn't it still Sunday for you guys?
No, it's way past.
Oh, okay. Dang.
Like 12 hours ago.
All right. Well, without exploring it, I'll just state the premise, if that's all right. And it's pretty basic, pretty concise. Yeah. That ancient energy grid network they talked about, all the pyramids tapping into and harnessing, liquid ozone in the ground, matching the one in the sky.
I'll one day, not right now, but got more time. I'll go to a channel and just freaking go nuts. Chill chat in the home server or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on it for a few days and build like a comprehensive model so I can explain it to people in like a channel I can open and call it like here's the hidden structure based on nothing spiritual but just science as you don't understand it, but I have come to.
I mean, I love alternative stuff. You know, like I'll hear it out. I'll listen. It doesn't mean it's well, especially if you've got something solid
Well,
behind it.
it's weird, right? Like it's hard to find the point to start because that was a spiritual experience I had. So yeah, I've struggled for 20 years to find all the extant scientific data that I can use to explain to anybody what happened to me that, if I said it to somebody who was like a lifelong meditator, they'd just get it. But people who aren't in that world are going to need a more workable context. So now I've actually gained that context because I realized what the substance was. It was liquid ozone, and it's everywhere. It's why there's all those ley lines and energy grids and ancient pyramid networks on them, sitting on them.
I'll tell you something, man. Like my whole life, right? There's just been really rare occasions I get this really distinct smell, and it's unlike anything else, right? It's just so distinct, and it just happens every now and then. And I'll be like, and I'll try and keep smelling it, right? And it fades, and then I'm like, what was that? What was that? I can't liken it to anything else.
Well, there's a lot of
mystery odor.
Like there's a lot of genes, like a lot of genetic information, I should say, inside us that we can epigenetically reactivate either through like randomness or like lifestyle choices, I guess, behaviors, whatever. But essentially what I'm trying to say is that the nose is one of the few organs that plugs directly into the brain without a secondary nerve interface. The only other one is the eye. The eye and the nose, their nerve roots go directly into the brain. So we used to use scent the way that animals do as their main language communication. They know which pheromones to generate, and they send out like a full sentence in pheromones, and the animals pick that up in their nose. We have all of that potential in our genes, and we used to have much bigger noses that would much more sensitive noses. Like, I'm not saying like a cow, right? But just on that trend, because it was like it used to be how we chose mates and things, and like we're still very controlled by scent. Like scent tells us a lot about a person's intentions, and like maybe just like feeling like you're vibing with your tribe, it's a pheromonal thing. So yeah, it's incredibly potent, and the amount of potential we have to use that the way that we use our eyes or our ears is just overlooked, basically underutilized.
And it's like connected to your memory as well. Like smells can really take you back to memories. Like if you smell a girl who has your ex-girlfriend is wearing the same perfume as your ex, it can sort of like go, take you back a bit.
Yeah, I once had a fling with a girl when I was a teenager, and she gave me one of her like hairbands, and like I kept it for like an embarrassingly long time, and I used to smell it at night because it smelled exactly like her, and no other woman has ever smelled like that. It was like freshly baked muffins mixed with like really cool drugs or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Not gonna lie, that's weird and a little bit creepy.
Hey, I did qualify it as an embarrassingly long time, but come on, I've been a nerd my whole life. You think it's easy to get girls for me?
No,
Sure, I'm 8 kilos.
the sniffing bit is weird. You can keep it for as long as you want. It's just weird that you sniffed it over and over
That's
again.
the stuff that Hollywood comedy romance comedies are made of, man. Like, come on.
Yeah. Right. I'm just saying, man, I'm a nerd. I do nerdy things, yeah? I might be 8 kilos shy of Bruce Lee at the exact same height, but people still tell me I'm protein deficient as soon as they find out I'm vegan, yeah? So it's like, pulling ain't easy, bro.
But too, when I was like I think I was in like year 1 or year 2, right? And the teacher was trying to teach us about atoms and molecules. And I said, and I put my hand on, I'm like, I think I've seen them, right? And she's like, no, you haven't seen them. And I'm like, but I see that sometimes I'm like staring into like the blue sky or whatever, and I see these things float past and they look exactly like what you're describing. She's like, no, that would be like floaters or something she called it. I'm like, yeah, but they look exactly like what you're describing. And I was like confused, and I was like, hang on, what's going on here?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, actually. The whole floater phenomenon, the orb phenomenon, all that stuff. Pretty cool.
Has any of you other guys seen that? Like, I mean, I see these. They're like they're transparent, like, but you can see outlines, right? And there's like a circle, and there's like a little circle in the middle, and then there'll be like a bit sticking out of it right off the side, and then they'll be joined to another one. And then if you look closely, you see that they're all like, there's a lot of them all joined together like that. Like, and I'm thinking, when I first heard about atoms and molecules, I was like, I see them, and then I'm like, no, it's impossible. There's no way the human eye could ever see such a thing, like, that sounds like describing.
You could think about it in terms of atoms and molecules, or you could think about it in terms of cells and cellular components.
Right. Yeah.
Because I think it'd be fair to assert that like a random cell has like dropped off your eyelid and has floated across the surface of your eye, and that's what you're saying. Like your eye is a powerful magnifier. Only when things are very, very close, like literally on the lens, will it act like a magnifying glass.
Yeah, I mean, like, you got to sort of like not focus on background, right? And sort of like just relax your eyes, and then you just, because you'll see something move, like, and then sort of like try and focus on it, What is that? and sometimes you like try and look at them and they move, it's like they keep moving around. You're like trying to look directly at it, but they. That scene from Family Guy.
Peripheral awareness is so weird.
A song about it.
Peripheral awareness can drive you literally insane. Like just something maddening that's in the corner of your vision, and every time you try to find it, it's gone. Like that'd drive anyone nuts. It's like peripheral hearing, you know what I mean? Something that you can almost hear, but you're not sure if you're imagining it, and you're like, why won't it shut up? I can't go and find those people and tell them to stop talking. Yeah, it sounds like schizophrenia, right? But it's not what I'm talking about. But it is funny because when they're looking for the curvature, it's like that's the peripheral awareness beyond the horizon. Yeah. It drives people nuts trying to examine what's in the periphery.
Yeah, it's like something for the most part we just take for granted, right? We're seeing it, but we're not really taking notice of it.
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of this idea that like the magic eye picture that they developed when computing had advanced sufficiently. Something about reality going on there, you know what I mean? Like we're filtering out like 99% of the input signal that comes into our senses. So technically if we shift our perception, yeah, magic eye picture happens. and suddenly you can see other fields of energy. But if you think about all the symbolism that relates to what I'm saying, right? You have the all-seeing eye at the top of the pyramid, and people think that means something spiritual, like it relates to the third eye. Maybe it's the devil's third eye or whatever. No, it's the zeitgeist. It's the way people see things. Yeah. So controlling the energy system of the planet simultaneously controls the way people think about the energy system of the planet. That's the nature of the all-seeing eye. The eye that all see.
Whose eye is it? Well, the actual eye is like, is it taken? But is it taken from a picture of a dude?
No, it's
Or
just
someone's
like
just
it's
drawn
symbolism.
a single eye. It looks like it's an eye from a
symbolism.
photo. It looks like an eye from a
Like
photo, sort of thing. It's like a dude.
top-down control mechanism is essentially what it is. But it just defers the onus of examination of reality to accepting the zeitgeist, which is like, I'll see things the way that you see things because you're seeing things the way that he sees things, and he's seeing things the way that 90% of people are seeing things. The all-seeing.
Did the Egyptian pyramids have an eye on the top originally? I don't know.
No, but
They said it was used to
I
be something
think
else. They
there's,
said it was marble or something. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, it's very subjective how they did what they did, but if we look at where they're built and pass it to this nature of phase shifting through like condensing fields and things, it all fits. Like it literally all fits.
Whenever anybody talks about this stuff, like the iron and all that, get Alan Parsons stuck in my head.
Oh yeah, Alan Parsons Project. Yeah. Fuck, I'll right into that.
What do you think about this adage? Every discovery is a rediscovery.
Every discovery is a rediscovery.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that's the truth. I just think it's a cool saying. I guess you kind of got to believe in God very strongly to hold to that as true. Because the implication would be that God is the source of all knowledge, so he put all knowledge in the world at the start. And because of what we did with it, we lost all of it and restarted 1, 2, 3, 4, like 6 times in just our remaining historical record. That's what I mean when I say rediscovery.
I was watching watched a short. Dude's like looking at this what do they call them? Epitaph or something, right? In India. This carving into the stone, and it's a fucking guy riding a bicycle, man. I don't give a shit what anybody says.
Yeah, I've seen that one. I mean, like the apparent laser cuts in the ancient masonry is just mind blowing. Like we can't achieve the precision of the symmetry in the face of like a stone bust of Nefertiti. It's like symmetrical to within a micron. We can't do that with lasers, so we don't know how they achieved that level of precision and symmetry. No idea whatsoever. So when we work it out, it's a rediscovery. The future is bright because so was the past.
That's why you got to wear shades. Sorry. I'll catch you later, chaps. Gotta go.
Soil.
So what is the topic now? Is there a format or some kind of set of rules for this voice chat so that I would know? Yeah.
Well, I mean, dude, we always just default to asking you, like, how strongly you want to continue to adhere to your current belief and what standard it would take to get you to shift away from your current belief.
Okay, that's a fair um, um, uh, condition. Okay, so I'm open to any kind of scientific evidence and discussion, unless I'm being shut down just because I'm saying something inconvenient for you.
Well, let me ask you a question that I asked Daz last night before he was just done and couldn't take anymore. Are you bothered by being perceived as a silly man with silly beliefs?
Well, emotionally, everybody would be, of course.
I'm not. Dude, do you know how many people think I'm a silly man with a silly belief? Far more than like 99% of people I meet think I'm a silly man with silly beliefs. So if that's what bothers you, man, you got to do some investigation in why you care so much about the perceptions of others. But I think most of you Globers are just afraid of being labeled as a silly man with silly beliefs. And if you hear that from us, it's going to sting even more because you think we're the silly ones. So, one of NASA's rockets just blew up spectacularly. I'll see if I can do a screen recording for you and drop it in the side chat, man. If you like explosions, you're gonna love this. All right, so the rocket engine testing explosion in Shetland, Scotland, sorry, in the side chat for you.
anybody in here right now?
What'd you say?
I'm just checking if anyone's in here.
Yeah, dude. I'm just babysitting Globers in the chat because, you know, they need to be burped.
Is there any people that think that the Earth is a globe in the chat right now? I mean, in voice call?
So, while we're waiting for someone to come in and challenge us, what I just went through with Russian Mike, right? Reminds me of this really old thing that they used to do in Russia. I think it was in Russia anyway. So, when two people had a beef, and there was no way to resolve the beef, they'd each put a candle in front of them, and they'd be inside out of the the Russian cold, and whoever's candle went out first, the other person would get the opening blow. And it's kind of what this is. It's a battle of wills, and the will itself is not what's going to carry us over the line. It's the candle in front of the will, yeah? The light that stays burning, the true light of knowledge, that will always burn longer than these petering out, sputtering out, feckless, reasonless, abject, ignorant followers.
What are we talking about here?
Hey, dude, what's up? Yeah, what have you like to talk about?
Hey, I was just wondering if you have any topic, because I'm bored.
No, what would you like to talk about? What's in your mind?
Nothing. Just emptiness.
Fair enough.
Maybe we could discuss emptiness.
It's a bit like your globe evidence. It's pretty empty.
Yep.
Doesn't seem to be any
No,
there.
Yesterday there was discussion if the universe was just emptiness, would there be time and space?
Yeah. That's, who knows?
I think there wouldn't.
Space.
You wouldn't have
What's
a
that?
reference for it. Space is the place in which everything is, I guess.
Time is made up, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock is made up. And space is just nothing, basically. Where nothing is. So nothing, something made up.
No, space is the opposite of nothing, it's everything.
Not really.
Yes, really. Space is
Look,
what contains
do you,
everything that exists.
do you consider your belief sets to be in any way fallible?
Yes.
Okay, so what standard would make it fallible?
Although I don't think my belief in space is one of these beliefs, because space isn't something that is a physical claim that can be empirically tested. It's just a concept that is defined in some way. You can either subscribe to that definition or not, but it's philosophy at this point. It's not arguing about some physical being having some properties or not having properties that could be objectively tested. We just define the word space as the thing that encompasses everything.
I was trying to press you on this yesterday, right? Like, Why do you hold these things to be infallible? Like, isn't science by its very definition fallible?
It is.
Okay, so what standard is required to shake you from a belief?
Evidence that would be incompatible with a given hypothesis.
So the standard seems to fall short of like just taking your current belief based on your current evidence and, you know, proving all that evidence fallacious. Seems to be like it should be enough to shake you from your belief, but the belief is more deeply embedded in your psyche.
I would say that every belief is for every person. Everyone is biased to some extent, yes. But I'm trying my hardest to counter that bias.
Okay, well that's honest and that's earnest and that's a very good starting point, right? It's like acknowledging that we might be wrong is just part of the course, man, you know? It doesn't matter what side of the debate you're on. You can't make definitive claims unless it's like, well, I'm here right now talking to you. I know that much about myself, you know? But I can't tell you that, like, last life we met and we talked about the shape of things, you know?
Well, you would disagree with a lot of flat earthers at this point because their counter to the globe philosophy is that they know something for 100% certain. They know the Earth is flat because they observe it, right?
Well, so what? You're talking to me.
I know. I'm
And
just telling you that your philosophy is not compatible with the majority of the flat earthers because the flat Earth gimmick, at least from my experience, is countering the concepts of knowledge and differentiating it from belief.
Right. Well, look, this is where I think you're like falling short of a much simpler standard. Yeah. So what you guys constantly assert to us is that you need something better than what you currently believe. Why is it enough just to shed yourself of the belief and attain that state that you had when you came in? Emptiness. Yeah. Enlightenment.
Because I think we can know things.
Yeah, but
If
look,
something
do you know
proof for it.
Plato said? Plato said the start of knowledge is acknowledging that you know nothing. You only think you know things, yeah?
Well, I do. Yes, but I'm convinced, like me thinking I know things, it isn't just basis I didn't imagine at one day randomly that I now know something. I firstly look at the proof for something, and then based on that proof, I now think I know.
Okay, so let's make an analogy between your brain and a hard drive, right? So there is 1 bit. Oh, sorry. Like let's go more fairly. Like 14 kilobytes left in that hard drive. Currently, that space is occupied by heliocentrism. If you delete heliocentrism, there's no antecedent of replacing that file with a new file. You can just have an empty file in your mind now. But you guys always assert that what's required for you to delete this poisonous file is the presentation of one that appeals to you more. Do you see the problem with that? If what got you into this situation to begin with is how much it appeals to your fantasticism. Yeah?
Well, I disagree with that. I disagree that you have to replace it with something else. I think that you only need a proof that would debunk this heliocentric mod.
Well, dude, what proof is not good enough for you?
I don't really think there's any proof.
You think the horizon is a curve ison?
Yes, I think the horizon appears as a curved line, as an arc of a curved circle.
And you think the apparent position of the local celestial bodies are an optical illusion?
I think that refraction influences it to some extent, but not that big, unless it's very low above the horizon.
No, I
when
mean,
it's
like,
like,
the sun to me seems to be in the sky because that's where my eye is detecting it. But if I believe that it's in space, I'm now believing I'm looking at a magician's trick, an optical illusion.
well, I don't think that follows. I think that it's actually the opposite. We on the globe, we believe that when we look at the sun, in most of the cases, maybe not when it's extremely low above the horizon because of refraction, but in most of the cases, the sun is actually there. What I've heard, what you're describing is what I've heard from many flat earthers. They say that we cannot be sure that the sun is even there. It can be just at some random apparent position and you wouldn't be able to verify it because we don't know the medium, we don't know the conditions of the sun. So in
Okay, but
Antarctica,
I'm still going to default back to the empiricism of my senses and assert to you that they're empirical for a reason. My senses tell me where the sun is, not a scientist.
I don't think scientists is required to know where the sun is. You just look at it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You look at it and it seems to be where it's appearing, not millions of miles away. But to believe that, you have to hear that from a scientist and then say, okay, what I'm seeing is an optical illusion because it's much bigger than it looks.
It isn't an optical illusion. The data is just inconclusive. When you look at something, it doesn't give you distance. It just gives you the direction which you're looking at.
All right, maybe I'm being slightly unfair with my terminology, but asserting that the sun is like 90% of the like mass or whatever of the solar system when it doesn't even fill the sky.
Over
Man,
99.
like, come on, you're working really hard overtime to internally recognate all of these things that your senses are providing you the data for.
But they don't. My sense is not only about the sun, just in general. They cannot tell me distance unless something is kind of relatively close. Then you have binocular vision that can give you a rough idea. But if something is like, let's say, 10 meters, 20 meters away, the binocular vision doesn't really work anymore because parallax is too small. So it just doesn't give you a number. It's not like your senses give you some other number for the sun that it's much closer, and then you have to stop believing your sense because the scientists tell you otherwise. The eyes
exactly
don't tell
what
you
happened.
any distance in the first place. They don't give you any number.
Yeah, but it ballparks it to well under the threshold of the sun being 93 million miles across and 200,000 million miles away or whatever.
Well, our experience is exactly coherent with these numbers. You can calculate how big the sun would be in the sky if this number.
Dude, your experiences are coherent, yeah. But your experiences and your internal cognition of your experiences are at a disparity. Hence, you assert that, oh, it's much bigger than it seems.
No,
Tell me one thing that you've ever looked at that's way smaller than it seems.
It doesn't seem. I don't think that just looking at something is gives you enough data to know how big something is or how far away it is. I don't think I don't think the eyes give you some number and the scientists then replace this number with some other one. I don't think there's any number in the first place provided by the eyes. It's just inconclusive.
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple, dude. Like, there is a distance that you can see, right? Make that inverted. Sorry, make that like from the X plane to the Y plane, and you'll have gone part of the way up. Double that distance, and just with your eye, yeah, you can eyeball it and it won't be accurate, but you get really close to where it probably is, and you can infer from the distance that you can see how many times you had to double that increment. And there you go. There's the number you're telling me I can't arrive at through looking.
If you can eyeball a distance to something, then it's because you already know the physical size of that thing. For example, you're seeing some like house or whatever, a mountain that is very far away. You can approximately imagine how far away you would be from it, because you have an idea in your mind of how physically big that mountain or a building would be, and then you have a rough idea of what is the relationship, the ratio between the actual physical size and the apparent size with distance. But with the sun, just by looking, you don't even know the physical size. With a building, you know how big physically a building is. With the sun, you don't know that. So the sun could have any ratio between the distance to the sun and the physical size of the sun would give you the same apparent size in the sky. The sun could be like million times farther away than the heliocentrism claims,
let's
but
just
also
get off the
million
sky.
times bigger, and it would give you the exact same visual results.
Get away from the sky. How about that? Let's go back to the ground. Would you mathematically define this curve you see at the horizon? Do you describe it? Define it?
A curve at the horizon?
Yeah, like you say you look at the horizon and you see it curving. Can you mathematically define it? Put some numbers to it?
Yeah, you could define it as as an angle. A full horizon would
I
be
want to test that
360 degrees.
angle. Yeah, I want to test that angle and then see if it matches the heliocentric model or not.
Yeah, you can do that with Walter Bissin's website. He has a simulator where
No,
you
I want to test your observation, your definitions. Because you said you see something, so now you say something. So I'm saying, hey, can you describe it? How much curve? On a scale of like 1 to 10.
This isn't how you measure a curve. You don't measure a curve in a scale of 1 or 10. You're measuring it in angles, for example.
Or not a lot of curve?
It depends. It depends on the height above the ground and on the focal length of the camera. The smaller the focal length, the greater the angle, the visual field is. So we can see bigger curve.
The height. Yeah, the height you're at right now, where you're looking out, and you said you see a curve. You see the physical curve of the Earth. Let's test it.
From the ground level,
or not.
From the ground level, we would predict that it would be negligible. It wouldn't be detectable with the human eyes.
So you contradicted. So you don't see it.
From the ground level, you don't.
You don't. So okay. So you don't see it.
Yes, I don't from the ground level, but
you do see it.
No, when I say that the horizon appears. Stop interrupting. When I say that the horizon appears as curved, I'm accounting for all of the experiences, all of the observations made ever. And that includes observations from high altitude. Because reality isn't only made from specific conditions.
Did you ask what the path of light is?
No, I didn't.
Oh, that could be a problem.
Why?
Because Jesse.
Yeah. I don't care about Jesse. Jesse didn't measure curvature of the horizon.
Jesse, path of light, wants to really know what the path of light is.
I asked him about it, and he responded, "Lol." So I think he thinks your rants are laughable.
Path of light. This is a single issue voter we're dealing with right here. Jesse, path of light. That's really interesting, Jesse. you're really interested in the path of light. Oh, cool. You named your Discord profile Path of Light. That's cool, I guess.
Did anyone install David Weiss's app on their iPhones?
Yeah,
Or
don't be trying to dox people.
what? Docs? What does it mean? Docs. I'm sorry. Am I interrupting anything?
Yeah, you're trying to dox people. That's not going to fly, dude.
I'm sorry. My English is very rusty. What do you mean by doxed?
Yeah, dox means that you're trying to figure out who has the app installed, so then you can ram in the friend finder and start posting people's real life locations. Yeah, don't do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have no intention to harm anybody in any way.
Wait, today did you tell someone to go talk to your face? Tell it to my face? Isn't that's code? That seems pretty coded. Let's see if I got to look at the mod log again.
Okay,
You wouldn't say this to my face.
you're referring to my previous text.
Yeah, is that an appropriate comment to make on Discord?
It was a joke. It was a joke. Come on.
Yeah, I know you're given some charity on the comment, but it was still noted and still logged.
Krit, do you understand that I meant it in a joking way? Like he said something about me, and I said like, can you say it to me in my face, figuratively, in voice chat? But I mean, and then I said, no, you can't. Again, like a joke, because I have been muted. This is the joke. Do you get it? It wasn't.
I get it. That it's a veiled threat of violence, and it's not going to be tolerated.
What kind? Why? Why do you think it is?
This is what I want you to try. How about this? Pretend to be a flat earther. Make a new account. Go to a globalist server, and as soon as they tell you something, say, "I bet you won't say that to my face," and see how they respond. Just do a little mini experiment, if you will.
But it was a joke.
Then
the recipient.
You can say like, "Hey, it was a joke," and see how they respond, and eventually be like, "Oh, by the way, it's Russian Mike," and then see how they respond.
But it wasn't even a threat. It wasn't a threat.
Telling someone to tell it to your face that has been used in the past. Like I said, you were given charity on that comment.
I can understand.
But
I know where you are coming from. Like, tell it to my face. It's usually an aggressive way of saying, "Come on, let's talk it out." And like men, let's fist it out. Like
there's a PK
that's not what I meant.
Banned on Gem Panda server for saying the same thing. But he implied said, "Hey, I don't." He said, "I would be surprised if you people are this rude in real life." He said, "I don't think you would say something like that to my face." And they banned him for violence. And his whole shtick was, "You guys are very rude online. I'd be surprised if you act this way in real life. If you're this rude and belligerent in real life."
But would you accept my apology and explanation?
It's not okay. You don't need an apology. I'm just saying your comment as stated, looks like a veiled threat of violence. You're given some charity on that comment.
So you don't understand humor. You don't understand irony.
Yeah,
or
that's
sarcasm.
okay. You can't joke about stuff like that.
There's
Okay.
been some real life things that have happened from globe earthers against flat earthers.
All
So
right.
you can't joke about that because there's been threats
Okay.
of violence.
Crit, I understand. I deeply, I feel deeply sorry, and you should put it in some kind of list of rules that jokes like that are not acceptable, and I would know that. Now I know it from experience. Well, thank you for explaining it to me. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Crit. Nevertheless, how about the application that David Weiss created and posted on Google Apps and App Store called Flat Earth Clock or something? Have you researched it? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have that
Okay.
app. And the thing is, there's also a friend finder, and there's a way of turning the friend finder off too.
Okay. I'm not talking about the friend finder. I'm not
Yeah.
interested in the friend finder option. How about the basic functions of that app? What do you think about
You
that?
know, Dave Wise, the Globe Busters, they have a whole server, like Ether Cosmology. They're called True Earthers. They don't even identify as flat Earth. I would suggest or offer that if you want to talk to them about their models and their maps, just go to their server and talk to them.
I would do that. Thank you
Okay.
very much. How about the rest of the crowd? What do they think?
Yeah, we're not going to do TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 flat earthers. Number one will surprise you.
Okay, let me clarify once and for all. What is this server for? What is the purpose
It
of the
says
server?
right there in the rules. I've sent them to you multiple times, or at least once, maybe more.
I must have missed it. What is the deal? Is it like you are the lecturer or some kind of leader, and we should listen to you and your
No,
explanations?
incorrect.
Okay.
So right here,
okay.
24/7 flat Earth rules. Ever get the feeling that something isn't right with the world? You ever get that feeling?
I pass. I am not ready to answer this question.
Well, I mean, okay, this is what the channel's about. So if you don't know how to answer this question, you should probably put yourself on mute because you don't have anything to add to the conversation yet.
It's a very obscure and undetermined question. I don't
Is
know how to
something
answer.
right or is something wrong with the world?
I don't know. I haven't been.
You don't know.
that-
Okay, yeah. So you're not really equipped to talk about this conversation yet. The first thing that was presented.
The question
you
is
don't know.
very vague. The question is vague.
Do you ever get a feeling that something isn't right with the world? True or false?
Never thought about it.
Well, start thinking about it then. And then
Okay,
when
I will.
when you come up with, hey, yes, maybe so, strongly agree, disagree, don't know, then you'll be able to have something to go with. Because right now you don't really have even the starting baseline
You don't know it.
understanding of the topic.
You don't know it. Don't talk for me. You don't know me, and you can't.
Yeah, I just asked you.
Talk
Did
on
you
my
ever
behalf.
get the feeling that something isn't right with the world? And you
Okay,
don't
okay.
know.
Okay, I have the right to pass, can't I? Don't I have the right to pass this question?
Yeah, you posit it. Yeah, think about it.
Okay, any more?
And then once you got some idea, if there's something right or wrong, then we're here to have an honest, respectful, and rational discourse about the nature of the earth. Lowercase e, earth, the ground. You're welcome to ask questions, present an argument, or simply discuss. But remember, claims require evidence. Here are some rules to follow for constructive discussion. Blatant dishonesty or obfuscation will result in the Mueller ban. Any breaks of TOS, ban. Shit posting or post by hit and run trolls will just be deleted. This is not the Flat Earth Society.
trolling in any form. This is the one that you've been guilty of in the past. Dealing with concerned trolling, derailing a conversation to question moderation. Copy and paste junk repeatedly, flooding the text chat with just crap that you're not engaging with. Any abuse or insults or personal attacks on the protected social class. Or also doxing, which is what I warned you about. Off topic. If you're off topic, you're out of here. If you are serious and want to discuss flat Earth, you're welcome to stay. Otherwise, you're not. And most of all, have fun. If this topic is too triggering and you're not having fun, then it's time to do something else. Go get worked up by something else. So voice etiquette, do not reveal personal information. No gish galloping. Talk about one topic to a full conclusion. You don't just give 15 topics and then just be like, checkmate. No, you take one topic to a full logical conclusion. And then, don't interrupt. Take your turn. There's lots of people in voice chat, so do not be aggressive. Yeah, it's pretty much it. And then there's also a link to the politics rules for the server too. I sent you that.
Okay. Can I see the link?
Yeah, I posted to you. Here, I'll pin it.
In DM or in the public chat?
Yeah.
I think it would be very wise if you post the link or the whole text to these rules every time when you open the voice chat. I think it will be a smart thing to do.
Yeah, it's right. It's right above this one, right there. Rules.
Okay.
Guest info in rules. You have to pass it to get to this channel. So someone that completely ignored that you're dropping from top to bottom. Guest room announcements, guest room rules, guest room ban appeal. It's all right there. If someone's going to ignore it, that's a bigger problem. They'll probably ignore it no matter how many times you post it. You could post it once every second. They'll still ignore it. They're already ignoring it.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at the start of the text chat, side chat, dated February 17, 2024, and no link to the rules.
Yeah, right here.
Okay, you posted it post-mortem, or whatever it is. Guest rules, I guess. It's too complicated for the new person. So, okay, I have been familiarized with the rules. Well, thank you very much. And I will try to keep those. So, stick to the point.
If you just click on that, it brings you right to it.
Okay. So, are we free to suggest our own topics
No,
to the
the
voice
topic
chat?
is flat Earth.
Yeah, flat Earth, of course. I'm not saying random topics. I'm not a stupid person. I'm talking about flat Earth topics, like David Weiss's app.
Yeah,
Can we discuss it?
That's TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 number one will surprise you.
Can we
Talk about
discuss
that.
it here?
Size, his what he had for breakfast. You want to talk about his NFT. You want to talk about all kinds of crazy shit that has nothing to do with the topic. This cult of personality is a big problem on the globe side.
No, wait a minute. I'm talking about David Weiss, a prominent flat earther.
True earther. He doesn't even identify as a flat earther. He identifies as a true earther.
Okay. So
Yeah, so-
what's the
David
difference?
Weiss is a fucking moron. I told you this. What's wrong with you?
He researches the truth.
He's not a
about the
prominent
Earth.
flat earther. You're
So he's
fucking,
like
you're
you,
straw manning this
isn't
shit.
he? Isn't he?
They call
Блядь,
themselves
заткнись,
ether.
сука, ёбаная тварь.
They call themselves ether cosmology. Not even close. They're more akin to your guys' idea than any flat earther.
Okay. I'm quite surprised to hear that David Weiss is not a flat earther.
He's a true earther. Dude, if you listen to anything he says, start there. Start right there. Hey, David Weiss, are you a flat earther? No. What are you? A true earther. Is the earth a globe? No. What is it? Figuring it out. He doesn't know for sure.
Okay. Well, I believe it's some kind of sophisticated way of saying that he is anti-glober and he is looking for the truth, like you, basically. You also,
How about
if
you
I
find
ask
David
you, do
Weiss
you have a
and go
model
fucking
or
talk to him?
map of flat Earth, you would tell me that you don't have a model and a map.
Yeah, why don't flat earthers present models?
Okay, that's
there
what
a
I'm
reason?
saying.
Is there a reason why?
He's exactly like you. He's
So
searching
they've
for the
got all
truth.
kinds of models.
Okay,
They got fake. When you go to their server, there's a huge banner that says "Thanks, Walter." They use the Walter Bislin model. That's their model.
Okay,
They love it.
Okay.
They can't get enough of it. They do hours and hours of podcasts of them talking about the Walter Bislin model.
Okay.
If you want models and you think it's somebody's anti-globe, go talk to the true earther ether cosmology. They'll talk your ear off. And they have an app that you can use to contact them too. Buy the app and you've got a direct line right to David Weiss.
Okay, so you don't like true authors?
No, I didn't say
David Weiss?
that. I like them. I look up, they're fine. I'm just saying
okay.
I'm not going to sit here and be like, hey, will you talk about True Earth? No, this is a flat Earth channel. True Earth
Okay,
channel.
okay. So, what makes you different from true earthers?
Yeah, they talk about the sky a lot. Like the sky is very important to them.
Mm-hmm.
Like ether, the ether cosmology.
Yep, and
Are
you
really
don't.
all in on tracking, like eclipses and whatnot, and
Yeah, astronomical phenomenon.
yeah, they love that. They love that stuff.
And you don't believe in the sky.
No, I would say the sky is not the ground.
Obviously.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, duh,
it's still there. The sky is still there.
But it's not the ground. So if I'm looking at the ground, I would say I'm not looking at the sky.
Okay. Does air include the sky or vice versa?
The air? Yeah, that would
Yep.
be the sky.
Okay. We breathe air. We live in air. So
The
we should
medium of
consider
sky.
air as part of our physical world.
Yeah, does gas make shapes?
No, it does sometimes.
A gas will just form into a shape.
Gas can form a shape, I believe.
It can?
Why not?
Yeah, gases have no shape.
Okay. You got me.
That's how you can use the air to know the air is not a sphere. Because gases, atmosphere is a paradox. The atmo, meaning gas, meaning air, and sphere, meaning shape. Gases have no shape.
Okay. I hear you.
So that's how I would use the sky. Like, hey, does the sky have a shape to it? Well, no, gases have no shape.
Okay, so but still, for example, celestial navigation. Do you reject it altogether because it is the sky and not the ground, as you said? you're not interested in the sky, like it's not connected to the ground and can't
Topic?
be.
Is that a flat Earth topic, is it? Celestial navigation?
Well, I'm getting to it. So you are not interested in anything in the sky because it's not the ground. You are interested in the ground, its
You're not
shape,
tracking.
its.
Do you use the ground for celestial navigation?
Yes, of course.
Okay, what part of the ground do you use?
Geolocation of
Oh, the
stars.
horizon. You use the horizon.
We
Is the
u-
horizon flat or is the horizon curved?
You're not listening, right now. You're not listening to my
No,
response.
I'm talking about like if you want to talk about celestial navigation, let's boil it down. Which part of celestial navigation uses the Earth?
The geographical position
The
of
horizon.
this.
Use the horizon.
Wait. You don't let me finish. I'm telling you that the celestial navigation uses the geoposition of the
Okay,
celestial bodies,
roll that back.
which are
horizon.
connected to the geographical positions on the Earth.
Yeah, you use the horizon. Horizon curved or not curved?
We are not talking about the horizon now.
How celestial navigation uses the horizon.
As a measurement.
You look at the horizon.
As
you
a measuring point,
Yeah.
reference. As
So
a
let's
reference.
use that. Let's look at that. So is the horizon curved or is the horizon not curved?
It's not important right now.
It's
We are
real
talking about
important. That's the part that's a critical point. The critical juncture of where, like a Venn diagram of celestial navigation in Earth. Where do those things overlap? The horizon. It all starts with the horizon.
Okay. In this celestial
Horizon
navigation,
curved or flat?
how does the curvature of the horizon applied
curved now?
in the navigation? How is
The
the
horizon's
curvature?
curved?
I'm asking you the question.
Yeah,
How
is it
does
curved or flat, the horizon?
is it important in celestial navigation?
Yeah, it's where the two things cross over. So you've got celestial navigation using the stars and what part of the Earth?
Please explain to me how the curvature or non-curvature of the Earth, of the horizon,
The horizon,
applied in the celestial navigation.
Yeah,
Explain
that's
to
what
me
you
now.
use when you use celestial navigation. Use the horizon. It's flat.
Okay. And you asked me if the horizon is curved or not. And
Yeah,
I'm,
just to see, like, are
I'm
you honest?
trying
Are
to
you
see
being
how it is
blatantly honest or
relevant.
blatantly dishonest?
How is it relevant?
That's where the two intersect. Celestial navigation and the Earth, those two things both use the horizon. Where the
Yes,
sky
they do.
apparently meets the ground. Is that
Yes.
curved or is that not curved?
Why do you ask? It's not important.
Yeah, this is critical important. This is a key feature
Explain
of
to
why
me
celestial
how it is
navigation.
important.
This
Explain,
is where
please.
this is how you use celestial navigation. You use the horizon.
Explain how it is important, if it's
Yeah, you
curved or not.
use the horizon. Okay, here, maybe if I give you a picture here, it might be a language barrier.
No language barrier. I hear you fine. You ask me the question, and I want to understand what you mean by that question, because I feel it's not relevant.
Okay, so right here. So exhibit A. Just what does the computer say? So let's see if this works. Like, break this down. Okay, right here. Bang. I asked the computer, does celestial navigation use the horizon? Yes. Celestial navigation uses horizon. Okay, perfect. Let's see here. Can you show me a picture? Here's using a sextant. Using a sextant, what do you look at? Right here. You look at the horizon. Okay. What do you do next?
Are you
Is that
asking?
curved? Yeah, is that curved or flat?
It seems to be flat.
Okay, there we go.
So what?
So your question was, hey, flat earthers, do you use a flat horizon? Fuck yeah.
I didn't ask that. I never asked that.
Fuck yeah, I do. I use a flat horizon always. I always use a flat horizon.
Okay, let me answer your question. We use the horizon as a reference point, not a reference line, but a reference point. Can you hear me?
Yeah, which
It's
is
not
flat.
important. It's not important. It could be flat. It could be curved, whatever. If you look at the horizon, it is the reference point, the level. It's not important how curved the line is. It's just the referencing point. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that's the point is flat. That's a flat line all the way
No,
across.
the point is not a line. The line and the point are different things.
Yeah, the points make a line.
But we use one point, not many points.
All the points, all the way across, every single point.
No. When we look at the sextant, we use one point, not other points. Only one point.
Every single point.
No, that would be impractical to look at the whole horizon. It would be crazy. You look at one point at the horizon.
One point to the next point to the next point, all the way across to form a whole line.
No, you don't have to do it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, here's
That's not how you.
here's like the 6 steps. Here we go. The 6 steps to using the horizon.
So did I clarify that the horizon is used as a reference point, not a reference line, but a reference point?
A curve or flat.
It's not important. I
Which
have
one?
told you.
Is it curved or flat?
It's not important. You're not
It's all
listening.
yeah, it's critical. This is the main shtick here. This is important. This is the most important feature. You bring the
No.
sky light down to the horizon.
No.
You look up, you use a sextant,
Yes.
and you bring a skylight down to the flat horizon, which is the Earth, which is
Okay.
flat.
And you use one point of the horizon, not the whole horizon, but only
The
single point.
horizon.
Like in the picture, I'm looking at the animation right now, and it shows a cross
Yeah, look at number
hairs.
5.
It shows a crossed lines,
Yeah, look at step number
and
5.
pointing to one point, and this point only is important.
Yeah,
That's
look at
how
number 5.
you use a sextant. You don't look at this at the rest of the horizon. There is no use looking at the rest of the horizon.
Yeah,
You
the
need
whole
one
horizon.
point. You need only one point of the horizon, and in this sense, the shape of the horizon is irrelevant.
You use the horizon, and the horizon's flat.
It could be flat. Okay, I'm not arguing. It could be flat. To your eye, it's not relevant to the question. If we are
critical.
using the sextant,
It's a critical key point.
oh my god. Maybe in your mind it could be relevant, but I believe it's not, because we are using only one point at the horizon to measure the elevation of the sun, for example, as in that illustration.
Hello.
What up?
What are you guys debating about? The flat Earth? And what are the arguments pro or against the flat Earth?
What does it? Yeah, what do you think that is? The flat Earth.
what do I think the flat Earth is?
Yeah, what is that?
The flat Earth is a conspiracy theory that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so where did you get conspiracy theory from?
The conspiracy theory is that even though we have proofs we've been to space, even though flat earthers claim that the Earth is still somehow flat, they deny the 1,000 years of research and observations, and they think that all people lie and just small group of them they're only telling the truth.
That's a huge bunch of assumptions and meth-fueled symposium that you added that really ended up with, yeah, you know people lie.
No, you claim that people lie.
People don't lie?
People do lie, obviously.
Okay, they do lie. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't at the same time.
No.
They lie and don't lie at exactly the same time.
No, I did not say.
Okay, do people lie or do they don't lie?
There is such a thing as common knowledge.
You're making a mistake that you think either something is black or white. We can't say that all people
Well, a contradiction. It'd be a contradiction where
Where's the contradiction?
lie and they don't lie at the same time.
No. So yes, there's a contradiction if you say that people lie and
Because
people
this is
don't.
what happened, why you walked yourself into this contradiction, because you made something that wasn't what it was. And you said, hey, flat earth isn't the two words, adjective, noun, a description of the surface. What it actually is a conspiracy theory that people can't lie, but they do.
I did not say that. I did not say that.
This is why, like, you walked yourself into a contradiction, which I thought was important to say, hey, what is flat earth? You're like, it's a conspiracy theory. Interesting.
Wait, what is flat Earth then, Crit?
It's a observation. Of
It's
the
an
surface.
observation? No.
Yeah,
How do you know it's
flat-
observation?
Flat and earth.
Oh, yeah, but how do you know it's observation?
Because I'm observing the surface.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay, so explain to me, why do sky rotate on
Is that the
some...
earth or is that not the earth?
What?
Is that the sky? When you say, hey, explain to me the sky. Is the sky, yeah, is that the earth or not the earth?
The sky is not the earth.
Okay, so you want me to explain something that isn't what I'm observing.
No, you're observing the sky rotating.
No, I'm observing the earth, the surface.
Okay, but now I want to ask you.
So now you want to talk about something completely different, the sky.
So the sky, you mean to tell me that the sky has nothing to do with the earth?
No, I'm trying. If I'm observing the surface of the earth, I use the surface of the earth. I don't use everything other than the surface of the earth.
Okay.
Like
so
if I want to know about my desk, hey, my desk, something, like this pen just rolled off my desk. You're like, that's interesting. I wonder if it maybe did it get warped? Did something happen here? And instead, I go up to the ceiling and start measuring the ceiling.
No. So you're trying to claim that sky has nothing to do with the earth.
No, I'm saying if you're
actually
going to use
sky
the
is
surface of the earth, would you
No.
use the surface of the earth or would you use not that?
I can use both. The sky is related.
But you need an
the earth,
explanation,
the
though, so
ground.
you can't use both.
I can do what?
You can't. Hey, Nick, you're hot micing.
I'm sorry. I'll mute.
Yeah, you can't. You can't do it. You needed an explanation. You're short. You came up bust. Like they said, hey, flip your cards over. Who here got closest to 21? And you're like, you basically got to draw 2 Uno card. And like,
know
dude,
what
you're
you're
not even
talking
playing the
about.
same game. You're looking for an explanation. I told you to keep hitting until you think you're good. Are you close enough to 21 without going over? And you're like, yeah, Uno, wrong game, fool.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about if you're looking at the sky, asking me for observations and explanations after I just told you we're playing blackjack, we're playing observations of the surface of the earth. You're not in the game. Your head's in the clouds. You're looking the wrong direction. You're simply fucked up.
Okay,
So
but
fix it. Fix
problem
that. And once you're able to look the right direction, which way is down? Is
Oh, yeah,
down
yeah, okay,
down or is
yeah.
down up?
Okay, yeah. Let's now determine where it's down.
Yeah, it's
Explain to
down.
me-
So which way is down?
Mhm.
Is point
Okay.
down right now.
Okay,
Can you,
no,
can you
okay. The
point down
point.
for me? Just
Okay,
like
yes.
in your room. Are you pointing down?
Yeah, I can point down.
Is
to
that
you.
towards your feet or towards your head?
Wait, calm down, Crit.
Okay, which way is let's just figure out. Do you know
Crit.
which way
No,
down
okay.
is?
If
Which
you
way
keep
is
on-
down? Which way is down? Up or down? Which one is it? Point down.
You already calm down.
Yeah, point down.
Oh, okay, you already calm
Point
down.
Lib,
No,
listen.
you are
Lib,
not.
liberal.
Calm.
Point down.
Okay. The
Which way is down? Is it towards your feet?
Down. No, down is towards the center of the earth.
Okay, let's talk about that. How do you know that?
How do we know that?
Yeah, center. There's a center of the earth.
Yeah,
Where's that at?
because things. Why do things fall down? And
So
why
now
they
things fall down. Okay, so something falls down. Therefore, there's a center of the earth.
No.
Okay, let's try again then. Let's try again. Okay, so
No,
how
no.
do you know there's a center of
Okay,
the earth?
I'm not gonna talk to you. Thank you.
Okay, how do you know there's a center of the earth? Okay, ran away. This is what, like, basically, I want you to talk about flat earth as a conspiracy theory. And if you don't do that, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Oh, fine, take your ball. Who gives a fuck? Go play over there with the retarded kids. You can bounce your balls down and say you're bouncing up.
So celestial navigation, is it applicable? Can we use it on flat Earth?
The horizon is the horizon flat or is the horizon curved?
You're not answering my question.
Yeah, I'm
Why
trying
are
to
you-
figure out if you know what the answer would look like even.
No, can you just answer yes or no? Can we use celestial navigation on a flat Earth?
Yeah, so to answer your question, I need to know if you understand what the word flat means. By looking at the horizon, would you describe the horizon as flat?
Again,
Do you know the words you're using? I predict, using the flat earth model, that you don't know what you're asking for. You seem to have this question where you're like, hey, the flat earth, what is that? You don't know. Do you know what the word flat is? You don't know that either. Do you know what the word earth means? You don't know that either. Do you know what celestial navigation is? You don't know that either. And you take all this ignorance in a big shit pie, and then you start be like, hey, do you want some of this shit? No, dude, you can eat that. You can eat your own shit. I'm not going to go down some sort of weird idea where your mystery meat shit pie that you baked for you. No, I'm not going to have none. No, thank you. You can eat that. Eat
I'll
your
eat
shit.
a flat pancake earth, please.
Yeah.
Do those.
Eat your shit. Eat it. You
Yeah,
baked
you too,
it.
Nick.
You baked it. You eat it. Because I tried to figure out, do you even know what the word flat means? And you can't. You don't. To you, it's like you're like Bev logic. Nothing is ever flat. He can't tell me one fucking thing in all of creation that he would describe as flat. That's where you walk yourself into Bev logic. Like, holy shit, dude. Abort. Nose up. You are going down. Like you're gonna crash and burn. Pull up.
Okay, Crit, I have no idea of your insider jokes about Bev.
Is the horizon flat?
On the surface of the sea, it is apparently flat.
Okay, there you go. So when you do celestial navigation, do you use a flat horizon or a curved horizon?
No, okay, let's say we use a flat horizon.
So there you go. That's the Earth, the horizon. That flat horizon that you're using is the Earth.
Okay, but the question was, please pay attention.
You know what they do, what they say, celestial navigation wise, is they say locally flat. They add a qualifier. The whole Earth isn't flat, but the part you're using for celestial navigation is 69 miles of locally flat water. You're like, okay, I guess so. If that means like the Earth is flat and not flat at the same time, or you have to functionally use the Earth as flat so you can say it's actually a globe because it's really big, go have at it, Haas. I'm just letting you know that locally flat still is flat. It doesn't locally flat doesn't mean curved. It means flat at a local level, the human level, where you would do celestial navigation. You are locally using, you drew a tangent across the surface of a ball, and that line where those two lines intersect would be 69 miles.
Wait, so you said 70 miles, right? Or
1
60?
nautical degree.
But I just did the math while you were talking, right? And it appears that 69 miles divided by the estimated circumference of Earth, right, would account for less than 1%. So do you think like
it's off? That's what they try to tell you. It's a pair. It's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, no, what I'm trying to get at is if you took like less than 1% of a ball, a basketball even, right, and you measured only that little section, effectively you could use it as flat, right? Because it's such a tiny amount. That doesn't mean that the ball is flat. That's all I'm trying to get at. You're making it sound like it's a very big portion. It's really not. It's less than 1%.
So what you do here is you take 90 degrees times 60 miles. That would equal North Pole to equator on the balltard. You get 6,210 miles. If you look at the model, so this is where you know the model doesn't match reality. They say, just Google it, equator. What's the difference, the distance between North Pole to, oh wait, hold on. It's to the South Pole, North Pole to South Pole.
South is 6.2 miles and north is 6.215, so they're almost the same.
There it is. Yeah. Yeah, but it's longer than 60 times 90. So there's missing land somewhere. So 6,215 miles.
Yeah, the difference is due to curvature, right? Because you can't
that
draw
was
straight.
counting curvature.
Well, that's accounted
That's
for
accounting. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the question. So either
This is even better. What you go 1,000? So what is 180 times 69? 1,000 or 12,420. And you ask Google, hey, what's the difference from North Pole to South Pole? What 12,430 in all directions. So where is 10 miles of missing land? Where is it? Just magically just appears out of nowhere? Is it like the Bermuda Triangle? Is that where is that at? Where is this missing land? Someone's got to find it.
where is the number you're referring to origin from? So you're saying there is 12,000 something miles from north to south always, right? But then you're comparing that to a different number. What's the different number?
Yeah, the degrees per nautical mile.
I guess the degrees per nautical mile are wrong then?
How
Or the
could that be
measurement's wrong?
How could that be wrong?
Well, it's obvious one of the two is wrong, right? So
or there's missing land.
Where would that be?
Somewhere. Is it a rounding error? Maybe just like enough gap in the distance there that so you basically look at Polaris and you take a sextant or whatever, protractor or something, you measure the angle. You walk or travel 69 miles. You do it again and again and again, all the way to where you can't see Polaris anymore. It's 0 degrees. It's right at the horizon. You draw an invisible line. Then you go back and you measure that distance. You're like, this is how far it is from this point to this point. And someone gives you a model and says, this is a model of the Earth. You're like, cool, let me fact check that model. It's wrong. They're like, why? Why is it wrong? Because there's missing land somewhere. Like somehow I either I measured wrong or there's missing land. These two things don't match. The observation and the measurement do not match the model. So which one's wrong? One of them, they can't be wrong. They can't both be right because they have different values for the same.
Right. I googled a little bit around while you were talking, and it appears that the problem is that the sextant is flawed in the way that it uses the measurements from Polaris, because it seems, and this I haven't done this measurement, this is just what it says, but it seems that there is a misunderstanding that when you use these angles to Polaris, the further you come on the northern latitude of the hemisphere, right, the farther, in other words, the farther you go north, the higher Polaris appears in the sky. So Polaris is not equal as you travel north, right? Hence the problem with the measurement.
Well, they also say too that as Polaris gets closer to the horizon, it gets a little janky. Like it doesn't always appear exactly where it's at. There's some sort of refraction going on. So they say you can see some with enough refraction, you can see Polaris past 0, and that would throw off your measurement too. Now it should be 0. You should be standing on the equator, but you're not. You're actually past the equator. It's below. The Polaris has been loomed up, over, and around the curve of the Earth, given the appearance that you are on the equator, but you actually have passed the equator.
I mean, listening to this, it doesn't sound to suggest that there is either flat or spherical Earth. This is a matter of measurement.
You use the horizon.
This is a matter of like measuring Earth, but not the shape of it, right? So
just the horizon.
Yeah. But it is not an argument for a flat Earth, nor is it an argument for a globe Earth.
Yeah, it's an argument for the horizon. What is the horizon? Can you do celestial navigation with a curved horizon?
Yes.
Do you see how you couldn't do it?
I said yes. You could. You could
no,
do
you
it.
couldn't. Because you got to bring the vertical line of the horizon of the celestial object, the sun or the star. You have to bring that down to the horizontal line of the horizon to make 4 90-degree angles. You would not be able to do that if one of those lines are curved. You wouldn't get 4 90-degree angles. You wouldn't get one 90-degree angle.
You make it sound like curved means super curved, like you will not have any close 90-degree angles at all. With a slight curvature, this would matter, right? This is what we discussed. So that's why we say locally flat.
Yeah, you're back to locally flat. So that walks you into a contradiction. How is locally flat actually not flat? It's not flat at all.
Yeah, well, we've been over this, right? Like a small snippet of a curvature will appear flat.
Okay, so how is it not flat then?
Because when you expand it, then it bends, right? But it just has a very, very gradual curvature to it. So that's why, like, if it put it this way, right? You could scale up Earth You can make it 100 times bigger, right? And then on your sextant, you would be able to have a 10 times larger area, but it would behave the same as it does now, right? So it's just about the magnitude we're working on. Simultaneously, if you shrunk the Earth, right, 10 times, you would see that method would be flawed if you use the same 69 mile distance, right? Because it's too big now. Curvature would play a bigger role. But this is not like a curve or a flat Earth argument. This is just about distance. I think like
missing land. There's some missing land somewhere.
Well, you already said that it's either a roundup era, another era, or a missing land. So until we have
going on.
quote unquote missing land, then you cannot say, well, it's due to this, right? Because there is no proof of that. So you could speculate that that is the case, but that is not proven, just to be clear, right?
The numbers don't match. If I say
I'm aware.
From here to my neighbor's house,
I don't need an analogy. I understood it.
Feet. And they say, well, here, look at this model. It says it's 35 feet. Which one's correct?
You mean on the face value, it's the same problem. Creating an analogy.
One of them can't be. They both can't be right.
That's what I said. That's what I started saying. Yeah.
So one of them is wrong.
Correct.
So which one? Or maybe they're both. They could both be wrong.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, like, I'm with you on like the whole distance to horizon in measurements locally, but where I lose touch with flat Earth is like the space denial. It's that's where I tune out. You know.
Space denial. What the fuck does that mean?
There seems to be a group of people in the flat Earth community not thinking we've gone to space, nor that we can.
Yeah, no, we. Neither of you. You've never gone to space either.
We is used as a collective for humanity, not
there's
you
no
and I.
Collective. There's a bunch of tribes. All of humanity is made up of tribes.
I mean, you can disagree with language, but that doesn't mean
in groups and out groups. There's no collective humanity.
I mean, I disagree.
Okay, let's try it. So, inside your worldview, when Nixon went to the moon, he said, we go to the moon for all mankind. Did he include liberals in that?
Yes, everybody.
At the same time he's including liberals, he's also have a secret enemies list that's tracking their movements in what they're doing.
Is there a question in there?
Yeah, does that make it seem like he goes to the moon for them?
Yeah, they're part of the humanity. So yeah.
That he's tracking. Like he's tracking them. How about the Vietnamese that he was systematically carpet bombing? Were they part of his space travel?
Let me put it this way, right? Let's say that somebody raped me, right? And I hated that person, right? I hated them completely. If I'm doing something for humanity, they're included.
Yeah, I did debate that one. No, SA is not going to be. You can't just talk about SA, dude. What the hell's wrong with you?
But honestly, Nick just expanded on your metaphor. It's not honest of you to mute him.
What do we call that? When someone breaks the rules by concern trolling. It's not honest to try to flood the text chat and voice chat with TOS violations to shut the channel down. That's not honest either.
I'm just saying, Rick, I'm just saying, he didn't violate anything. He expanded, as I said, on your own topic about the politicians and the Vietnamese and the president of America and so on and so forth. He didn't bring this up on his own. He just responded to your question. He answered your question, basically.
No, he didn't. My question was Nixon was a rampant dehumanizer. His group of people was very small. He did not consider very many people part of his we. So how the fuck on the backswing are you going to be like, yeah, this guy was actually like pretty amazing?
I'm not saying she's
Yeah,
amazing.
right here. We're on YouTube, so you have to follow YouTube TOS.
Okay.
Discussing of violent or dangerous content. Discussing of sensitive materials, which includes not safe for children, sex, nudity, or self-harm.
What's up, guys?
This is what he does. He joins these channels. His goal is to shut it down, to slip in as many TOS violations as he can, and then say, look at the flat earthers. They're not modding the channel. That's why he's had to come back with sock accounts, because he's talked himself into bans. They're like, dude, you're the one who brought the TOS violation. You're out of here, dude. You fucked up. You reported yourself. I'm looking for the exact thing where it says that you have to give trigger warnings for SA. Yeah, here it is. Rule number 13. Oh, no, never mind. That's different.
So can we talk about the sky, though?
What about it?
It's interesting. It's science.
It's science.
Yes.
How do you science the sky?
It's observation. It's what we see. It's what surrounds us. And it's the curiosity that drives the human nature, human society. Science is the basic. It's the basis of science. Like, what is electricity? Nobody knows. Let's make more experiments to find out. And that's how science works, generally. And that's why I'm asking, what do you think about the galaxies in the sky? What are those? Why are they spiral? What makes them spiral?
Yeah, that'd be perpetual motion. Nothing should cause them to spiral. Just moving continuously forever. That's not something that is workable in physics. That's perpetual motion. That violates natural law, the first law of thermodynamics.
Okay, but we still see them, right, in our telescopes?
Yeah, you don't see them spiraling.
Yeah.
They say they spiral like slow, like it takes millions of years for it to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't see it from the human.
Crit, are you a Earth creationist? Early Earth creationist?
What's it? I don't know what that means.
Like
He's asking you if you're a creationist.
Are you a Christian, Crit?
Yeah, I would say I'm Christian adjacent, or would call. I mean, if in the grand scope of things, if people be like, "What religion are you?" Christian or not? I suppose I would have to go with Christian.
Okay, and therefore the question: do you believe in the early Earth creationism?
Like how William Duffy, the guy who's doing the final
No,
experiment.
no. It's
Well, I don't know what you're talking about then. What do you mean by young Earth creationism?
well,
Like, how old do you think the Earth is?
yes, that's the basic idea behind.
Yeah, how old is the Earth, do you think?
It was my question to you.
Yeah, how old do you think it is?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
That's the idea. Nobody knows. So, do you believe?
What about if you use like rocks? Like you find a rock and you tell, "Hey, how old is this rock?" Would that tell you how old the Earth is?
Wait. You don't think radium energy getting worse, right?
Well, I mean, do you know that rock came from the Earth? What if it came from space? From something else that's older? Like, what if you have like a planet, a brand new planet? This is day one, and a rock from space lands on it that's like 20 billion years old. And someone picks up that one rock and says, "Hey, this planet is 20 billion years old." Really? Or is that rock 20 billion years old?
But that's not relevant because you think the universe is young.
How's that not relevant? You're testing the rock, not the Earth.
Yeah, but you think that the asteroids are also 6,000 years old, right?
No, I didn't say anything about that.
You think the universe is billions of years old?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the universe at all. I'm talking about the Earth.
But you said that
So the universe
galaxy. I'm sorry. You said that the galaxy has been spiraling for millions
No,
of
I'm
years.
telling you that if it's true, if they say, "Hey, look at that spiraling galaxy," where did you see that? You've never seen that. They said all the visible lights in the sky are all within the Milky Way galaxy. So, well, where did you get these pictures of galaxies? Oh, they're from NASA. NASA took an image of a faraway galaxy. You're like, cool, bro. How? So, what was it doing? It's spinning. It really is spiraling. How does it do that? I don't know.
Okay, nobody knows. That's the point.
How could it do that? Is perpetual motion possible?
That's the essence of science. Nobody knows exactly how things work, but we are trying to figure it out. Nobody has
Figure what
all
out?
the answers. The answer: why is it spiraling? Why?
It's not.
How long has it been there? It's the open question. It's an open question. Nobody has the authority to tell us how it is working. And okay, it is a very good sign that you are open to the discussion. And honestly, I am very glad to hear you to be open to scientific dispute.
Yeah, I guess Peter would call this space mysticism. Do you think there's another Earth out there? Like, is there possible, like, exactly a copy of Earth?
In a crazy dream, maybe.
No, I mean, like, the universe is so large that isn't like anything possible.
Again, in a crazy dream, of course.
So there's not another Earth out there. This is it. This is the only one.
It's mathematically impossible. Very
How large?
unlikely.
Crit, how large do you think the universe is?
Yeah, say it's endless.
No, how large do you think it is?
Yeah, the whole. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not really sure how far it goes. Speculation wise, maybe like 30,000 miles or something like that.
And how old is it?
Oh, I would guess somewhere. Yeah, it's really hard. That's it. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure where I would go. There's so many conflicting data points that it's really no way
Well,
of knowing.
Well, do you trust the Bible?
For some things, yeah.
What about the age of the earth
Yeah,
and the universe?
well, if you trust the Bible, it also gets you the heliocentric too. So, which Bible version and which interpretation are you using?
Wait, Bible says heliocentric?
Yeah, they read from like when they went Apollo 8 stopped the mission to read from the Bible to give the glory to God. They read Genesis for fuck's sake.
Well, honestly,
Genesis. Wait, hold on. Genesis reaffirms the globe. Is that what you're saying?
Well, here, no, this is what they're saying. So, do you know what Apollo 8 is?
It's probably one of the missions, moon missions, right? Look,
What did
look, I'm trying to
Apollo 8 do?
I don't know, but look, I'm trying to ask you, right? So
Okay, well, see, you're not equipped to have this conversation if you don't know.
So no, hold on. What do you think the Bible says?
The Bible says exactly what it says. Treat your neighbor like you want to be treated.
No, about the earth. What do you think it says about the earth?
Yeah, it says this is the earth. You have dominion over the earth, and to love your neighbor like you want to be treated.
Yeah, and how old is it?
It's as old as it is.
It doesn't give numbers in Genesis.
It's 7 days, but that could just be like a day for God. Could be, who knows?
No.
He framed
That's not what
it.
I'm talking about.
Okay, so if you're going to interrupt me, I'm just going to put you on mute, dude. Which one do you want? Can you control yourself or not?
He just Genesis doesn't give the age of the earth.
Yeah, well, he says God 7
says.
days. It took God 7 days to make earth, and the seventh day God rested. They give you a concept of the 7-day work week and to have a Sabbath. Does that mean that it's actually 7 days? Well, no, because earth was created and then the moon and the sun was created.
Yep.
So there was days before.
We have been talking about the
Right.
age.
So the dates. Hold on. Just to respond. So the dates that I'm talking about, I'm not talking about the 7 days during creation. I'm talking about Earth was created first, then the sun, then the moon in 7 days. If you want to take that metaphorically, that's fine. But it's not billions of years, right? So whatever amount of
How
days,
do you know that?
right?
How do you know it's not billions of years?
Is it billions of years? Are you saying that's possible?
No, what are you saying? How do you know? How old's
I'm
yours?
trying to ascertain your interpretation of the Bible, bro.
Yeah, and what did I tell you?
You told me that it talks about the days, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking
Yeah, I
about the
said
parts in
you've
the
got
Bible.
astronauts who said that God made the earth, and they read from the Bible.
Guys, you both are
Hold
wrong.
on.
The elders of the church
Hold on. Wait.
estimated the age of the earth equal to 6,000 years to the birth of Christ, and then 2,000 years from birth of Christ. That's
Exactly. Because you're right, Mike. That's what I was going to bring up. I was going to bring up in Genesis, it lays out the human genealogy, and it tells you the dates and the lifespans of these people, right? So you can get a ballpark from the first human, right? Because the first human was around when the earth was created, right? So like Mike said, you get around 6,000 years. That's the maximum interpretation from what I've read in Genesis, at least. So do you agree with that or not?
Crit. Well, that's the official information, by the way. If you don't have to argue against it, it's like common knowledge.
Yeah, it talks about their kids, right? Their names, who they marry. A lot of incest is involved, but that's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's just a bit off topic, guys.
Well, no, I'm just trying to ask him, do you guys, or him specifically, does he accept the Bible, right? And if he does, how does he interpret it? That's what I'm asking about when it comes to the age
It's
of the
like,
earth.
it's a very sort of, everyone interprets the Bible kind of differently. Everyone's got their own ideas, It's not really relevant. You know,
Of course, I'm
the
because I'm
Earth
talking
is.
to him.
Yeah, but it's.
It can't be
Stick
irrelevant.
to the comment. Stick to the topic of the room. Just
It can't
Well,
be.
well, the
I'm sorry.
topic is very relevant. We're talking about the Earth and the age of the Earth, right? Well, let me ask you then: do you believe the Bible?
Well, yeah, I don't mind talking. I mean, yeah.
And what about the parts where it talks about the age of the Earth?
Well, the Jews believe it's 6,700 and blah blah something, right?
Right. That's the
So
highball estimate.
I don't know how well of it have they been keeping records. Have been.
It's all in Genesis, man. You can pull it up yourself.
Yeah.
It's really hard to have this conversation with you when you don't know what either side is saying, and you have some unique interpretation of the Bible that you won't share, or you have some unique interpretation of how old Earth is that you're not sharing either. It's like you're just asking questions without ever getting to the cowbell. What exactly do you think this means? If X or if A, if B, if Earth is 1 million years old, 10 million, 10 billion, where does this get you to? What is your conclusion?
Right. Well, I was gonna wait for your answer, but that's fine. If you were to answer me, then I was gonna tie it back to the topic earlier when we were talking about the rocks, right?
Okay, what answer are you
And
looking
radiometric
for?
dating. I'm just looking for what you think, man. Do you think that the Bible is accurate when it gives us these numbers, or what do you think? That's all
What
I'm asking.
numbers
I'm
does the
just asking for your
Bible
view.
give? What numbers does the Bible give?
Like the other guy said, 6,000 something years, 6,700 years, something like that.
For how long humans have been here?
Yes, and humans
Okay.
popped out a bit after the Earth was formed.
Yeah, so how long was it before, when the Earth was formed, before humans showed up?
Couple of days, I don't know. I can pull it
God
up. Not a long
days,
time.
right?
Well, if it's God days there, then you can say that it's God years when it talks about their lifespans, and then you can say then it's there's billions of years old, right?
No, because God, what? Okay, maybe you. Okay, I think you're really fucked up here. What day was humans created?
Let me actually pull up the verse.
Okay,
Hold
no,
on.
dude,
Let me
pay
pull up Genesis.
attention. What day? Do you know the days of creation even? Can you spit them
Yeah,
out?
I know this.
Okay, what
I know
day
the
was humans
7.
created?
Yeah, I'm gonna look that up right now. Actually,
Okay,
just
now you
to
gotta
clarify.
look it up.
But it's not, dude. It's not millions of years, though, right? You don't think it's millions of years, right?
Well, if you knew this stuff, you'd be able to talk about it, but you don't know it. Humans were created on the 6th day, and then God rested. So from the 6th day to the 7th day, this is still day 7. God created.
We know.
How long is
Right,
each
sorry.
day? You don't know. We're still in day 7. Or not.
No. Okay, that's great. That's great. So humans were created on the 6th day, right? We agree on that, right? Perfect.
No, we
That's
don't agree.
human-
That's what the Genesis says. Genesis says created on the 6th day. Do you know where that came from? Where did that come from?
Look, I'm trying to ascertain whether you think this is true. Do you accept the Bible? What are your thoughts on it?
Okay, let me try to break this down for you really simple, okay? What happened in day 1? This no right or wrong answer.
God created the I don't know light or the
Light.
earth. I'm not
God
sure.
created light. Okay,
Light.
what happened in day
Light,
2?
okay.
No, heaven and earth. On the first day, he created heaven and earth.
Wait, heaven is on
the earth. Yeah, he separated light from darkness and created the earth. Okay, what happened in day 2?
Okay.
Day 2, he did what? What did he add?
I'm not sure. I think one of the early ones is the earth, right? And then the sun.
Sky. He made the sky.
Okay, the sky.
Okay, and then what did he make?
The firmament was created on the 2nd day. Come on.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to get it to like colloquial terms where.
Yeah, we can't say sky. Sky doesn't infer a containment.
Okay, firmament.
Okay, so there was water. Okay, let me break it down for you. my take of a flat earther or a Hebrew cosmologist is the world was just darkness. As all of creation was just pure darkness. God separated, like it was all water, just dark water. He separated the waters above from the waters below, and then and that was it. Then he barricaded that area, that bubble, with a firmament. Then he added ground, land, to the water and separated the water from the depth to the waters above. The sky. The sky is full of water because it's stretched out over thousands of miles. Then
And
he
all
added
of
the
this-
sun, moon, and the stars. Then he added animals. And then he added people. And then
Right, and all of this
he rested.
sorry, just to cut in briefly. And all of this took 6 God days, right?
7.
And now no, we're at humans. We're on day 6 right now, before the rest. Before
But
the
we're on
rest.
day 7
right?
then.
No. Hold on. I'm talking about the moment when humans were created. The reason why I'm pinpointing this exact moment is
Yeah,
because
was that the start of the day or the end of the day? If God worked all day to make people, was that morning? Or did he get his cup of coffee first? And then as he's punching out for the day, all the people are created.
Right. So
the end of
just
day 6.
okay, the end of day 6.
The next day we got day 7.
Okay, great.
How long
So,
is day 7?
Right. So
More
so
than
I'm
what?
gonna get-
More than
Right. What do you think?
more
What do you
more
think?
than 6,000 years. If you add up all the ages of all the people. So it's more than 6,000 years. Check the hole.
Wait, what?
Okay, so if God made all the people and all the people that have lived, all their birthdays, all their ages, all add up to 6,000 years, minus Adam and Eve, who were eternal. They were immortal. They lived forever. So you don't know how long Adam and Eve were around. Also, so
Right.
you've got 6,000 years plus how long Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden. That is only a part of what day 7 is. You don't know all of day 7 yet.
Right. So this is where I'm trying to get your view, right? Because everyone has a different hermeneutic. So what's your hermeneutic? How long is a God day according to you?
Yeah, it's probably longer than 24 hours. I would guess it was much longer than 24 hours.
Yeah, but is it like
something
millions of
like
years?
6,000 plus how long Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden? Something like that. Something more than that.
Right. So so okay, and we know the events that occurred in the garden, right? And so how long
We
did
don't
those
know the
events
time
take?
frame.
2 years.
You don't know the time frame of that.
So how many years are you putting that? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? How many?
Who knows? It could be 1 million years, 10 million years. Adam and Eve were immortal. They lived perpetually in the Garden of Eden, completely balanced with nature. It could have been 1 month. It could have been 50 billion years. It could have been an unmeasurable amount of time. Eternity. Effectively eternity.
So then I don't understand why you were questioning earlier when the guy brought up dating rocks, right? Because you have no problem
Because
with
of rock. So this is day 1. So basically you make an Earth or a planet, or you got like a baby. Say a baby's born today, and a rock falls from the sky and just lands on the baby. Someone picks up the baby and says, I wonder how old this baby is. Let me do some testing. And they take a sample and they pick the rock up that was on the baby. Like, oh wow, this baby is 2 billion years old. Like, how the fuck, dude? They got it wrong too, because they've done, samples of living organisms that they dated to be old. Like a living snail, they carbon dated its shell. They're like, yeah, this snail shell is 30,000 years old. Like, dude, that's a snail. It's like not even a year old.
But here's the thing, right? You say that these huge numbers are ridiculous, right? But what reason do you have to question them when you say that Adam and Eve could have lived for 50 billion years? That makes no sense to me. Why do
You
you
don't
why do
know.
you hold
You
these
don't
beliefs?
know how
Why
long
do you
it
think?
is. You don't.
But
How
the thing
long
is,
were,
radio.
okay, how long was Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden?
No, hold on.
Do you
What
know?
we
Or
do
you
know.
don't?
No. But I'll tell
How
you what we
long?
do
How
know.
long do you think?
I don't know that, but
I don't
I'll
know
tell you
either.
what we
So
do
how are you
know.
going to put a time to it if you don't know?
I'll tell you what we do know though. We've
What
derived
do we?
equations from
What do the mouse in your pocket? You and that mouse? Who are you speaking
physicists,
for? Who we? You speak for physicists
physics
now.
people.
You speak for them? Are you like a card
Look,
carrying member
I
of the
can send
physics?
you the derivation of the formula, bro. Anyone can do it, right? So people can derive these formulas from basic laws of physics to see how radioactive things age, right? We know the rate at which uranium turns into lead. We know that, right? If we were to change these numbers, we would have to change how fast electrons spin around a nucleus of an atom. You get what I'm saying? Right? So what we do know is a half life of uranium, for example. We can measure that and confirm that multiple times. We've done that, right? So we
With
do
what
know
air
that.
rate?
That's the
What's
one thing we do know.
plus or minus what? How much?
Well, I don't know the margin of error, but
Fuck.
I think the half life of uranium 238 is 4.5 billion, something like that.
Plus or minus what?
I don't know. But you get what I'm saying, though. Like the fact that we have these things at work,
Yeah, you
right?
don't know. You don't know how old the Earth is. You have no clue.
But we know
It's a
how old rocks are.
wild guess based on a bunch of shit that is full of assumption.
I mean, it's fine if you. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, you don't know. And this is why the date of the Earth, it'll say, hey, the Earth is 4 billion years old, plus or minus 50 million years, or 80 million, whatever. Really? So you've got that figured out? That plus or minus million? It's like Michio Kaku said it best. When you're off by a factor of 1, you're like, fuck, there's something wrong with the model. This is off by a factor of 6. More than 6, probably. This is the 1 million years off.
So again, if these numbers are preposterous, right? Give me a range of the Earth.
A range for the Earth?
Yeah, the age of the Earth.
Yeah.
Give me a range.
Day 7. For plus.
How long is day 7?
Plus 6,000 years. Plus however long Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden. Plus maybe some, unknown supernatural flex time. Something like that.
And all of that adds up to?
Exactly what that adds up to.
And that is?
Yeah, whatever that number is, that's what it is.
No, but you're not giving me a number, but then you're saying 30,000 is too.
Because you've got some unknown variables in there. You got
okay,
formula.
but the thing.
You got. Let's see. Let's do it in math. Let's do math as a language. So you got the age of the Earth. What variable do you want to assign to that? What should we call
E.
Age? E.
Sure.
So E equals, say, 6,000, give or take. Because maybe people didn't count all their birthdays very well. Plus, we will do what's the variable for Garden of Eden?
G.
Plus G. Plus
day 7.
Well, that would be, yeah, or plus all of day 7.
Yeah, so you can
or
do
minus
D7.
Minus day 7, because that would give you how much time you've got left.
Minus?
Yeah, because you subtract, right? Because at the end of day 7, creation's going to end, right? Or not? Or maybe?
Wait, hold on. Earth was created day 6, right?
No, day one, the Earth was created.
Okay, day one. So
Yeah.
then we're gonna add 6 days to the equation.
Yeah, but the 6 those days. How long is each one of those days?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask you because and don't cut me off, please. Because when you brought up the snail, the 30,000 years, that's absurd. 4.5 billion years is absurd, right? Those numbers are absurd to you, right? So you have an intuition about what those days might be. So please give us a
Okay,
range, please.
so we'll do God days plus 6 God days. Right here, Earth equals 6,000 years plus or minus. Very, depending on how well they kept track of, of vital statistics. Because they weren't exactly the greatest of bookkeepers back then. Plus the Garden of Eden, plus 6 God days.
Right. And this equation cannot
tell
be
you how
4.5
old
billion
Earth
years.
is.
Right. And you think that this equation cannot be 4.5 billion. It has to be lower than that, right?
No, I'm saying, how would you know otherwise?
Well, you're shitting on all of these people who do this for a living, right? They date rocks,
No one
right?
does this for a living, dude. No one's out there carbon
Geologists
dating
do this,
rocks.
bro.
No, they're not out there carbon dating rocks for a living. I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
Well, not carbon dating rocks. And why are you talking about carbon dating? I'm talking about radiometric dating, bro.
Okay, radiometric
Right?
dating.
People,
There's
right?
no
And
one
people,
out there who's like, this is my job to radiometric date shit. They might have a gig here and there, but they have like a wider career field. It's like how many? It's like they get paid by the hour. Hey, like the foreman kind of knocking the door. Did you radiometrically date those 12 rocks today? No, boss. I only got through 10. It's like you're fired. You have to get through all 12.
So this is perfect. This
You're
is a
so
perfect
fucking fired. You're so fired, dude. You have to get 12 rocks per day.
Right. So this is a perfect example for you then, because you should look up Google basin modeling. People model basins, right, based on their radiological ages, calculated by the same formula, right? And why do they do that? They do that to dig oil, right? They do that to make money, right? They won't make money if the equation doesn't work, right?
They
Basin
make
modeling,
money
you
off
can look that
what?
up.
Who's paying for rocks? Pet rock? Hey,
Bro,
how old is
if
your pet rock?
If you know how old a rock is or a geological
Dude, how
layer is, you know
old is
the
your
answer
pet
to
rock?
what will be. What?
When's your pet rock's birthday? I want to know. I'm gonna send you like an gift, like an birthday card for your pet rock.
Google basin modeling, dude.
Or
Billions of dollars.
Your pet rock. How old is your pet rock in your pocket? The wee rock, the rock you have in your pocket that someone carbon dated for you or electromagnetic, radioactive dated. How old is your pet rock?
Any of you guys in the VC, please look up basin modeling. They dig oil based on the ages of rocks. That's how they make money.
Okay, how old is your pet rock?
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking to your pet rock?
I'll paste a study in the chat about basin modeling.
How old is your pet rock? Yeah, Mike, you don't need to record it in OBS. You could just go to the YouTube channel and then clip the parts you want. Like just have like a notepad. This is what we do. We have like a little notepad next to us, and as soon as the globalist says something, they're like, hey, let's clip that for later. And you just write a timestamp down, and you're like, hey, this is where X person said this. This is where they said that, and then people go back and clip it. And they take the dumbest shit globalists say and then compile it and say, hey, do you want to sound like this? Don't ever go full globetard. You say some of the most dumbest shit ever. Planes flying backwards, like babies adjusting to the rotation of the earth. I mean, it's like the amount of crazy shit. Oh, dog bones are clocks. This is basically Hugh is saying that, what Brenda had said. A dog bone is a clock. And the donut hole is space-time. This is why just like at some point when they start getting completely batshit, just ask them, how old is your pet rock?
Am I deaf?
No, you're not.
Okay, sorry. I'm so suspicious. Okay. In the text chat, I proposed to the user, let me see, his nickname.
Why are you emotionally invested in this topic?
Why?
Alright, guys. So I found hold on. So I found the thing about the oil digging and the rocks. I'm just gonna share my screen like I seem to be always doing here, and show you guys something. Right. So, look here. So there's basins, right? And there's rocks, and rocks turn into oil. And the reason why we can predict where oil will be is, if you can see on this diagram, these are the equations that they use to predict the ages of these rocks and when they'll turn into oil, right? And in this diagram here, you can see, right? This is the potential source rock, right? This is the effective source rock, right? The processes, hold on. So let me read from here actually. A petroleum system, look here. A petroleum system comprises a part of active source rock and the oil and gas derived from it as established by geochemical correlation. The concept embodies all the geologic elements and processes needed for oil and gas to accumulate. The essential elements are an effective source of rock, reservoir, seed, and overburden rock. The last petroleum system modeling, the method which combines geologic, geophysical, geochemical, hydrodynamic, and thermodynamic data, was first established in the early 1980s. Right? They've been doing this for 20 years. Right? Look here, modeling over millions of years. In essence, basing and petroleum system modeling tracks the evolution of a basin through time as it fills with fluids and sediments that may eventually generate or contain hydrocarbons.
Slow down, Captain.
Millions of years.
Slow down
Now
for a
look,
second.
now look. This
Slow
is
down for a
hold on.
second.
Yeah, you're talking so
hold on.
fast. Yeah, listen, Hugh, you're talking so fast. It sounds like it's not even English, like it was Arabic or something.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
so-
Okay.
Hugh,
So,
listen.
hold on. This is the important bit. This is the important bit. In 1982,
First sentence you said it's a concept, so we're gonna go with that.
$1.5 billion US on lease rights on the outer US continental shelf over the Mukhluk project. Right? Look at how much money they put into this. Right? This is how they find oil, guys. Millions of years.
They've been looking for oil for millions of years.
That's what I
No,
heard.
the model. No, the basin model. They age rocks. They look for the oil. The whole reason they can find the oil is through this match, bro. But it's fine. You know, you're gonna say nah, that's fine. Talk to someone else.
No, how did you get to the age of the earth using the Bible now?
Oh, the Bible? I was just trying to ask what you think.
Yeah, so you're so far off the ranch that you're talking about oil drilling. For fuck's sake, dude. You're a hot mess.
I feel like everyone can tag the conversation, right? I feel like he brought up, oh, you're gonna have to use rocks in your job? That's so absurd. And I showed him an example.
I asked you your pet rock. How old is your pet rock?
Nah. This is just That's
how
fine.
Old
I posted the PDF. You guys
how
can look at it
old is your pet rock? How old's your pet rock? Hugh, your pet rock, how old is it?
Probably needs to call Michelle and ask Michelle.
Yeah, that's my cousins, right? Does your pet rock, what family does it come from of rocks?
Michelle's the queen bee of the rocks.
You get all quiet when they get stuck.
Dude's literally kicking rocks. He's over here kicking rocks and shit.
This is what kicking rocks sounds like.
He spoke so fast, I could have sworn it was Arabic. Like, that is, like, amazing. Amazing. I was like, English only, motherfucker. Oh, wait, he is English. That says... Damn, motor mouth.
He got all excited like what he was reading, this concept that he was reading, was some globe proof.
Yeah, about the age of the earth. Like somehow, so if you've got a pet rock, then the Bible's wrong. So the astronauts who read from the Bible didn't actually read from the Bible. They did something else, like drilling for oil.
Radvan, the point of me bringing up the study was to show the legitimacy of radiometric dating, right?
But to bring up the
They make
legitimacy
billions
of
of
a
dollars off
concept,
of it, bro.
you're bringing up the legitimacy of a concept.
Yes, by
Oh,
showing you how they use it in real
they
life to produce
have a
billions of
concept.
dollars.
Yeah, nobody spent billions of dollars on a concept, dummy.
No. They spent 120. They got $1 billion. The US is. You can look up the US oil production yourself, bro. It's rising. It's going through the roof.
NASA is getting money to a tune of 80 million a day on a fictitious place and concept.
Yeah, that's where they. Maybe this is more black, black funding sites. What's going on over there? Oh, we're not testing weapons. We're testing rocks. For what? Because these rocks turn into oil or some shit. What the fuck? Are you serious?
Bro, read the shit yourself, bro.
Dude,
Read
you
the
said
PDF
rocks
yourself.
turn to oil.
Well, that was
Read the
actually
PDF yourself, bro. It's a whole system. Read it yourself.
well, that's actually one of my questions. I'd actually like to know how a rock turns into oil. How does a rock
Well, there's heat. Well, there's a lot of heat involved.
How does rock possess a viscous characteristic that it would lend itself to provide a fluid-like membrane or a fluid-like substance being oil? How do you get that?
Right. I posted the PDF. Al-Hajari et al. 2009. You can read it yourself.
Super busy right now. I just want to know the concept of how a rock turns into a fluid.
Scroll through the general chat and save the PDF and read it on your own time.
How does it do that? Is it pressure? Is it like how you get pressure with, or you apply pressure to, I think it's, is it lava? And you get diamonds or some shit like that? Like, what is the process to extract this oil from a rock? Or, no, in fact, you're saying that the
You have
rock
been given the
turns into
information.
oil.
You can read the information yourself.
No, but if
Doesn't
you read
know,
through
Killian.
if you
Doesn't
read through
know.
it, well, that's what I'm saying. If he read through it, he should be able to take the time and explain it because we're here for a talk, not a read, right? This isn't kumbaya, sit around a campfire and read. This is have a conversation. So how does it happen?
Don't talk to me, bro. Read it.
That's unfortunate. You can't.
I want you to read
explain
a
it.
concept. The concept explains how rocks turn into oil.
It's a very convenient position to be a skeptic, like your guys are doing. Explain it to me how oil is forming in the.
From dead dinosaurs, according to your guys' logic.
Yeah, we are talking about the oil right now. So there are many theories.
Bones and rocks are similar things.
So both pressure and temperature could be the affecting properties that created the oil and natural gas. You know, you never know how this happens. The mere fact that nobody knows for fact doesn't give you the moral ground. Like, oh, haha, see, you can't explain it. We win. No, you don't. You can't stand here like, you can't explain it, so go away and, be dismissed. Because you can't explain anything. You can't explain anything either. So don't act like you're the, know-it-all.
No one needs to explain anything. We drill down in the ground and then you hit oil, and that's how you find oil.
Where do you know? Where do you know where to dig?
We didn't make the claims, Russian Mike, right? We're asking other people to back up their claims.
You think the U.S. government just starts digging randomly?
So whoever made the claim, it doesn't actually matter in the long run.
Radvan made a claim. Radvan said they just start digging the ground, and let's dig somewhere else. That's how he thinks it works.
He didn't claim that he knows how oil was created, did he? He's just talking about digging a hole, finding oil.
Okay.
Where do you know where to dig, buddy?
Okay, let him
Oh, that's not the
explain?
question, huge ass.
Well,
Russian.
That is the question. They know what it did because they know where the rocks are old.
What first happened was a guy was walking through the woods and he was shooting at some rabbits and he shot a hole in the ground and up come a bubbling oil. And then they said, look, then there's oil. And they started drilling and they got oil that way. And then they said, well, let's drill 20 feet over. Let's see if we get more. Yep. And then they keep doing that till they don't hit oil anymore. And then they stop drilling that direction. Isn't that funny?
I don't know. So, what is your problem? What are you talking about? How the natural gas and oil created? Nobody knows. That's the
So
mystery.
here, yeah, so over here we got natural gas wells all over the place. They just drill down till they hit that gas pocket and they put a little station there and they put a distribution center there and it goes out to the homes.
Yep. And you know what? Nobody knows for fact what the sun is or the moon.
So subject change.
It's not. It's not. I'm just making a comparison, an analogy. You can't, in your life, know what is inside the sun, but you can try to figure out using the technology, the methods of science to figure out by this gas spectroscopy and things like that, and the already known facts of science, what is plasma and things
So,
like that.
valid. Yes, we can use methods to prove things, but the things you're talking about are concepts and theory, like oil being formed by bones and rocks. Those things aren't proven.
Okay, science is
Just
not
like no
about
one claims.
dogma.
I understand what you're saying, Russian Mike. Just like no one claims to know definitively how the oil is formed or what the sun or moon is. Yes, we can speculate, or a professor can say definitively and be wrong. Correct?
We can speculate, and more than that, we can test, we can research. That's what
Yeah,
science
it's like
does.
they're all ignoring the part where it's applied in reality and they dig the oil, right? It's like you're all ignoring that.
You keep calling science religion, and during this particular debate, we have shown you that it's nothing like that. It's a testable hypothesis.
You can say that 100%. You can say that out your mouth, but that's not the case. It hasn't been repeated or tested. It's been speculated and pushed as fact.
Okay.
Can you stop chatting with me and jump in the voice chat or something, because it's getting really old.
I can jump in the voice chat, bro. I can jump in the voice chat anytime.
All right, just simmer down. We're having a normal conversation. Grown men, calm down. Take your feelings out the conversation, and we can talk.
Theta Stranger, you should think about.
Do I sound emotional, you guys?
No, just calm down. We're grown-ups.
Am I sounding amped up?
Good job. What's going on?
Oh, nothing. I just had a little thing, how they find oil in real life using dating techniques.
In real life, using
And
the
they billions of dollars.
using the PDF file for us to look at and read. Yeah, I get it.
Yep.
Yeah, like yesterday,
And
the
that-
PDF file
and
the
that-
papers
and that
and the
PDF
pencils.
file.
If you interrupt me, yeah, the PDF files and the papers and pencils don't prove reality, because you can't test those calculations and pencils and papers and words from the authorities. Yes, correct.
But the US government tests those calculations. That's how they get the oil, bro.
You're not listening as usual. I get it.
Look, read it yourself. And it's got more citations in it if you're curious as to
I
how each
understand.
thing's work.
I understand. I heard you the first time. There's no need for us to read it. The burden of proof is on you. I don't have to go through your PDF file to read through calculations and concepts that people claim to be fact with no tests or, application of the scientific method. You know.
All right.
Nice rebuttal. I get it.
Yeah, so anyway, your first line said concept. After that, I didn't have to listen anymore.
100%.
And again, I'm sorry, I have missed a lot of due to language barrier. But Flat Earth Ranger, when you said burden of proof is on you, sounds like a little bit, dishonest. Because let's say that he just made a claim, and you don't believe it, or you know the truth, and that he's wrong. And only saying that he is wrong and you don't have to disprove his claim, it's not like a scientific discourse. You should provide, in my opinion, the opposite, the alternative point of view. Otherwise, it looks like you are sitting on a fence and like, I don't like this, I don't like that. You
100%.
haven't convinced me, and you haven't provided anything to the conversation.
Yes, it could be perceived that way. Yes, but we've been over it. The burden of proof doesn't lie on us. You understand?
You have sounded very muffled up to now.
Yeah, the burden of proof lies on you guys. You understand?
You're sacrificing people every day. Tell me the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and if I don't sacrifice people, the sun won't rise. How about this? Let's test your claim. Let's not sacrifice anyone today and see what happens.
Okay, this sounds like a logical fallacy. The burden of proof is on you. How about you? What is your claim?
Yeah, so you're not listening. You just reversed the burden again. Yes, you have the burden of proof. You claim motion, you claim curve. We claim flat motionless. Which is provable? What do we observe? We observe flat and motionless. What you're apologetic? Or is moving relative so we don't feel it? Or is curving at a certain rate so you have to be high enough to see it? Yeah, the burden of proof lies with you.
Okay. When are we done, by the way, with the mineral oil, or is this still going? Hughes, are we done?
This flat earth really bothers you guys, doesn't it? Because you come in here all the time trying to, quote, convince us.
No, it's just a conversation. We like to debate. It's okay, I think.
There is no debate. You haven't given any proof of anything yet.
No, it's a demagogy. I can provide multiple evidence.
Nope. So far you got zeros of the multiple. So multiply everything by 0. What do you got?
0.
Okay. That's how you do it. Okay. So how about the equatorial mount? Do you know this apparatus?
Oh, yeah, I have one.
Yeah, the mount that references sea level.
Red one. Do you really have the equatorial mount? Can you demonstrate it, like to prove that you are not lying?
I'm not turning a camera on just for you. I use it for photography. What else?
Okay. But still, you do have the equatorial mount. How lucky? How much does it cost?
So the point was the straw man, or did you want to know something specific about it, or did you have
to know how much they cost? Mine was like
I'm just I'm a astrology.
Dude, I told you how much it cost, and you keep talking. Why?
I'm sorry.
I know. I just pointed out his reason for asking about the equatorial mount. That's what happened.
Okay. How much does it cost, please?
It's hilarious. Yes, it's irrelevant. You're not listening.
Okay, red one. How often do you use it?
Did you have a point specifically to make about the equatorial mount?
Am I talking to
You
you?
want
All
to
right,
buy
Red,
it?
when you asked him
You
now.
want to buy it off of me? Is that why you're asking?
I'm sorry. How often do you use your
He's
equatorial
just
mount?
not listening. He's just not listening. No need to talk to him. Mike.
You know you got to get it horizontal.
This is
Can I
like when
talk?
the Glover.
Can I talk directly to Redwin?
Yeah, in a minute. This is like when the Glover asked me what programs I use for my job to find out if I actually did
So
the job
Redwin,
that I
do you
said
see
I do.
how hard
Why are
it
you
is to
interrupting Russian
debate?
Mike? Someone's speaking.
I was speaking to Redwin, and you keep interrupting me.
Yeah, someone else was speaking.
Yeah, because this is what you guys do. Try to suss out the when we say stuff, you guys try to suss us out to see if we're actually telling the truth versus just keeping on with the conversation.
100%. He asked about an equatorial mount. Like he had a specific point about the equatorial mount, but he started quizzing him about whether or not he had the equatorial. Like what's happening?
And how much it costs? Where did I buy it?
100%. That's why I pointed out the reason why he
Address
asked
do
the
I
question.
have? What's my address? What's my
Then he
social
started
security
ignoring me.
number? All that.
Redwin, you're not very nice. You're not a good person. Okay.
That's not
And
what
now
others
his
say.
feelings are hurt because he's
Yesterday,
ignoring
I
the point.
volunteered to install a fireplace yesterday. Now, and that was free. You tell me I'm not a nice person? You're out of your fucking mind, dude.
Okay.
It's his feelings connected to his belief in the ball that are hurt. That's why.
It feels like
he feels like
Redwin,
this.
you are not interested in talking about your equatorial mount. That's
He's not
why.
listening.
I'm bored with it. I'm bored with it. It sits in my bag right over there. I can see it from here. It's sticking out, just a piece of it sticking out of my other camera bag. And my P900 is 3 feet away from me right now.
Okay. So can we talk about this?
GoPros are 2 feet away from me. What else do you need to know? Do you want my address?
Not unless you have a specific point,
Not of
Russian
course.
Mike. We don't want to hear it unless you have a specific point about the equatorial mount, Russian Mike. We don't want to hear it unless you have a specific point.
Okay, I was going to ask Redwin a specific question.
Okay, get there.
Okay, don't rush me. You're making me
Okay,
nervous.
get there. You're gonna keep whining, or you're gonna get there.
I'm not whining.
Okay,
You're
get
just
there.
rushing me for no purpose.
Okay, get there.
Okay, Redon, have you taken any footage using your equatorial mount? Can we look at that footage?
Yes, I've taken pictures. No, you cannot see them. They're not on this system. And I'm not going to go transfer shit to SD cards for you.
He wasn't listening the first time, Red One.
Flat Earth Ranger, I wasn't talking to you, am I?
Yeah, he wasn't listening the first time, Red One. That's why.
Why are you talking for him?
That he doesn't want to talk
Why
about.
are you talking?
Because I'm a grown man and I can do what the fuck I want, Russian Mike. How about those apples?
You're interrupting and interfering.
Yeah, because you're talking about nothing, Russian Mike.
Okay, so
he doesn't want to talk about it. You want to continue to press the issue because you don't want to talk to me, who's keeping the mirror in front of you. I get it. Yes.
He didn't sound like he didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, he said it. You weren't listening.
He said that he wouldn't want to share his photos. But
yeah,
I
you
can
heard that
still
part,
talk
but you
about
didn't hear
them.
the first
Why
part.
are you talking? Why are you talking?
He didn't want to talk
Why
about
are
it. That was
you
the first thing he
talking
said.
for him?
Because
Why
you
are
can't
you talking
listen. Because you aren't
instead of
listening.
him?
You're listening now. You weren't listening when he said it. That's why.
Can you stop talking and let me ask Redwan? Not you. Okay, Redwan.
No,
are you
I don't want to.
comfortable? Are you Redwan? Are you
Oh, I don't wanna.
comfortable talking with me? Redwan, are you comfortable talking with me?
Already talking with you. No, I'm not going to share any of my photos with you.
Okay, that's fine. But are you comfortable continuing talking with me?
Or you give me your globe proof. We don't need to talk about equatorial mounts because you don't have one.
But can I talk to you freely without being interrupted by?
Since you don't
other
have one,
people?
you have
He's not
nothing.
listening. His feelings are hurt. Sorry to interrupt, Rat One. He's talking about people interrupting him when he's not answering questions.
Okay, so can I, Red One? Can we still talk about your equatorial mount, the scientific experiments that you
No experiments. I don't do
You
experiments with it.
you
You're making
haven't performed.
observations. No, you
You,
don't do experiments with them.
okay,
You
you
don't
haven't.
have to.
Observations.
That's how I know that you don't own one because you asked me the experiments. That's how I know you don't have one. And that's how you know that I do have one. You don't do experiments with them.
What do you do with them?
You tell me what you do with them since you seem to know all about them.
There's the guy
Oh
who.
my God,
This
you
is
get
hilarious.
hilarious. Red one,
Yeah,
you
the
have
guy who
the
brought it up.
equatorial mount. Filter Ranger, stop blabbering.
No, I don't want to.
Okay, keep going.
You want me to make the fancy pictures where the sky stands still and the earth moves, or do you want me to do the earth stands still and the sky moves? Which one?
Okay, now you want to talk. Okay. Either. Have you done any of those?
Yes. I'm not going to share them with you.
This
You're
guy
not?
can't listen.
Okay, this is like a comedy show. He's done some research, but he's not going to share it with
I
anyone.
haven't done any research, dude. I take pictures. What research?
Okay.
What experiment? What
Pictures.
photo experiment?
Pictures are the research.
When I take a
Your
picture
pictures are the
of my
research.
dog running down the street. What experiment is that?
Dum dum.
Okay.
Observations, dum dum.
Okay. Calm down.
Now you're
people.
starting to get it. Looking at something is not an experiment. Now you're getting
Oh,
it.
my
That's
feelings.
okay.
I'm getting a troll and a clown.
My poor feelings.
Yes,
So you
my
think
poor
looking
feelings.
at something, okay, I'm looking at my cup of coffee. What's my dependent and independent variable and my hypothesis?
You're too stupid to grasp.
How I slept last night.
Insert the insults. Typical.
I tipped my cup of coffee and the water and the coffee still stayed roughly flat and level inside the cup. What experiment did I do?
What are you doing,
Earthquake.
Redwood? Are you trying to
I'm at work.
make
drinking coffee.
all you are trying to do
Okay, so
is
I can talk loud. Usually
Redwood,
when I'm not working from home, you don't hear me talking, you just see me typing.
Redwood, right now what you are doing is trying to make fool of me. But that's not polite and
I'm not making
scientific
a fool of
conversation.
you. You made a fool of, only you can make a fool of yourself or convince yourself. You wanted to take me into a private chat so you could quote convince me. That's really spooky to me. I want everybody in here to see it. I don't want to be in private chat.
Okay, I did it in a public chat. It's not spooky. I invite everyone to join me in a direct message, and I will try to convince you.
No, that's not how that
Hey,
works.
no one here. You can't convince anyone here, Russian Mike. No one here.
I'm very open. I'm very open.
With
and,
no evidence, as you actively ignored the smartest person in the room. Shut up, Russian Mike.
Why should I shut up? I don't understand. I'm inviting people to talk to me.
You're actively offering to bring people into a private room so that you can try to convince them of a lie. This is what you're actively trying to do to steal man.
Oh my God! Oh really? Oh really? Is that what I'm trying to do? Okay.
You heard me.
Idiot. I'm inviting to everyone, grown-ups. There are supposedly grown-ups here to a personal conversation about science. Nothing spooky, nothing perverted.
Mike, nobody's going to DM you, bro. You can just stop advertising yourself.
So you decline. You decline. It's okay. I don't mind.
Nobody's going to DM you, bro. Cut it
Hey,
out.
Russian Mike, I'm gonna ask you for one piece of evidence. One. Go ahead and provide it. One.
Oh my God! You don't want to talk
You don't
to me
have
in
to take
private.
the Lord's name in vain. It's okay. You don't have to take
You
the Lord's
don't want
name
to
in vain.
talk to
You
me
can
in
just
private.
provide the
You're
evidence.
afraid.
No, we
You
want to
No.
record you on YouTube so everybody can hear you make a fool of yourself.
Yes, I would like to record you on YouTube talking
Wait,
to
is this
me.
on YouTube right now?
Yes, I would like to talk to me on YouTube.
Hold on, is this
But
on YouTube right
only
now?
Yes.
Oh, that's so amazing. You guys, so all of your coping over the oil stuff is on YouTube. That's great.
We have you recorded many times as well, Jazz. So don't worry. Hey,
Wait a
Mike.
minute. You mean to tell me? Sorry,
Oh my god, that's amazing.
you,
It's
you
sorry,
this part
doctors
Apple.
of me
are so afraid. You are so afraid of conversation
Sorry.
one-on-one that I can't even
This guy
describe
is
how
hilarious.
pathetic you are.
Now, Apple, what I really have to just outline right now is Hugh Jazz just chimed in to say that this is aired live on YouTube. Just to confirm. Brother, you haven't seen the YouTube icon in this chat for the last, like, I don't know how long it's been, months on end?
1
Wow,
year,
bro.
more than a
Your
year.
your observation skills are horrible, and this is why. When people say stuff, the witness gets tested, and right now your witness credentials are really, really under suspect.
Yeah, that's so you guys are the witnesses.
Suspect,
He
completely
just thought
destroyed.
YouTube was joining our chats. That's all.
Yeah,
No, people record this. People record
company,
VCs on this part all the
comes
time.
in here to listen in. The YouTube company comes in here to listen.
Yeah. Hey, Mike. Just real quick, it's weird that you're asking someone to go one-on-one to talk about science when you thought that using a mount and looking at stars is somehow science. Like you said experiment. What experiment did you do with the mount? That's not how science works.
We already figured out that he doesn't own one, so he really can't talk about him.
Hey, stop, guys. We're insulting him. We're going to hurt his
Mine's controlled by my app, or I can hit the button on the side. But if I use the app, I can point to things and it'll just move for me, and then it will follow that.
The funny thing, somebody mentioned it. I heard. I don't know who it was. It's probably Ranger, but somebody said, "Oh, you mean the thing that references the horizontal ground or something like that?" I was like, "Oh yeah, there you go."
100%.
Yeah, once you level that mount, that's it. You're established on the planet Earth. Congratulations. I don't know
Not
why
only
they don't get that.
Not only did he bring it up, he doesn't own one or understand it or science. It's hilarious to me.
Why is he muted?
I don't know. Probably because he kept talking.
First he was being reasonable, then his feelings got hurt, then he started insulting people. So I'm sure that's why he was muted.
It's a very good question. Why wasn't muted all of a
Oh
sudden?
yeah, we're not talking about your mute anymore. I had it answered, so you don't need to insult people when you're.
So you're chicken. All of you are chicken. You are afraid to talk to me one on one.
No. You don't understand science, man. Where's the variables, the
Prove it.
independent variables,
Okay,
bro?
get you an equatorial mount and go do some experiments, Russian Mike.
Yeah, and send us all the variables, bro. It's not science, bro. Variables, the independent, dependent, all that, bro.
The only variable in that is once it's set up as the motor, it moves.
Yeah, so it can't possibly be a scientific experiment, right? Because you need all the other variables.
What? Pointing at the North Star?
So what are the variables then?
I level it, then I point it at the North Star. I tell it I'm in the north, and go. That's it. That's
No,
all
what are
I
the two variables?
No experiment needed. Not an experiment. It's not something that I do and half the time it works, half the time it doesn't work. You just set it up the way you're supposed to set it up, and it just works.
I think
observe.
I think it's because they found a mount in nature just sitting there and they witnessed it moving. It was a natural phenomenon, and they're like, let me make an hypothesis of why I'm looking at a mount move. Maybe that's why these knuckleheads think that this is an actual experiment using science. They saw one in the wild.
You've never done science a day in your life.
It is interesting where the motor just keeps, instead of your hand moving it, it moves on its own. It's like on the
You used to have to hand dial them way back. I have a hand
Yeah.
dial now too.
Yeah, they think that that's science, though. That's funny to learn this morning.
That's
You've
engineering,
never done time to do in life.
mechanical stuff, gears and shit like that, ratios, and RPMs, stuff like that.
Jazz, you do realize that everybody in this room has put their hands on in a science class at one point or another. Most likely, there might be like one guy who was like,
Bullshit. I guarantee 10% of you. I guarantee less than 10% of you have done high school physics. Less than 10%, guarantee it.
Are you?
Yeah,
You okay, bro?
Logical property farm.
That
They're in
contradicts, Hugh, that you just contradicted your worldview with that. Because A, you think that the government, the U.S. federal government executive branch, all of we have the same education granted by government, Department of Education.
Did you do high school physics?
Everyone does.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
Dude,
No, you can
everybody.
take what you do in high
What's
school.
wrong with this guy? Do I have to post my degrees again so he can stop being
That's
fallacious
part
in
of
his
curriculum,
argumentation?
bro. Like,
Like, what's
part
wrong
of
with
the
these people?
educational system, bro.
No, you pick what you do in high school, buddy.
Yeah, you have physics in high school.
You all take physics?
Everyone takes physics.
Everybody does, bro.
What is
Like,
wrong
what's
with
wrong
this
with you?
guy? Don't let him build up his logical fallacies. What is he talking
This
about?
is crazy.
Like
About
you
credentials? Or is he appealing to authority? What does me having a degree or not having a degree have to do with anything? Or what school I went to? What does it have to do with anything?
I'm not talking to you firstly. The other guy said something while you being in class, so that's what I was talking about it. And you can shut up. I'm not talking about it.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to say that he's smarter than everybody else. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I heard that one before, like a
took a
couple of months
physics
ago
class.
when they were talking crazy and I had to post my degree to show them that I was learned where they weren't. Yeah, it's like that.
He took a physics class and got a C and thinks somehow smarter than everyone else.
He thinks he's a scientist now.
It's hilarious.
You made the claim that you've all been in class, so you said that, not me.
Yeah. Otherwise, your worldview is broken. Which one is it?
Dude, you know what's funny now? that I
Dude, you can't even tell me how old the Earth is, bro. Your age of the
here's
Earth
the
is
deal.
7 God days or some bullshit.
Downward spiral.
Your worldview is a downward spiral, buddy. You think the moon is a plasma?
Hugh, are you okay?
No, I think the
Who
moon's a
said
light in
that?
the sky.
Who said that specifically?
You
Hugh?
said that.
Okay,
You
if
said that.
I said that out of my mouth, are you a liar? Are you a liar, Hugh? Because I
What's the
definitely
moon?
didn't say that.
What's the moon?
Oh, so you are asking me now after you just lied about it? Okay, I
No,
get it.
you've made the claim before. What's the moon?
I made the claim before after you just lied about it. Now you're
Yes, you
asking me
have.
about it.
Yes,
because
you
you
have
don't
made
know.
the claim before.
See,
You
I
made
like
the claim to the moon.
no.
You
Are
made
you
the claim to
lying
me, and I'm
or are
asking
you
you to repeat the
asking me
claim.
now? Are you lying or
No,
asking me
no,
now?
you've made the claim to me before about what the moon is. I'm asking you to repeat that claim.
Oh, are you lying or asking me now?
I'm asking you again. I talked to you before about this.
Okay, shut up, Hugh. You don't know what science is. Don't ask me anything. Show me a degree, then I'll talk to you.
What is the moon?
Show me a
It's
degree
a
first, then
light
I'll
in the
talk to you.
sky.
Hey,
You average this guy.
Yeah, it's a month. It's a month keeper, month calendar.
Hey, Crit.
13 cycles in a year. There's 13 months in a year, but in the 1800s they changed it to 12.
Hey, Crit.
I'm here. Yep.
So it's funny because I was like, hold up. Now that I think about it, grade school kids do science experiments, and then I looked it up, and they do. There's the plant growth where everybody remembers putting a seed in the cup in dirt, and that's what they considered science experiment, where you put a seed in there and whatever. There's also water cycle in a bag. No, I know he meant science. He said you never done science in your life. There's a water cycle in a bag where you put the water and you seal it, and then you put it and you hang it with the sun hits it, and then they see what grows. Like, I don't know if you remember doing that. And it was a long time ago, obviously when we were kids. But there's a density tower that you create as well in grade school, where you mix it with all kinds of different things, and it levels out. I'm like, dude, these are things that little kids do in their classrooms in grade school. Like, and I guess technically that would be called experiments, science experiments. So
Yeah,
I don't
because
know, like,
Yeah, not actually.
he doesn't understand what's being offered by the government. The government says, "Hey, we're going to teach everybody the same curriculum," and somehow he thought that meant they don't do that.
yeah. There's even one here that says that children they mix vinegar and baking soda, or the teacher mixes vinegar and baking soda to show them how gas production and the chemical reactions.
100% chemistry experiments.
Right, and this is grade school. It's not even high school, bro. It's like it's a little like fourth grader like learning about gas reactions. So, Jazz, I'm pretty sure you have done science in grade school, just like everybody else did. It's part of the curriculum.
Nuh-uh.
If that's true, why are you a flat earther? What science did you do in high school?
Seeds only grow on a globe.
There you go. They only know how to grow out from a center of a circle. This one dude made a good point the other day, and I don't think he realized how he made a good point for us. He was talking about like if you plant, like if there's anything in the ground, and when it grows, when it comes out, even if it's on a sideways hill, like it will come out and then go vertical. Like it makes its own like vertical, position. And like, how do they know that? Like, how do they know? That's the center of the, for their vertical. Like, it's like, yeah, there you go. Like, it doesn't have to be a ball then, because they're growing just up from the ground. I don't think he realized, like, kind of proved our point.
Yeah, but that's how the plants tend to the sunlight. It's not about the shape of the earth at all.
Yeah, but if that was the case, then that was the case, you would say that they're not. They're going to be opposite from another position, or like like your guys' shadows, your Eratosthenes stupid thing. That means like some plants will be diagonal to another, but no, they're all just vertical, bro. Like
No,
they're
they're
all
not vertical. trees grow towards the sunlight.
So trees aren't vertical then? No, is that what you're saying?
They do tend to be vertical because it's the general position, general direction.
So when they come out, do you see them like lean towards the sunrise and then they bend until they're high noon and then they bend for when it's sundown?
Yes, I have seen that. I have seen that.
Trees do that? Really?
Grass and
Gotta be a troll.
What do you mean? I've seen that too. What are you talking about? You've never seen plants grow towards
trees?
The
No, trees. No. There's plants, flowers that will turn towards the sun because they want to get the face of it. But
trees are never growing like adult trees.
If you have like small trees, if you've ever like grown like really like saplings or whatever, like you can literally see like throughout the day as they like turn towards the sun.
Yep.
You ever seen like the quick motion or whatever?
I got a 50-foot oak tree next to my house. So when the sun's going down, will it be leaning towards the sun?
That's what I'm saying. Like they don't get what we're saying, Radwin.
Well, no, when you're talking about a gigantic, huge ass tree, it's not going to like bend the fucking trunk all the way around or something.
Well, that's what you're making it seem. You're making it seem like they bend towards the light,
and it's very hard for something that big to move like that.
Also, it's too big. It's the age old. It's too big to see it, like the Earth.
It's not too big to see it. I just gave you 2 cases to where you could look at it. Should we post it?
Take it.
There's no way you guys never seen this. I think you're just trolling.
No,
I can count 100 ways that trees bend because of wind.
For wind, yeah.
And
it does. Oh, you're like
Trees, and I think this behavior is more so exhibited by vines, right? Like like vines and like sunflowers, they bend in all sorts of directions to reach sunlight. It's not necessarily vertical.
Plants and flowers will turn towards the sun, but they're not going to grow and lean. They're not going to do that because that's where the sun's at. So for instance, when the sun is setting, you're not going to come outside and see all your trees and everything leaning downwards because they're like, oh, where'd the sun go? And they're stuck there waiting for the sun to come back so they can lean back to the other side. They just do that during the day, and then when the sun's down, then they'll go back to being normal, vertical, straight up.
No, they
They're not.
don't.
They're not pointing
No.
towards. Yes, they do, bro. They don't stay. They don't stay leaning to the side, bro. What are you talking about?
If they stay in the evening, let me clarify. Apocryphon. In the evening, the sprout of pea grass or whatever, they tend to the sun, to the west, and the sun goes down, and they stay that way. And when the sun rises up,
Okay, wait. There's
in the
a
opposite
difference.
direction,
There's a
they
difference.
move their trunks
Mike,
to the sun direction.
Mike,
They don't know where the sun is.
Mike,
They just
Mike,
forget where the sun is.
Mike,
in the
Mike,
evening.
what you're missing though is that the part that's just turning for the sun to hit it, like for instance in a sunflower, just the head is going to be moving, like it's going to twist and for the sun to be hitting its
whole
petals,
stem bend.
right? It's going to hit the face of it, but the whole freaking plant, the root, like the trunk of it, that's not going to be bending. Like you don't have to bend over. You just turn your face. Like, dude, what are you talking? Like, if I'm shining a light on you,
Okay,
you
because
don't need
it
to
is
bend your body to go towards the light. You're just going to turn your face to it.
Because it is a grown plant. The sunflower, it is already a grown plant with the sunflower.
Okay,
on top.
so when it's a baby plant, all right, it doesn't have to move its whole entire body if it's just trying to get the sun on the petals, on its face. Like, again, listen to me, Mike. If I shined a light on you and you were turned around, you don't have to bend your body towards me. You just turn your face so it's hitting your face. That's it.
Well,
You
like
don't have.
you have to understand, like
You're
new
wrong. You're
growing
just wrong.
plants, when they're really small, they grow towards it because they need to grow in that direction. So maybe if there's some like harder object, like a large rock that's in the way, they need to grow in a certain direction so that they can get to that point when they're older.
Yeah.
I have video
that's
footage.
true.
I have made footage. I've made a video of plants on my windowsill. Really very early, very young plants. They grow. They move to with their whole bodies to the sun light. Okay.
So they're stretching to get. So they're stretching to get to the sunlight because you're keeping them in a place where they're not able to get it. So they have to literally move to get more of it. Because if they went to the left a little, you could have just put them there, but you don't. So now you're forcing them to move. I get that. But if you have one out in the open field where the sun's going to hit them in a good place, then they don't have to bend like that all the way. They could just turn. I can understand. I can understand.
What are we talking about right now? Is this even flat Earth anymore? Is this science class? What are we doing?
We're just talking about how plants grow on a flat Earth.
We're going to get off of the subject because it was dumb to begin with.
It was. Yeah, it was a segue from the original point.
It's
talking
fan
about
fiction.
Schools, science experiments doesn't help us.
Okay, so I can understand how you dislike science. Okay, I know that.
I thought the measurements don't require science. Their measurements sounds like a category error to me.
Yeah, they're just fucking observations. But the seed the dirt, give it some water, watch the shit grow. Ooh la la, I knew science. Put different densities of water into a cup, watch them stack. Ooh la la, science experiment. No, it's a fucking observation. You didn't manipulate a damn thing. They oriented themselves that way by themselves. For what purpose? For what reason? How do you know? What's the cause? Can you manipulate that cause?
It's independable variable. You can't manipulate it. That's what you measure.
What's an example of a scientific experiment? Like, what's a good scientific experiment according to you?
Well, if you want to use plants, you can breed plants. You can manipulate the way the seedlings will grow new plants,
We
right?
could drop.
Because there was this.
We could drop an egg in water and then add salt to the water and watch the egg float after the salt is added. And that's our science experiment. We manipulated the medium.
Yeah. You can take a net and a spring scale and a beach ball, fill it with air, see how much it weighs while it's in the air, and then try to pull it underwater and see how much it weighs while it's trying to return to the surface.
So let's say that's great then. That's perfect then. That's what I was looking for. So let's go back to the density columns then, or sorry, the density layers then. So let's put two liquids, oil and water, and something else lighter than oil, alcohol in a bottle, right? Now we have that thing in the bottle. Now let's manipulate it. Let's put it in a blender, right? Let's really mix it up, right? Does that count as an experiment now?
What's the
No,
purpose?
you
What
haven't
cause
observed.
are you trying to
You haven't
find?
observed. Go ahead. Sorry.
What cause are you trying to find? What's your naturally observed phenomenon?
The downward acceleration proportional to mass.
You don't know what science is.
Downward
It's clear.
proportion. What?
The downward force that all objects feel. We're trying to prove that it's proportional to the mass of the object.
Oh, okay. So, how did you make it go down whenever you decided to make it spin?
What?
You want to know why it's stacking vertically up and down. You're wanting to find the acceleration to down. So now you put different liquids inside of a container and then you spin the container. Now they're orienting themselves from outwards to in, densest to the outside, least dense to the inside. How did you prove down?
What? No. That's not what I'm. No. I'm not trying to
That's
find
what
the
it sounded like to
acceleration.
me.
I'm saying that the force that's applied on an object that acts downwards is proportional to the mass, and that's what we prove when we put these liquids in a bottle and then we shake it up and then they rearrange themselves in that way. That's what's proven, right?
Okay,
No. What?
so
What?
you
No.
have the densest objects at the bottom, right? So the ocean is more dense than the air is less dense than the water, and now you put it on a spinning ball. Suddenly, the spinning ball allows the densest objects to be at the center, while the least dense sits on the top of it on the outside. But when you go to do it and put it on a turnstile, you'll have the densest materials on the outside of the rotation, and you'll have the least dense on the inside of the rotation, and now you're going to say, I proved a ball. No.
I don't think that's what would happen if you put it in a blender, but if you put it in a centrifugal machine, then maybe that would happen. I'm not even sure that would happen if you put it in a centrifugal machine.
How in the centrifugal machine do you get the denser object in the center of rotation?
No. You're saying that if I put that mixture in a centrifugal machine, that the most dense liquid will go up, the water will go up. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. On the centrifugal machine, you'll have the denser object on the outside of that centrifugal rotation, right?
Oh, outside, I see. I thought you
Right?
meant
Because
like.
the inside
I
of the
thought that would be.
rotation is where you'll find the least dense materials. And on the outside of that rotation, you'll have the denser materials. Now, let's put that on the scale of the glob Earth. It's spinning in the vacuum of outer space, but you have the denser materials at the center and the least dense on the outside of its rotation. That's opposite of what you're trying to prove.
Everything about the globe is actually opposite if you think about it. No matter what they say, it's opposite of what we actually see in reality.
100%. That's what I said this morning.
Rocket here. Quote NASA. NASA. Rockets work in a vacuum. Me, I have a vacuum chamber. Rockets don't work in a vacuum chamber. Now what do I do?
Yeah, the Earth's a globe, but it's flat.
Even the globe contradicts themselves. He's like, flat earthers haven't been to school. NASA, we provide schooling for everybody. Which one, dude? Are you lying or is NASA lying? Because you guys don't match. Your worldview is
I'm not American, buddy. I have nothing to do with you or your government. You see why I think it's so silly? It's because you're saying that the conspiracy extends to my country, which is thousands of miles away, right?
I said it yesterday, Hugh. It's worldwide. It has nothing to do with NASA or the United States. It's worldwide brainwashing.
Right, right. We established that it was done by the Roman Catholics and the Jesuit priests, right?
Right. Or I guess you can say that, but it's worldwide. I don't care who, it's worldwide. Worldwide people are convinced that they live on something that they don't live on with no proof of it.
Right,
And blindly defending it for the people lying to them. Yes.
right. Except for the fact that people in my country figured this stuff out 2,000 years before the Jesuit priests.
Hey,
You
Hugh.
say that, but you're wrong.
Hugh, are you there?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, how old's your pet rock?
You know what's interesting? Next time I come on here, I'll actually send you guys Vedic cosmology and Hindu cosmology. 3,000 years old.
Not what he asked you. You said it's 3,000 years old. Is that what you said? No, your rock is 3,000 years old. When's its birthday?
Whoopsie. One deck, what's up?
It's like people think getting a parrot is a big investment. You got Hugh over here talking about like,
okay, bro.
Like his pet rock has passed through like every generation that his family, has been through. It's like, fuck, man. My great grandpa adopted this pet rock, and I gotta keep it.
Hugh, you were just saying what's up in the chat, or you had a question for me?
Me? No. I was talking to this other guy.
No, I was talking about in the chat when you said, hey, hey.
Yeah, I was responding to Rich Adams.
Cool, cool. We lost a few when you showed up one deck.
Hey, pal, how you doing?
I'm good. I said we lost a few when you showed up.
Yeah, they don't like elevation angles, do they?
Not at all.
Yeah, that seems to cope with that. Or latitude. I've been busy today, so I didn't. Did Nathan have a show today?
Yeah, he had a
Been
show.
over?
Yeah, he had a show. I've been on vacation for
Yeah.
this week, so I've been chiming in, catching them every once in a while.
Nice one. Yep. So what's been going on in this room then? Any? Well, I know there isn't any globe evidence because the Earth's measured flat, but are they still talking the same old crap?
Pretty much.
Yeah. think Russian Mike was on last week. I think him and George was going to have a debate about something. I can't remember what. Russian Mike laid out some specifications of how he wanted the debate to go, but it was all on his terms, so I don't think George got involved with that.
Yeah, it would have been nice. It seems like a lot of people would rather not because their feelings getting away from them, just trying to have a normal conversation. Russian Mike does have some good points, but he's kind of misled. He has a belief that he holds dear.
Yep.
I like Russian Mike, though. I like Russian Mike.
I have been studying flat Earth for 10 years. You know, I'm an expert in flat Earth. You have,
100%.
you haven't.
Bro, you
heard
asked
about
the
me.
dumbest flat Earth. You ask questions like you've only been studying this for a few months. You ask
Not
the
only
most
that.
ridiculous questions.
Not only that, there's people like me who were born flat earthers. I didn't come into this subject. My family
Okay.
were raised flat earthers from Florida, never left, always been flat earthers, always been taught this from the native community, never changed until NASA got here, or the worldwide agenda to confuse people and make them believe that they live on a ball. I've always been a flat earther. I didn't have to watch YouTube videos to come into the subject, Russian Mike.
Okay, okay, Flat Earth Ranger. You have all the knowledge about Flat Earth, right? And you wouldn't be. It wouldn't be difficult for you to describe everything you know about Flat Earth in a DM with
I mean, I could, but I don't think you heard me earlier about the burden of proof lying on you.
I'm sorry, I
You
missed that.
claim motion, we don't feel it. You claim curve, we don't see it. You know, you've been over it.
Again, you are too muffled. I can't hear.
Sorry about that. But at the same time, there are things like, you know, your 10 years experience in flat Earth and my 34 years experience in flat Earth. There's a big difference.
Okay, you could share all this wisdom with me.
I could, but the burden of proof lies where it lies.
What? What the proof that lies?
It's so confused when you ask them to prove the globe. They get
No,
did you hear?
I just couldn't hear. I couldn't hear what he
What?
said.
I don't understand what you mean. Prove I live on a spinning ball inside a vacuum chamber. I don't understand what you mean by that.
Flat Earth Ranger, why don't you talk to me in direct message, one-on-one, so we can have a clear conversation without anybody interfering?
I mean, I could do that for you, Russian Mike, but the point is you aren't listening here. You aren't absorbing here. You're listening to, you're hearing to respond. It's pointless to do that. You're trying to convince me, whereas I'm trying to state facts. Not even convince you. I'm on your side, Russian Mike, but you don't seem to understand that.
Okay, so what's the problem? Can we talk in direct message?
I think you heard me.
I have heard you. You claim that I miss him. I don't listen. It's difficult for me because there are so many people in the voice chat, and I get confused. It's very natural. You can, yes. Can we talk in private?
We can talk here. Let's see how it goes.
No.
We aren't being interrupted right now. We aren't being interrupted. Go ahead.
So, can you guarantee that we will not be interrupted?
I mean, I'm not a moderator. I don't know. I'm just saying we're having
Okay. That's what I'm saying. That's what I am saying.
I think we can respectfully ask for you guys to have a one-on-one, and I think we can respectfully say we can all sit back and listen, because I think we're all anxious to hear this.
Okay.
Prove the globe. Prove the globe. Prove the globe.
Okay. Is it possible? Is it even possible right now?
How long do you want?
Okay, give me 10 minutes.
Shoot.
The discussion, 10 minutes?
Yes, 10 minutes uninterrupted.
Okay, okay, you guys have a conversation for 10 minutes. I'll time it, right? Okay, starting now.
Oh.
Nobody. Does anyone disagree with this 10 minutes?
Prove that globe. Prove
Yeah,
that
we're
globe.
fine.
Okay,
Everybody be
everyone sing.
quiet. Go.
Yeah, everyone be quiet for 10 minutes. I'll time it. I'll jump in after 10 minutes. Okay, cool. Go for it.
Yep, that's fair enough. We'll be quiet from now.
Okay, Flat Earth Ranger, do you agree with these terms?
Go ahead, Russian Mike. Go ahead. Let's start.
Okay, so so many questions that I would like to ask you. So, are you a flat earther?
The flat earther.
The flat earther. Is that what you said?
I am a flat earther.
Oh, okay. So, how long ago did you become a flat earther?
I was born a flat earther.
Okay. Okay. Did you have a education like secondary school or high school? Physics, geography,
Two college
geometry.
degrees. 2 college degrees. Next question.
Okay. Did you ask your teachers about the globe? Like you were skeptical, and did you ask your skeptical questions to your teachers while you were studying?
Negative. There was no need. I was aware of the truth, and I just ignored what was nonsense and got my A's in school just like everyone else.
But you know, as a young person, you would have like hormones and natural desire to stand your ground. Teacher, you're wrong. Why didn't you rebel against the authority? You were not flat earther at the moment. You were not flat earther while you were growing up.
I was raised a flat earther. The first thing I was taught was that everything I'm going to learn in the future is a lie, pretty much.
So while studying at school, you didn't expose yourself as a flat earther. Is that right?
I 100% did every chance I got.
But you didn't confront your teachers.
I have a couple of times on many different subjects.
Okay, so you, from time to time, like not always. Okay. Okay, so what is your favorite proof of globe Earth?
Proof of globe Earth?
Yes.
Or flat Earth?
You heard me right. Globe Earth.
There are no proofs of the globe.
So you're illiterate. You haven't heard anything in school.
So just insults and strawman fallacies and logical fallacies. Yeah, I get it. No, I learned everything I needed to learn in school. What are you asking me?
Okay, so you didn't hear anything what teachers told you about the globe Earth.
I still got my A's in class while at the same time keeping in my head that it's nonsense.
Okay, and still you don't know how to prove globe Earth.
Why would I have to prove the globe when I believe the flat Earth or know the Earth to be flat?
But you, as you claimed yourself, you attended school where they teach globe Earth, and you fail to remember how to prove globe Earth.
I think you have a misunderstanding here. You're asking me to prove the globe when I'm a flat earther based off of what I learned in school that I know is nonsense? Wow.
So you can't remember anything the teacher in physics or geography class told you?
I remember all of the nonsense. Did you not hear me the first time? I received my A's for the nonsense. Yes.
Okay. You call it nonsense. And that nonsense, can you recite it? Can you quote the nonsense?
Why? What are you asking me? Do you want to see if I remember nonsense that is
okay?
Unnecessary,
I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to show you that you missed the scientific proof of globe Earth.
I missed it. Okay, what's
you perceived
your
it. You perceived it as nonsense, and you didn't remember it but it is the
Are you assuming that
globe
I
Earth proof.
remember after I just told you? Are you listening, Russian Mike? Do you just have nothing but insults and a long monologue of nonsense? More nonsense? I remembered a bunch of nonsense. I forgot that well, I pushed that nonsense out of my head. Do I have to?
Okay. So what the nonsense did they teach you in geography or physics class?
What?
You claim to attend school, and you claim that you were a flat earther all the time, but you didn't accept the nonsense that they taught you in school, which was about the globe. Still, you can't recite, you can't reproduce the information they taught you in school. Can you
How is that
explain to me
relevant?
how?
What are you
Can you explain to me how those perverted, deceiving teachers tried to convince you that the Earth is a globe? Can you recite that information?
I don't see why it's necessary, Russian Mike. I don't think you understand what's happening right now.
So
Do you have any the
you can't remember.
wait,
You can't remember the information that
Russian Mike,
you had been taught in school.
Listen. The scientific evidence
You can't remember anything from school.
Are you listening? The scientific evidence
I'm listening.
you claim that we learned in school. Can you produce some of that scientific evidence right now?
Well, I'm asking you to reproduce the information that you were supposed to memorize in school. You clearly forget everything.
I don't think you understand. Do you know what school is? Memorization and regurgitation. Do you understand that? The teachers don't know anything. They read the books. They make you read the books and memorize the information. Do you know what school is? Let's start there.
Okay, so we've established that
Can
you
we start
have
there?
no
Do you know what
understanding
school is?
of how to prove that the Earth is a globe.
That's why there's no talking to you, Russian Mike. Did you just hear what I just said?
Okay, let me explain to you.
Did you hear what I just
Now let me educate you. You forgot. You
So what I
forgot what you have been taught in school, and now I can
that's
teach
time,
you.
guys.
I
That's
can
time.
remind you
Listen,
what
that's
you're
time.
supposed to
That's time.
learn in school.
That's time, Russian Mike. We're going nowhere. You're asking me about
I'm
stuff I
going
don't claim
to
believe.
educate you.
If you want me to regurgitate the nonsense to you to see if I remember it, like what is happening right now? This is not a coherent back and forth. What is happening? Are you just asking me about something so you could build up something? What's happening?
You failed to learn things in school, and now I'm going to educate you.
So you're trying to
Let's
get
start with the
somebody to
education.
recite indoctrination, and then
No,
because they don't.
I believe I'm not.
No, you always can't do this without anybody butting in.
Yep, thank you. So
Nobody jump in.
the
No need.
basic explanation of the globe, I believe, is the cartography. Let's start with cartography. We have a map, which is a globe. You can find a globe in every classroom around the world. In every classroom
So
around the world.
indoctrination. I get it.
Now let me talk. The globe is the only precise representation of the surface of the Earth. We have meridians, and the latitudes. And there is the whole section in the geography book.
Nope. We have what? Latitude? Is that what you said?
Yes.
In reference to what? Latitude lines come from where?
I believe the axis of rotation.
Yeah, you
of
said
the
I believe twice. I don't want to have this conversation. Are you speculating? Do you know? Do you want me to tell you?
No, I am explaining. I believe
I said it. You were explaining, and your first two words were "I believe." Do you know, or do you want me?
No, you're being picky and
No. It's very specific.
No, it's a phrase. That's what it is. Let's paraphrase it. It's not just I believe. It's how it works. Okay.
Yeah, you
I,
said some words. I get it. You haven't convinced me of anything so far.
okay, because I haven't finished. Okay, we have a globe with the meridians and the latitudes, and we have this map which is used all over the world, and it hasn't been debunked once.
Okay, which shape are those maps then? Are they globe shape or are they flat shape?
Spherical. They're spherical.
Oh, the maps we navigate with are spherical shape?
The globe is spherical.
I said the map.
Maps are
Yeah, which shape are
projections.
the maps then?
Maps. All maps are projections.
We are navigating? Are we
All maps
navigating
are projections of the
Are you
globe.
listening? Are we navigating using the classroom globes that you referenced or the flat maps? Which one?
Flat maps don't exist. Maps are projections of a
Okay,
globe.
that's time, guys. That's 10 minutes, right?
Okay, you can count your points to your advantage.
Because you're a liar and you're disingenuous.
Okay,
You're
don't
claiming-
distract. Don't distract.
claiming- okay, so which shape are the maps? Be honest.
It's not. It's
Just a simple answer. It's one word answer. Which shape are the maps in that we use to navigate?
all maps are pieces of paper. All maps are pieces of paper, and you know it.
Very
And you're
specific
being a
question,
clown.
Not waffle word necessary. No, no salad. I just ate. Which shape are the maps in?
Maps are pieces of paper, and you're
Which
being
shape?
deliberately dishonest.
Let's be grown men.
Right now,
and
you're being
honest.
deliberately
shape?
dishonest.
Which shape are the maps in? I'm asking you a simple question. How am I being dishonest?
Maps are projections.
Which shape are the maps in, Russian Mike?
Are you
It's a simple
stupid?
answer. It's a
Are you
simple answer.
stupid?
All
Are
right,
you
that's enough.
stupid?
Now it's insult.
Okay,
That's 2
okay,
minutes, right, guys?
okay, it's
2
enough.
minutes. Can we have
Of
some
course it is
moderation now,
enough.
please? It's enough. It's enough.
Okay, so Russian Mike.
Time's
the
up,
correct
yeah.
Answer is, but Russian Mike, the correct answer is they're flat. They have to lay flat, or they
He
won't work.
refused to say that. He didn't want to say. He said,
Paper is
Peter was
flat.
running that
Yes.
entire time, wasn't he?
"Yeah, it was very."
How many
specific.
times during that did you ask, "Oh, are we done yet? Are we done yet?" Were you afraid? Like, why are you running that
How
hard?
about you shut up? Are you paying attention? Are you paying attention?
Yeah, I pay
Like the
attention to you
logic of
having
the
a one-on-one.
conversation?
You're running the whole
Yeah,
time.
did you see me ask him a question multiple times and him refuse to answer? How about you shut the fuck
He
up?
did answer.
About paper
That's
maps.
Savior. Hey, White Knight.
The question was about paper maps.
Listen,
Raise your
Yeah,
hand
I'm
first.
gonna
and
take
I'll
control of
acknowledge
this room really quick here in a second. Senior Savior, are you here to White Knight now? Because did you want Flat Earth Ranger to say we learned that gravity keeps the water on the ball while it's floating in space? Isn't that what you wanted him to say?
I can flat smack a couple of
Radwin, are you
people
here to
today.
White Knight? Because
I'll
you just
flat
hopped in
smack
and
you right
said,
now.
"Well,
No, I'm
the
your
Earth
talking
maps
mod.
are flat, so clearly the."
Thank you. My pin parent strong. I'll flat
Yeah, but
smack you if you want.
yeah, but Russia might fail. He had 10 minutes to put some, proof forward of the globe, and he didn't do any of that. He was just asking questions. So he was a fail. Like, he failed.
I wanted to know what Flat Earth
use
Ranger learned in elementary school, and
One
then
deck.
his
One
proof
deck.
of globe
One
was
deck.
that
I
in all the
failed.
classrooms they have globes, so that's his proof.
I can flat smack another one. We couldn't even get there because this guy wanted to know what's wrong with him. He's a dummy, obviously. What school did you go to? What did you learn? Did you remember that stuff? Like, it's hilarious. Nothing about flat Earth. Nothing about the globe. Just globes are in classrooms. Why don't you believe it? Like what? What?
Yeah, just asking you to recite everything you'd learned
taught
in
me.
school.
Yeah.
When I was at school, they taught me that latitude was an elevation angle measurement from sea level.
We couldn't even get there one deck. Did you notice?
He actually explained how Earth's measured flat in my geography.
He had to say that maps are flat in order to get to. Now we're going to do latitude lines.
Yeah, I was gonna get there, but he didn't want to say it. Paper, yeah, paper. I said. Just say
latitudes,
flat. You can say
and
flat, Russian Mike. You can say flat. Just say it one time for everybody.
shut
Just say
up,
flat.
shut up.
Just say flat one
I'm not
time.
going to say flat
All right,
just
shut
because
up.
you
Daddy
asked me.
talking then.
Wondek, do you know what latitudes are? Can you describe those? What are they?
He just said it. You weren't listening.
Oh, okay, it wouldn't hurt to repeat.
It's been put to you multiple times.
Can you explain what latitudes are, Flat Ranger?
He just said it. You weren't listening.
I'm deaf. I'm partially deaf. Can you
Yeah,
be
you can say that,
polite?
but I pointed out you have a
Can you
listening
be
problem
kind
earlier,
and
which is why
repeat?
I didn't want to go into your
Mike,
DMs and have a chit chat because you obviously
Mike,
can't
it
listen.
won't be interested. The thing is, it won't be interesting for you, Mike, because it's to do with flat Earth, nothing to do with globe.
Okay, explain to me flat Earth latitudes. I'm very interested.
Yeah, the elevation angle measurements from sea level, nothing to do with the globe.
Okay, keep going.
That's it. That's all. That's it. That's as simple,
Tell me
simple as
about
that.
the latitudes. What are the latitudes?
Yeah, the elevation angle measurements from Polaris measured at sea level, nothing to do with curvature.
Okay, okay. Do you understand that on a flat Earth they wouldn't work, the latitudes?
No, they measured on a flat Earth. That's how you get them.
No. Okay.
Not off.
Okay. So I'm going to screen share.
Oh, do we really have to do this? We've been over it, Russian Mike. Have you not heard the argument about the flat maps that you're using and wrapped around the ball being
It's not a
distorted?
flat
They
Earth
are
map.
distorted. You let
No.
complete a sentence before
Nothing
you
has been
respond.
distorted.
They are distorted maps. Of course, they're going to show up the way you're going to.
Nothing has been distorted.
Yeah, you can say that, but did you make the maps yourself?
It's not about the map.
Exactly. Stay flat for me. Stay flat for me, son.
Oh, don't. You are. You sound like a sect member.
Stay flat, and then call me daddy.
Yeah. Shut up, idiot.
I love you, Russian Mike. I love you.
Oh, you're a dumbass.
To the guy that said they're just elevation angle measurements from Polaris, how do we get latitude for lines below the equator?
They are distorted. Did you not listen?
I'm wondering, how do you get elevation angle measurement when it's already zero at the equator? So any line
Okay.
below, how do you determine that?
I'm sharing my screen. I'm sharing the screen. Can you see?
Shut up, Russian Mike. Shut up.
Oh,
No, I want to hear
why
him.
not? Okay, it's very important that you understand that the latitudes on flat Earth would not work as they're supposed to.
Yeah, so you didn't listen to me when I said, of course, the maps are distorted. I get it. Yeah, you're never listening. I get it. Never.
Okay, is anybody else listening to what
I'm listening.
trying to explain?
Call me daddy.
I'm listening. I want to hear him explain.
No,
Okay,
Russian Mike didn't say flat yet, and you didn't call me daddy. No one's listening.
I'm listening.
Okay, please,
Go
to
for it,
anyone who is listening, I'm trying to explain to you that on a flat Earth, latitudes would not work
He's
as
not
they're
listening.
supposed to.
This guy's dumb. He doesn't listen.
So this is the North Star, the Polar Star.
He's going to explain what I just confirmed. I get it.
Okay. And these are the angles, like the latitudes, as we, know them, like 90 degrees, 88, 87, 86, etc. But if the Earth were flat, like this, see, and the North Pole, the Polar Star, were local, very close to the ground, that would be the map of the flat Earth.
You sound like a dummy. Who claims that? How is the North Star? Did anybody claim
This
a
is
distance
geometry.
from Polaris?
Shut up and
You
listen.
shut the fuck up,
Maybe you
Russian
would
Mike.
learn something.
Who claimed
Maybe
this, Russian Mike? Are you going to
maybe
keep
you
showing
would
the
learn
same
something
presentation that
once in
misrepresents
your
the flat Earth?
lifetime.
Are you going to keep showing the same presentation that misrepresents the flat Earth?
It's
Huh?
not a
Can you say flat for me?
misrepresentation.
Say
You don't
flat.
have
Say
your
flat, Daddy.
model.
Say
You
flat,
don't
Daddy.
have your model.
Say
Then
flat,
it's not a
Daddy. Say it.
misrepresentation of anything.
Say it to me. Say it. Say flat.
You don't have your model. I have the model of flat Earth.
Say
You don't
flat.
have one.
One time.
So
Say
shut
flat.
up and listen.
Say flat
Okay?
paper. Say flat map.
Can you stop interrupting
No.
and
Say
listen to
flat
what
map.
I'm trying
No.
to tell
Shut up,
you?
Russian Mike. Listen, Daddy's speaking. Say flat.
Shut up, asshole.
No. Shut up. Raise the hand. Say flat. And then call me Daddy.
Okay. I will abuse.
Hurry up. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I need to hear flat.
Why do you want him to call you daddy?
I'm so sorry, Daddy.
Okay.
This guy Mike spamming.
I think I will break the rule and mute flat Earth
Leave, Russian Mike. No one wants to hear.
Ranger, so I wouldn't get interrupted by him all the time. So to continue, so this is the representation of how the latitudes would be.
What's the height of Polaris in your picture?
It's adjustable. You can change it. Like I'm sorry, I forgot to switch to the English. So the actual height of the Polaris right now is 1,000 kilometers. You can change it like so, but you can see that the principle remains. It's not making any difference. Like so.
You measure that
This
height.
guy's dumb. He's just
How
dumb.
did you measure that height to Polaris?
I'm sorry. What's the question again?
How did you measure the height of Polaris?
It's not the point of this demonstration.
Oh, so we can
because-
throw out your demonstration.
100%. Yes.
No. The point of the demonstration is that we assume already that the Polaris is local. We can change its height.
How high is
but
it?
It's not important.
Okay, we can
do you
throw out
not
your
see?
demonstration.
Do you not see that geometry works like so? You can change the height of the Polaris.
This guy's dumb.
But the angles will not change.
He said he's going to prove it on a globe. He was going to, Mike, you're going to show us how it works on a globe?
I can't
Not
show
your
it
How
on
do you
the
measure
globe.
curvature?
Well, get on with it.
Mike, stop talking about flat Earth measurements. We're interested in globe measurements. We know how latitude is measured, elevation, angle, sea level. We're not interested in that. We know that. How do you measure curvature?
We are not talking about curvature. We are talking about latitudes. We are talking about latitudes. Okay.
So
and
what
they
exactly
are
are you
not-
saying that this proves, Russian to Mike?
Okay, this proves.
Yeah, so we're
that-
not talking about curvature. You're correct there, Mike. You're correct. We're not talking about curvature because we're talking about latitudes. And that's got nothing to do with curvature. You are correct when you say that. Well done.
Okay. Can you just tell us
Thanks
what
for
this
realizing that.
Okay, on flat Earth, latitudes would not work. Okay, let me show you.
Oh, they
in
do.
Another,
Oh, they do. They
another
do. They do.
demonstration,
What do you mean they wouldn't work?
Shut him up.
like this.
Oh, so okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying going off of like the traditional flat Earth map that they have.
Yeah, it's an estimation. I am not saying you'll of course tell me it's not the
Who said that's a flat Earth map?
flat Earth map. Shut
the
up!
UN
Shut up! The idea is
shut
that
this guy.
the,
Shut this guy up. Listen.
Yeah, mute everyone.
Latitudes are created with flat. Latitudes are created with flat Earth measurements. Thank you very much. You're done. You're done.
Okay.
You guys are so
I'm done
scared of
because you
Matthew
don't want to listen
Yeah,
to me.
shut the fuck.
Yeah.
Listen, unless you have Earth curve measurements, shut the fuck up because you
We are
have
not
nothing to
talking.
add.
We are not talking
Nothing
about
at all.
curvature.
Yeah, we are
That's what I
talking.
was
Yeah, we
They're
are.
just showing you
That's the
geometry.
top. Listen, that's the fucking topic of this channel is your Earth curve measurement. So provide that or shut the fuck up. That's all I have to
This
say.
channel is
Shut up.
flat Earth, and he's
Mike,
discussing
stop
flat
talking
Earth.
about angles, mate. We're not interested in angles and latitude. We know what they are. We know how they work when we're navigating on a flat Earth. Now, how did you measure the Earth curve?
Oh my god.
He didn't.
So let me say this, Russian Mike. And I think this is a good proof for the globe Earth, but the fact that like there's a model for the globe Earth and any model that the flat Earth presents doesn't hold up. They don't really care about that because they don't all hold one model for the flat Earth.
Where is
right?
the
So
model?
this is not
Send us the
convincing
globe model.
to them because they don't hold
Send us
this
that model over.
specific
Post the
model.
model.
They
Hello.
don't believe in
Post
models.
the model.
I mean, the point of
Oh,
this
yeah,
is
that-
that
He means the
angles
little
don't
desk
work-
toy
don't
that you spin around. That's a little toy.
No.
match.
A
Yeah,
toy
that white
model,
light got muted.
not scientific model.
So where is the model? What museum is the globe model in? To go and have a look at it. What museum is it at? Which country? Which museum? Where can I go and view the globe model?
Are you
There's
from the
one in
UK?
my city.
Yeah.
Sound like no one can answer you one deck. No one can answer you one deck.
Can have a look at a lot more than just a model.
Yeah, I want to
Yeah,
see a model
I'll
like
answer.
a scaled down version of a ball Earth with water on it. Yeah, with a
That's
pressure,
not
with
what
a.
a model is.
Oh, what is the model then? Where is it?
It's there. Go. You can have a look. There's a there's a space gallery there. You can have a look at. There's a
Where's that?
He doesn't know what a
Where's that?
model
Science
is.
Museum, London.
Where can we see the model?
In the Science Museum in London. Space Gallery.
Science Museum.
Oh, yeah,
And what does it look like? What does it look
Go and
like?
have a look. It looks like Google Earth, basically.
So it's a map.
It's a model.
So it's a
I
map.
don't know what Google Earth is.
A model.
Well, Google Earth's not a model; it's a map.
It's a model.
Google Earth is a 3D.
It's not a model, is it? It's a map.
Yeah, it is.
It's a map.
He doesn't know what a model is.
He doesn't know what a model is.
No, you're trying to conflate the word like a model as in a model car.
Oh,
No,
you
you
tell us
did.
what a model is.
No, that's
That's
what you
not
did.
tell
what
us.
model
You don't know what
means.
a
Tell us what
scientific
a model is. Then. You tell us what the globe model is. Where can we see it? Demonstrate it. Where is it? You keep talking about this model. Where the hell is it?
Just tell you the Science Museum in London. That's what he said.
So that one has earthquakes and volcanoes and eclipses on it while it's rotating in a gas.
Negative. It's not a model. They're just dumb.
So I presume what
Like
scale is the model at?
theoretically,
What scale is the model at compared to the globe model actual supposed measurements? What's the scale of the model?
Speak up, Bart.
Hello,
I
what's
was
the
not
scale?
talking about it.
Yeah, shut
What's
up
the
then.
scale of what's the scale of the model?
Sounds like silence to me.
Hello?
Crickets.
What's the
The
scale?
the scale could be
Could be.
any
Or is-
number.
Could be.
1 to 100, 1 to million. It's not important
Could be.
what the scale is.
Possibly. I believe. Yeah, shut up, Russian Mike. You didn't call me daddy yet. Stay flat.
So is it a
Not if you're
visual
what
working
typically
is it a visual working model?
Bart,
Of
did
the
you have
globe.
something to say? Under your breath,
Yeah.
pussy?
Yeah, I said, why do you want him to call you daddy? It's kind of
Shut the fuck up.
inappropriate.
Shut up.
It's kind of inappropriate, you know.
Raise your hand before you talk to daddy, okay?
Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna mute him as well. I don't know, like, I don't know.
Listen, it's all right getting back onto Daddy when we're talking about models, but where's the model? Now you've said the museum. I've just had a look at that. I can't see any working model, or find a scale to the model. Can you post the
Yeah,
information?
it's not the type of model you're thinking of because that's not what it means in science.
Oh, what is
Here
the
we
model
go
then?
with the semantics one deck. Here come the semantics.
Yeah.
So, what can you define what model means in the globe model
No, you can look it
term? You can't define what a model is.
What happened to the white knight? What happened? Somebody help him. Help him. He needs help.
Ranger
But
feels so hard in a channel that he doesn't get muted in.
You keep saying about the globe model, but you can't tell us where it is. You can't explain it. You can't show it us. You keep saying model. All we're asking for is to see it.
What'd you say, Senor Savior? What did you say, Senor Savior?
Like
I said you feel so hard in a channel you don't get muted in. This
When
guy's
I'm being
puffing his chest
reasonable,
out big, isn't he?
when out unreasonableness. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Your feelings are hurt or something? Pussy.
So we've got
You're
no
like
model.
a tyrant cop that beats people because he
Yeah,
can get away
yeah.
with it.
I'm not a moderator,
It's
pussy.
adorable.
I'm not a moderator, guy.
Yeah, but clearly they're not going to mute you, no matter how ridiculous you're being.
Senor Savior,
Yeah,
why
they
are
won't
you
mute
so
the guy
upset,
who's
dude?
right.
If you have a problem with him, keep it in whatever room it is. You know, here you're being asked for a scientific model and you're conflating a toy car model with a scientific model, and that was something you did, and this is something you have to rectify. Not him.
I did?
Senor Savior, yes, you?
When did I? I wasn't even speaking.
Well, you stepped in, you tried to white knight for Russian Mike, who he has a global war map in his app that is used due to its accuracy of depicting flight paths, but it's not a model.
I mean, I will say when I did hop in before,
I'll
I
give you
was.
that it's a toy model. Do you want it to be a toy model and not a scientific model? Because you can have that.
I can only refer to the things I was talking about. When I stepped in before, I was saying he was making a ridiculous point that, like, oh, it's on paper, so clearly the model is depicting something flat. It's like saying you take a photo of somebody and everything in the photo is flat. Humans are flat because you
I'm
took a photo
glad
of
you
them.
were
It makes no
listening,
sense.
dumb. Yeah, you
Hey.
weren't listening. That's what happened.
Yeah, you don't know anything about cartography because in cartography we can depict elevation
When I hopped in, I
changes
wasn't talking
on a
about
flat
maps
piece
or
of paper.
anything. I was talking about
So
something
you're
else.
just dumb and ignorant.
I'm sorry, did I just hear a racial slur?
So
No, he said ignorant.
could you have a globe model without any proof that you live on a globe?
Sure. Yeah.
Just because there's a model, does that mean that's true?
Yo, that space.
No,
that
if it's a
space that
working
you
model,
took to
sure,
answer
yeah.
was rather incriminating.
So
Wow.
we've got a working model, and now does that show how Earth curvature is measured, or is it just show a ball and it doesn't go into how it's measured?
I don't know if I would say it shows, but yeah, it gives suggestions on these things. Like if it has X, then Y, and then if it has Y, then Z, right? That's
So how
propositions
was
being made.
so in the model how was the globe measured?
What do you mean? How is it measured?
Who measured the curvature when, and what instruments and tools were used?
I really don't think you understand the idea of a model. Is what
No,
it
I
sounds
don't.
like.
No, I
Nah, you
don't.
don't understand. As you lead him, it's hilarious.
No,
This
no,
is
I
the
don't.
thing.
I don't
This is
actually.
why I
That's
stopped
why I'm
talking.
asking. That's why I'm asking you to send me the model so I can have a look at it. But you can't do that, can you?
When he says model, he's thinking of like a toy car model.
I mean,
No,
even
that's
if
what
he is,
you
he's
are
still
thinking
using
of.
it
You are
incorrectly with
conflating
his
a
real
toy
question.
car
life
model with a
Earth
scientific
model
model. That's what
with
you did,
water
Parmesan.
sticking to it.
No,
Dumb.
Parmesan, that's exactly what you did. You don't know what a scientific model is. You're referring to a
Parmesan's
toy
just
model.
dumb.
No, your friend is referring to a toy model because
No,
he's asking,
Parmesan,
is
that's
it working with
you.
it
No,
with
he's
with
asking
the?
you for your model. You're
No,
trying to
he's
present
asking,
the toy. You're
is
trying to
it
present
to
a model
scale?
car.
Is it?
You
Does it
don't
have
know what a
water stuck to
scientific
the
model is
outside of
because you
it?
haven't presented one yet.
Because that is what he's expecting. He's expecting a scaled down version of Earth with water stuck to
A
it.
working
And he thinks
scientific
that's what
model,
the
you
model
mean,
is.
you fucking idiot?
The point is, he knows you don't have one, Parmesan. So present
Because
what you
that's
don't
not
have.
what. Because yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
have
As you
something like
change the
that.
point
Of course,
of view.
nobody has something like that. Ask for something
So what?
impossible.
So say that,
and
dumb
they-
dumb.
Okay.
no, you
So
don't
you
have
don't
that.
got a
Hey,
model.
It's not a
And
model
I
is.
say have
It's not
one
what
in
a
London,
scientific
dumb
model
dumb.
is.
Just say we don't have
You
one.
have a scientific model, not your, fantasy
So say
idea
you don't
of
have
what
a
you
scientific
think is a
model. You have a
model.
toy. You have a
Dumb
toy
dumb.
model. You have a toy
Yes.
model that sits on your desk and you spin it. It's a little toy. You don't have a
Yeah.
scientific
Yeah,
model.
that's just a globe map. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
That's your
just a
little.
globe toy.
One of okay, that's one of the many ways of representing the globe.
How is it measured?
How is it measured? By people going around and measuring. Geodetic
What with?
surveyors measuring all the
This
fucking
guy's
all over the
stupid.
globe.
He's
What else
stupid.
do
Genetic
you want?
surveying. Right. So
How did they
how do you
measure it?
measure? How did they measure curvature on the globe? What tool did they use?
You can different people will do it different ways. What's your question? What's your real question?
Which tool
My
did
real
you
question
use?
is, how is Earth curve measured? Tell me about that.
Here's an example. You can use a theodolite to measure reciprocal.
You can't use the theodolite, mate. It measures it. Hang on, it measures angles, mate. It's nothing to do with
Yes.
curvature. Theodolites have
And
got
that
nothing
gives
to do.
You measure reciprocal. Did you listen to the next part of my sentence, or you just?
The theodolite is
out?
an angle measuring tool.
Yes.
Yeah, for flat
Did you hear
Earth.
what I said?
He's not
Yeah.
listening.
Repeat what I said.
It's well, I stopped you when you said theodolite because it's got nothing to do with
Exactly.
curvature.
You didn't
You
even
don't have a
listen to the rest
horizontal,
of the
buddy.
sentence. Exactly my point. You don't listen. You just hear one word. You jump in with your stupid pre-prepared
Yeah, you said
answer
angle.
without
You're a
even
dumb
listening.
That's
to the context.
referencing a horizontal. You
Sure.
said
Go on.
elevation angle. That would be referencing a horizontal, and thus you've now exited any claim of how the sphericity of a glob is measured.
He asked you how
So
the
you've
Earth was
conceded
Well,
Yeah.
flat Earth
You want to
measurement.
listen? I'll say it again if you want.
And
Yeah, go
Russian
on, mate.
Mike, hold on 1 second, Mike. You missed the question entirely. We don't want to know how you would do it or you could do it. We want to know how it was actually done in the past,
Yeah,
not your
yeah.
presupposition of how it could be or would be done according to you. We want to know the documented version, the official version that Earth curve
Yep.
was measured by somebody
Yep.
else, not you. So
Yep.
where was it measured? How? What method? And when was it documented? And where is this documentation so we can all go look at it and find out ourselves? So we want the actual documented official version.
Yep.
That's what we want.
I hear a flat earther say somebody else done it, not telling you.
Somebody else had to fucking do it.
Who did it?
It had to have been done.
Loads
did it?
of
Okay, so just name one then, the official one.
There isn't a.
When was it officially measured? Well, hold on, shut up, because you just gish gallop all the way through. When was it officially done? The documented official version.
There's no such thing as a documented
that even
official
mean?
version. There's multiple.
There's no
versions.
such thing
There's no
as a
such.
model.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There's no documented version. You're done.
There is.
Yeah.
You're done.
documented versions.
You're completely done. No, you're done. We don't want to hear the rest of your bullshit because you just admitted there's no official documented version of Earth curve measurement. So you're done.
Yeah.
You have nothing left to say. You're
Well done.
finished.
You
Well
conceded
finished.
the Earth is flat with your flat Earth measurements.
You got
Good
him,
job,
Sonny. You really got
Parmesan.
him.
How do you measure Earth curvature? Well, use a
Here
theodolite
you go.
that measures angles.
Here you go. Here's one document.
Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. Shut up. You have nothing left to say on this issue unless you can bring us the documented version, the official one.
I have.
We don't want
There is
your
an
version.
official one. There is many documented ones.
No,
What do
we
you
don't
mean by
want many.
official?
Listen,
Official by
we
whose
don't.
standard?
We don't want many. We want the one official documented
By whose
version,
standard?
the
Who
official
decides
one.
what's official?
Well,
Yeah,
you
what do-
figure that out. It's your fucking claim.
Not my claim. You're
It's
the one
not
that.
our. It's
that
not our
demanded
fight. Listen,
it
that's
doesn't
not.
exist.
That's not our fight. That's
Your
not our
standard-
fucking problem.
this is
It's your
standard
problem.
demand
You're
for
here to
something that
provide the
doesn't exist.
official version.
And then claim,
No,
oh, that
you're
doesn't
here. I'll
exist.
just keep
So there
talking
you
over
go.
you because you're just a dumb shit. Listen, you bring the official documented version. We don't care. It needs to be the official one. If you don't know what that is, then you're out of your league here.
Yeah, it's obviously been documented when somebody measured the Earth to be spherical. Who did it?
Many different.
You must know all this, globe believer.
Gonna try and answer your question again. Many different groups have done it. I'll give you.
How? How and
give you
who?
one
Point to them.
other
Point to them and
example.
show me how.
Once again, we don't want many different versions. We want the one official one. So if
Yeah,
you could just
no,
bring
no,
us
no, no,
one,
no.
listen, if you could bring us one out of the many that you're referring to, we want
I have,
that
I
one.
have.
That
It's
is the
chat
official
20 minutes
version.
past.
The official version. The official one. Not one. I mean, not many. We want the one.
These guys have a
I'm
problem with
giving you one
listening, and
example.
it's very
in
apparent.
chat.
We understand you have a problem with listening, and it's very apparent.
I mean, it's not so hard to explain how curvature is measured. I mean, I can tell you how elevation angles are measured and latitude from sea level and how sea level's measured. So level, horizontal, flat Earth proof. But you seem to be having trouble explaining. I mean, I'm very confident when I speak about this. You don't sound confident. You seem to be skipping past the evidence.
Well, Parmesan did put a document. He did put a cover letter of a document in the chat right now. But the problem there is that the measurement is linear. So they measure linear and then they calculate sphericity. So there is no measurement of sphericity in this little
Linear is a straight line.
You don't even have a clue of what you believe in, Parmesan.
Miles is a linear measurement. Anything says miles is a straight line.
Straight line measurement, linear. What you're talking about, it's nothing to do with curvature. Theodolites have got nothing to do with curvature. Sextants have got nothing to do with curvature. Sea level's got nothing to do with curvature. Start talking about curvature, please.
So one deck. Let me ask you a different question. You like to talk about latitude lines, right?
No, you've not. No. We're asking you for globe proof. You haven't got any yet.
I haven't given you. You're not accepting it. So let me just go back to
You gave us linear measurement that is calculated.
You give me an angle measurement. You give me an angle measurement.
Just at least read the title.
Yes, I've read it. You have not gone through documents. You do not know at all because we're asking you for a method. You're just derping a little link. I know. The method is measure linear, that's miles, then you calculate based on an assumption your sphericity. Then you have your reciprocal zenith angle, right? This isn't based on measurement. When you're standing there, you're not going to measure a more than 180 degree triangle, you moron. That's done in calculation.
More than 180 degree triangle.
No, you don't measure it, buddy. You measure linear, and then you calculate.
Hey, into the break. Let him have the mic. Hey, Parmesan, whatever your name is. Have the mic for 5 minutes and just go through it. I won't stop you when you start talking about angles.
What's the point of
tell us the methods. Tell us the methods. Don't say, hey, read it.
Don't read it. It's quite a lengthy document.
No.
You read it to us.
You haven't read it.
You read it to us, Parmesan.
No, I'm not going to read it
We'll
to
give you 3 minutes.
What do you think this is? A reading?
I have read it. You haven't read it, Parmesan. You have no clue of what the methods are. You just derped a little linky like it's an answer, like it's an argument.
Go on, Parmesan. Give us that globe proof. Speak it out loud.
No,
Speak it with
I
confidence.
want to ask you a different question, one deck, about latitude lines. Right? So, 45 degrees.
So you're going to move away from the topic because you've conceded now. You have presented us with a flat Earth measurement. So now you want to move on to another topic. You've conceded.
Listen,
just to cover this,
Parmesan, you can talk as much. Parmesan, listen. You can talk as much as you want about latitude because all you've got to do is a simple search. You're asking us to read document. All you've got to do is a simple search. It's not one deck's claim. Latitude is an elevation angle measurement. Do you know what an elevation angle is? Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yes.
Yeah. So has it got anything to do with curvature?
So I've got
no. Just answer the question. No, we'll finish off this first. As latitude is an elevation angle measurement, you've admitted that. Now, is an elevation angle got anything to do with curvature? Yes or no?
Elevation angle can have something to do with the curvature. Yes.
Incorrect.
The way it changes. But let me ask you a question then.
No, you're not skipping. No, you're not asking me a question. Elevation angle has got nothing to do with curvature. Are you
well, I disagree.
Well, show me how elevation angle is got something to do with curvature. Explain
how it has nothing to do with curvature.
No, define elevation angle.
This guy? He has an issue right now. He has a mental issue.
Define elevation angle for me.
Elevation of a star above the horizon.
A horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Nope, that's not what the horizon.
Okay, give a citation then, Parmesan. A citation.
You can't stand on the horizon.
Nigger.
Oh, my feelings. Nigger. Thank you.
So, on that, quick question.
Typical globe.
45th
very typical
latitude, right? 45 degree latitude is
it an elevation angle measurement? Elevation angle measurement. Yeah. So it's got nothing to do with curvature. We're not talking about curvature then at the moment, are we?
No, at the moment I'm just asking you about 45 degree latitude, right? Which means
Yeah, it's an elevation angle. Yeah.
Which means the angle from where you are on that latitude line to Polaris,
On the horizontal baseline, sea level. Yeah.
whatever you want to call it, but from your point to Polaris is 45 degrees, right? Is that accurate?
Well, you're speaking. I don't know what you're talking. You just
Is that
carry
your
on speaking.
understanding of what it is?
An
You have to
elevation
be in a
angle. Yeah.
very specific spot
yeah,
for that 45 degrees to manifest.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with assumption of a flat Earth. Would you accept that?
Well, you wouldn't be assuming one if you're measuring an elevation angle from it. You would be utilizing it.
Okay, so this 45 degree latitude line, how far away?
Which is an angle measurement.
Well, the point where you are standing on that line, how far away is that point from the North Pole? What's the distance?
What? That's very specific. You have to.
What, the ground position? You mean?
Yeah, how far away in distance are you from the North Pole if you're standing on the?
So you're asking me what the distance is between the GP of Polaris and the guy in the boat on the sea level? What's the distance between that? What you're asking?
Yeah. Basically, yes.
Yeah. So it's you want it in nautical miles?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, it's for every degree is 60 nautical miles. So times it by that. There's your answer.
So 60. How many miles? Say again.
60 nautical miles per degree. So if you've got 45 degrees, it's times 60. That's a straight line, horizontal line between the GP, that's the ground position of Polaris, and the observer on the horizontal sea level in the boat.
Okay, so that's 2,700, right? 60 times 45, 2,700.
Yeah, well, I've not got a calculator in front of me, but if you're saying that's times 60, that's a nautical mile. Yeah, it's an angle measurement. Yeah.
Great. So 2,700 nautical miles away. Now, what kind of triangle do the 3 points make? The GP of Polaris.
We're not talking about triangles. We're talking about ground position. That's correct. We're not doing triangulation. We're doing celestial navigation.
I'm not doing triangulation.
No.
I'm talking about 3 specific points. Okay, where you are standing, the GP of Polaris, and Polaris.
That's all. Yeah, that's all we're interested in.
Those are 3 points. 3 points.
That's
right?
2. That's 2.
No, there's 3 points.
The GP and me are 2 points along the horizontal
Polaris itself
sea level.
is the 3rd one.
Yeah, we're not interested in that.
So, hold on a second. So those 3 points, right, make up a triangle.
We're not interested in triangles when we're doing celestial navigation. You're off topic, my friend.
I'm not doing celestial navigation. I'm making a different point. Okay.
Well, we're talking.
The angle between you and
no, you're doing. Excuse me, mate. You've gone off
topic.
You
know where I'm going, so you're trying to shut me up, right?
No. You carry on then.
Yes,
carry on.
Yeah.
I'll tell you when you finish.
Cool.
We're talking about latitude, GP positions.
Latitude,
you're going
GP
nowhere
positions.
fast,
right.
buddy.
The angle between where you are standing and Polaris, we've agreed, is 45 degrees, right? That means this triangle made up by these 3 points is a isosceles triangle, which means the sides, the 2 smaller sides, which is the distance between your position and GP of Polaris, are the same magnitude. So that means the height of Polaris must be 2,700 nautical miles above the North Pole. Do you agree with that or not?
No.
Are you serious?
No, it's not like
Explain.
That's your. Because I'm not interested in.
Wait, you're not interested is different. You're not agreeing.
No, I'm not using it when I'm finding my pinpoint position on ground positions. I'm not using the star's height.
Hey, we're lost at sea. Quick, find me the elevation of that star.
Yeah. And now, have you put a claim on the height of Polaris, by the way?
No, I'm making it based on your assertion that the ground is flat. This is
what
the
is
only
the distance to Polaris then in the globe model? And I was that measured.
In the globe model, it's very, very different. But on your assumption, on the assumption that this is flat, just taking
how's it very different? How's it very, very different? Would you assume almost infinite distances away?
So on
and then you treat the sky as flat. You treat the sky as flat, yeah.
So on this
Do you
model,
use triangulation? Do you use triangulation on the globe?
so on your example, if we're standing at the 45th degree latitude,
No, it wasn't my example.
The distance.
No.
Okay, on
You're incorrect.
my
I'm sorry.
example,
I
on my
do have to-
example,
no,
on
yeah.
flat Earth.
You're talking about the height of stars. I'm not.
Yeah. Well, that's my
This is your-
entire point.
This is
The
your
height-
claim. This is your claim.
So the height, by simple geometry, the height must be 2,700 at this point. And
Is that
then
your
let's
claim?
move to a different. Okay, let's
Is that your claim?
This is not
Is
my
that your
claim.
claim?
This is
He just claimed
the
that
geometric. This is the
Polaris is
conclusion.
2,500,000 miles.
This is conclusion you
Or is it
arrive
feet?
at by applying simple geometry to the assumption that
Is geometry the measurement of Earth, or is it the measurement of the height
geometry
of stars? What's
geometry is simple field of mathematics.
Yeah. So in celestial navigation, are we interested in the heights of stars? Yes
I'm
or
not
no?
talking about celestial navigation at the moment. I'm talking about
What are you talking about? What are you
the
talking
height
about?
of
Then?
Polaris.
We're talking about latitude. That's how the conversation starts.
Deg boy, be honest and give him to finish a sentence. Be honest.
Yeah, he has finished his sentence. He's claimed a height to Polaris.
No,
That's
you're
great.
talking over him because you
No,
don't want
shut up,
to
information
admit.
aid,
They
misinformation
know
aid.
where I'm going with this. They know where I'm going with this because if you
No, wait,
assume-
you already went there. You're claiming a
no
height
the next
to the
point.
Polaris.
The next point. So this
That's
is
where
so
you're
this is
at.
where you end
You're
up.
there, buddy.
No, this
You've
is
just
this is
claimed
the
a height to
answer you
Polaris.
end up with if you wanted to work out how high Polaris is based on the assumption that it's a flat plane, right? This is the answer you end up with if you
So
take.
you're going to measure the height to an
Hold on,
apparent
let
position?
me finish, okay?
You're measuring the height to an apparent position, yeah?
Please don't interrupt.
No, it's not
Mike,
an
calm
assumption.
down.
that
Sit
it's
down,
flat.
boy.
I'm very
Parmesan,
calm.
it's not an assumption.
Sit down, Mike.
Well, for
We've
me,
already-
it's an assumption. For you, it might not be. But either way, if you start
Mike,
with
Parmesan, a little 2-second each. You've already confirmed that an elevation angle is taken off a horizontal baseline. You've already confirmed
no,
that
One deck you're
latitude,
roboting.
yeah, isn't. No, sorry.
Please.
I think it got
for one-
better.
no such
For
thing
once,
as horizontal
let the person talk.
baseline. This is just rubbish that Flat Earthers invented.
But what, horizontal is just rubbish that flat earthers invented?
The baseline thing that you guys.
The baseline thing, yeah, the horizontal thing. Yeah, the thingy,
As
the
if
horizontal
using a
thingy that
sextant
flat
somehow
earthers invented.
magically turns the ground beneath me into a flat plane. It's the most ridiculous.
Yeah,
thing I've ever heard.
you don't know what concepts are?
These guys have wild imaginations. That's what it is.
He thinks
Okay.
there's horizontal on a globe.
Parmesan,
Can we give this person a chance to talk? Or?
Parmesan,
Shut up, Nate.
Parmesan. So
Nate,
when
you keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, but Parmesan,
Oh my
listen,
God.
45
How we-
degrees. So are you using that example of your height of stars then? So what height is Polaris at 2 degrees elevation?
Exactly my point. Thank you. That's the next thing I was gonna move on. If you then move to a different
Oh my gosh, that was your
different
point?
latitude
Oh
point,
my God.
and you calculate the height of Polaris based on simple geometry, you get a different number. And as you move, you keep getting a
You're not
different
doing that.
number, which is
Yeah, but
why
no one's
the
doing that.
ramp of
doesn't
perspective.
make
Parmesan,
sense on the
Parmesan,
flat Earth.
there's only you doing this. We're not doing this. You are.
A continuous straw
Yes,
man
I
is
am.
what
I
we
am
can
doing
claim.
this to
Like, what the
test
fuck? No
whether
one
you're
claimed the height. No one knows
whether
the
this
No,
height.
no.
He's just claiming
He thinks the
it's
height of
We're not.
Polaris is changing.
Parmesan is just gonna keep waffling on
This
with
is
nonsense
yeah,
that no one claimed.
I am
You
doing
guys
this.
ask for
Yes.
proofs all the time, but right when you're getting one, you're like, no, we don't want to hear that.
Yeah, you
So
aren't
it's
paying
his
attention.
claim.
We
Your
understand. This is why
Parmesan's
we treat
claiming
these
height.
dummies like this because you can't
Parmesan
listen.
is claiming. Listen, Parmesan claims that the heights of stars is changing, and you can measure them, and they change, and they're not all constant. That's his claim. We're not
No,
claiming that.
that's not
They
my
are not
claim.
tracking the
Yes,
conversation.
you are.
Who has the burden of
if
proof right now? They
if
aren't
we
tracking. Their
assume
feelings are in the way.
it's flat, and we assume, like you say, 60 degrees per or 60 miles per degree
No, we don't
And
assume
we
that.
know that the
Hang on.
latitude lines are elevation angles. We then apply simple geometry, and we find
Okay.
that magically,
That's
as
great.
we move, the star seems to, would have
Right, yeah,
to
we
be
know all
moving
that.
around, which is
We've
not
loads of time.
possible. Therefore,
Excellent.
our initial assumption that it's flat is not possible.
Excellent. Have you got latitude on your globe, mate? Have you got latitude on your globe?
That's not relevant.
I'm
Yes,
glad
it
you
is.
can use the sky and the stars
Have you,
to prove what the
do you
standard
have latitude on your globe, Parmesan?
So that's irrelevant because I'm disproving
It's not
your,
irrelevant. You don't want to
your
talk about it.
flat plane claim.
Yeah. So do you have latitude on the globe, yes or no?
Falsification is independent of replacement, right? Is that what
So-
you guys say? So there
Have
you
you
go.
got
I just
latitude on-
falsified your flat Earth claim.
Do you
No, you
have
don't.
latitude on your globe? Answer the question. Why are you avoiding the question about latitude on your globe?
That's not relevant.
Yes, it is. You're avoiding it because you know it backs you into a corner you can't get out of. Yeah, we know all about your claims. Yeah, you not answering that question is obvious to everyone
Yeah.
as to why you're not answering. We all know why you're not answering and avoiding it. So
Yeah,
don't try to play, listen,
why
don't
am
try
I
to
not
play coy with us. We understand your claim better than you do.
No, latitudes work on the globe. On flat Earth, they wouldn't work at all. What elevation above the horizon would the polar star be on if we look at it from the equator? One deck. I'm asking you. Hello?
The sound the fear is loud.
Or anyone, any flat earther. Zero elevation. How is it possible on a flat earth? So suck it up, idiots. How many times do
A
you
lot of feelings
have
in
to
the
hear it?
conversation now. A lot of hurt feelings right now. A lot of tiny dicks in
A
the
lot
conversation
of
right now.
bullshit from you.
Is that why you're
A lot
playing
of
insult?
tiny dick energy in this conversation right now.
So
You sound like you're the one who's upset.
what is the elevation of the polar north star is when observed from the equator? Flat Earth Ranger.
What'd you say, Russian
Zero.
Mike? I didn't hear you say flat yet.
Okay, I can repeat. How far, how high from the horizon is the polar star is when it is observed from the
Okay.
equator?
Okay, yeah, I said it earlier. I don't think you were listening. No one claims the height. We don't know the height. Yes, you weren't
What are
listening.
you talking about? Are you stupid?
The height of the star. Now you have insults, no rebuttal. I get it.
What is the elevation? Just say the number.
There is no height to claim.
There
Are
is
you
no height?
listening? Are you listening?
Asking for elevation angle.
Are you listening?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The elevation, the angular height of the polar
Okay,
star.
better. All right, now try it again.
What is the angular height of the polar star when observed from the equator?
We don't know. We use the
All
parent.
this-
We don't apply the height of the star.
How misingenuous.
We use
Misingenuous.
ground position
You
under
don't
the
know.
star.
We
on the
know.
flat baseline.
Everybody
But you're
else
not
knows.
listening to the answer. You're not listening because you're fucking talking. Typical. I'm glad you understand.
Yeah, all this avoidance and avoiding the questions could all be solved if you just provide that official documented Earth curvature measurement, the official one.
There isn't one. That's why he would rather waffle off
Yeah,
about.
why don't you have that and just solve this? You could solve this whole problem by providing your official documented version of the Earth curvature measurement, the official one. Why can't you just provide us with that?
No, he'd rather discuss heights of stars, not the ground.
Exactly. That's my point. That's exactly my point. Because you have to avoid the main topic of this server. You have to avoid it at all costs because you don't have a model. You don't have an official documented measurement of Earth curvature. You don't have anything that verifies your Earth curvature from any source. Nowhere do you have this. That's why you have to keep talking about heights of stars
and
Wait,
other
you've changed
assorted
official
bullshit.
to any source now.
From any
It
source.
doesn't matter. We just need the official one.
I was just asking for official, and now he says there's no any source.
We need the official one, the one that they
So you
use
don't
to
need
put it
any
into the NASA computers, the official Earth curvature measurement.
Right.
Show us that one.
So
We
make
need
sure when you
primary
say
source.
Amazon isn't listening because
Amazon,
he's talking
shut the
through
fuck
you.
up. We need the primary source, not from your mouth, from a primary source of the official documented Earth curvature measurement, the official one.
Can I ask you something simple? What do you think you see when you open Google Maps every day? Do you think this is not the measurement of reality?
No, it is not the measurement. How did they get? How did they get?
It is
how
not
did
the
they
measurement
derive-
of reality.
How did they derive the
No.
Earth curvature in the first place? Because when you zoom into Google Maps, it's flat once again, just like we see.
Yeah,
So-
they ignored it.
So you think
misinformation?
you
They
think-
ignored it when One Deck explained it to you, and then Parmesan jumped in and changed the subject. Yes.
Can I ask a question?
No, not yet. We're in the
Oh.
middle of something. You can in a minute.
Can we
Google
do
Maps
one on one
topography is
and
depicted from
not
horizontal. Misinformation. Google Maps topography is measured from horizontal. So you fail.
Anything with
yes, but the thing is,
Excuse me, my friend.
shut the
Excuse me,
fuck up. Let
No,
me
my friend.
answer. Shut
Listen,
the
my
fuck
friend.
up, you stupid moron.
All right, mute him because obviously he doesn't understand and he doesn't want to listen to anyone.
He's getting a globe triggered there now on latitude again.
Downward spiral.
Yeah, on latitude. Anything with latitude is a flat Earth proof.
Exactly.
That's how it's
So
He
they have
wanted
nowhere to go
appeal
on
the
this.
cartoon ball when you type it in Google Maps.
Yeah, they have
How can
nowhere
you-
to go on this other than flat. So, like, they just keep avoiding, like I said, at all costs. They have to avoid that question because they know it backs